a beautiful dream, and I want to destroy it. That was what a young man said on the brink of the end of his life, impaled on a rocky stalactite. As life drained from that mysterious boy, another watched him closely while he mumbled empty words. To devour it, to reduce it to ashes. In the end, the young man's life finally slipped away. The observer only murmured, "Now it's too late, if only I hadn't done this. This is a pathetic end, fit for the villain of the villains." Without hesitation, the warrior turned and left, leaving the lifeless body behind. And so the story ended. The epilogue, the end of the villain. In a dark room, someone rubbed his face in frustration. It was Nam Woo-yun, a novelist. He thought, with the end of the world's most powerful villain, my series will soon come to an end. While typing, he muttered softly, the next chapter should wrap everything up. Nam had a downcast expression and thought, anguished, it's a miserable experience to write a story you don't want to write. He stretched. His whole body was trembling. In the end, none of it seemed to matter. Well, anyway, I can finally put a full stop to this tomorrow. Nam leaned back in his chair, trying to convince himself, I guess I should leave my regrets behind. Suddenly, he heard knocking at the door. It surprised him. Who could it be at this hour? It's too late for someone to be knocking. Nam stood up and went to the entrance of the house. He asked who was there but got no answer. He stood still, staring at the door. The knocking had stopped. He thought it might be a drunk person, but he was too exhausted to care. Maybe he should just go to sleep. Then he saw something floating above him. It looked like a piece of paper but emitted a strange, hypnotizing glow. The paper fell to the floor, and Nam approached, confused. Huh? Where did this paper come from? He picked it up and read the message. It's a gift. Please use it when in need. This was confusing. A gift? What did that mean? Moments later, the paper began to emit an intense energy, red with black tones. Nam barely had time to react. Before his eyes appeared the figure of the villain from his story. His body was lifeless, with a hole in his chest. That devastating vision made him recoil in shock. Breathing heavily, Nam realized the villain had not truly been eliminated yet. The villain spoke to the young author. So this is how my life ends. Still with closed eyes, the villain slowly stood up and spoke to the writer. It took many years of time and effort. 10 years I spent sharpening my blade to take revenge on those who destroyed my family. He was very close to Nam and showed pure terror with his intense energy. The villain continued with an eerily calm tone. My family, my friends, I lost so many things and gave up even more, yet I failed. Then he shouted with restrained fury, but you know that better than anyone. Seconds later, a red energy with intense black spikes surrounded the entire room. Nam didn't understand what the villain was trying to say. The protagonist could only say, confused, failed? You mean you are? The red-haired villain extended his hand toward the boy and in an almost pleading tone murmured, please. But the phrase was cut off when all the energy around began violently penetrating Nam's body, making him scream in despair. The villain finally opened his eyes and completed the sentence, do it for me. Nam's existence began to unravel. He no longer belonged to the human world he once knew. Later, Nam was lying on a strange bed. The sun hovered over his body, and a gentle breeze moved the curtains at the window. He struggled to open his eyes, now a deep shade of red. Nam thought he had just fainted the night before. He hadn't yet realized the new environment. Then he realized this was not his room. He looked at his own hands and thought, what kind of clothes are these? Slowly, he stood up and walked to a mirror. The shock was immediate. What is happening? He carefully observed his new features. A sinister blood-red hair, and that ironic mouth. The moment he saw the narrow, cold eyes, devoid of any emotion, he knew. A symbol on his neck confirmed what he already suspected. Looks like I possess this body. The body of Arsene Adel, the most powerful villain of my own novel. He laughed, disoriented. And this happens just days before my own end. The mixed bloodline of that character, descended from demons, began to make sense. The Adel family was one of the most powerful in the empire, until it was destroyed by 6 specific families. Sitting, leaning against the door, Nam understood. This is the story of Arsene Adel. That's why he became a villain. He tried to take revenge but failed, and that's why he brought me here, me, the creator. In a few days, I will be eliminated by the knights of the 6 families. Determined, he raised his hand and called up the status window. Soon, a panel appeared before him. In terms of talent, Adel is one of the most skilled in the novel, but he didn't even compare to the talents given to the protagonists. Nam brought his hand to his head, reflecting, no matter how charismatic the villain is, I never intended to let him beat the hero. Besides, I'm completely unable to control mana. His thoughts left him deeply uneasy. Who would have thought that the dark past I created to make him more intimidating would end up turning against me? He held his head in despair until something caught his attention. On the bed, there was a glowing piece of paper. It was identical to the one that mysteriously appeared in his apartment before he was transported into the novel. Nam ran to it, thinking, I'd completely forgotten about this. Even if it doesn't help much, I'm not in a position to be picky. Staring intently at the paper, he tried to remember. I recall it said to ask for help when I needed something. But when he picked it up, the paper was completely blank. He shouted, disoriented, "Why is it blank? Where's the text?" The only thing written was about how to use the gift. The paper glowed blue, and a question appeared. "Creator, if you don't know how to use the gift, please answer yes or no." Without a response, it asked again. At that moment, Nam cursed the paper in every possible way, or rather, Adele cursed it, but the instruction persisted. "Please write yes or no on the paper." Realizing he was being ignored, Nam wrote, "Yes." The instructions finally appeared. How to use the information purchase. "I will answer anything you write on this paper, Creator. Some questions have no cost, others do." Nam thought, information purchase? So it will answer anything? The paper warned him. The more important the question, the higher the price. Without hesitation, Nam wrote, "How can I return to the real world?" The answer was straightforward. Impossible. Anger grew. Then he asked another question. "Tell me the detailed method to use Adele's mana and abilities." His situation wasn't the best, and Nam just thought, "I need to deal with what's urgent first." The paper replied, enveloping Nam's body with intense blue energy. "This question requires no payment. The manipulation of mana and use of its traits were recorded in your body, Creator. Do you wish to accept? Yes or no?" Nam wrote yes, and immediately began to feel mana flowing inside him. He began testing Adele's abilities. The first trait, the ability to steal someone's 5 senses, darkness. It worked, albeit on a small scale, barely extending beyond his fingers. Even so, he considered the ability useful. Next, the power to restrain the opponent with aura, assassin's intention. Again, it worked. A smile formed on his face. Knights or experienced soldiers might resist, but it should work on ordinary people. Now Nam only needed to understand Adele's most absurd talent, position transfer. It was literally the ability to swap places with an object of his choice, the best assassination technique there is. A magic circle with several arrows appeared beneath his feet. Nam thought, "For now, I can only designate about 20 square meters. It's pathetic compared to Adele's original power, but if I keep training, let's test it with that armor." The transfer began, and Adele's body was dragged to the armor's location. He fell awkwardly to the ground. The protagonist gasped, "Damn, didn't get it on the first try." But he was determined and repeated internally, "I'll do this dozens, no, hundreds of times if necessary. I will succeed, and I will survive." Outside, several knights marched hastily. All were furious. The leader shouted, "Forward! This time we will truly eliminate him!" It was already night, and a light mist enveloped the Arson family estate. The earlier knights had arrived and invaded the house with hostility. The servants, frightened, did nothing but remain helpful and obedient. The group leader, a man with a heavy voice and icy gaze, advanced with his eyes fixed in one direction and asked where Adele was. That man was none other than Feltz, captain of the Leon County. The servants revealed that Adele was in his room, and on the other side of the door, hearing all the commotion, the young man couldn't help but smile faintly. According to reports, Adele hadn't left his room for days. The employees were completely submissive, intimidated by the knight's presence. Feltz frowned. That seemed strange. A few seconds later, he gave the order, and the door was broken down. The soldiers invaded the room brutally. Inside, Adele was sitting relaxed on the bed, facing the entrance. He showed no sign of fear. He only raised his eyes and greeted the captain with a provocative tone. "You came, Captain Feltz? Didn't even think for a second about sparing a boy's life, huh?" Without wasting words, Feltz ordered his men to finish off the young man. But Adele was already prepared. Quickly, he activated his ability. Position transfer. The target, the sword wielded by one of the knights. The weapon began to glow intensely golden. In the blink of an eye, the swap was successful. Adele disappeared and appeared exactly where the sword was. The soldier barely had time to react. Adele, falling toward him, struck a precise blow with his dagger. With accuracy, the young man plunged the blade between the armor gaps directly into the enemy's neck, eliminating him effortlessly. The other soldiers were shocked. No one expected Adele to fight back. Everyone except Feltz, who just watched him with an impassive face. Adele jumped back with agility, landing firmly while still holding the bloodied dagger. Then Feltz shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get him!" The soldiers advanced, but before they could reach him, Adele ran to the glass window and threw himself out. It was the second floor, a considerable fall, but his plan was already laid out. In midair, Adele threw his dagger to the ground and activated his ability again. Position transfer 1. Even after training many times, he felt the nervousness weigh on him, but the transfer was successful. He appeared safe and sound on the ground while the dagger fell in its place. Adele hurriedly got up. He thought to himself, "I need to reach the arson forest." He took off running toward the forest, and Feltz, from the window above, watched his steps carefully. The captain shouted to his men, "He's fleeing! Go after him!" The night was dark and gloomy inside the arson forest. Adele kept running, struggling to catch his breath. He was sweating cold and worried. "Even if I manage to shake off the knights and escape the territory, there's no chance I'll survive on my own." But he already had a plan. Instead, I'll cross the forest gate that leads to the underworld realm. The underworld realm was devastated by a war against humans. If I show enough talent, maybe they'll accept me. Panting, Adele stopped for a moment and looked back. Have they caught up with me yet? Meanwhile, Feltz and his men rode through the forest, searching every corner for Adele. The captain ordered, "Spread out, find him!" Hiding behind a tree, Adele silently observed the pursuers. His problem was that the map didn't say exactly where the portal was, but he was sure the portal had to be nearby. As he advanced among the trees in the forest's dark night, Adele accidentally stepped on a dry branch. His body froze. Adele feared he had revealed his position. Then a wave of energy destroyed several trees around him. Feltz, furious, unleashed wild attacks toward the sound. "You damn slippery one, so that's where you're hiding!" Adele acted quickly and activated his transfer ability once again. Running for his life, he thought, "I think I have 1 or 2 transfers left at most. I need to find the gate soon. Damn, maybe it doesn't even exist." With no options, Adele took out the magical paper he carried and began to write something while running. Reveal the exact location of the gate to the underworld realm in the arson forest. But knowledge had a price. The paper demanded 100 gold coins, or a rank A artifact, a relic, or something even more valuable. Adele shouted, frustrated, "What? You bastard? How am I supposed to have one of those now?" At that moment, an energy explosion approached. Feltz was almost catching him. In seconds, the explosion hit Adele, brutally throwing his body, making him roll on the ground and crash against a tree. Before he could react, Feltz appeared before him with his sword enveloped in mana. He asked, "You ran because you wanted to live?" With a mocking smile, the knight raised the sword and declared, "Adele Arson, you will be eliminated here and now, whether you want it or not." Even bleeding and barely able to stand, Adele sneered, "Stop talking nonsense!" He grabbed the magical paper, trembling, desperately looking for an escape. There was still one last method. Whether he would stay alive or lose his life in the process didn't matter. It was now or never. Ignoring the pain, Adele stood up and pointed his dagger at Feltz. The captain looked at him with contempt. "Resisting until the end, huh? You still have the patriarch's blood after all." Adele could barely hold the weapon. His hand trembled, but his firm voice challenged, "Why do you adults find it so worthy to hunt down a single child?" Adele still mocked. "Have you ever thought about changing careers to babysitting? I don't think you could even take care of a child alone." Feltz's body was taken over by dense red mana. He pointed the sword at Adele without hesitation. "I was going to end you painlessly, but now I'll pierce your heart with this sword given by Count Leon." The attack was launched. The blade went straight toward Adele's head, but the boy reacted. Adele raised the magical paper as a shield, and an intense glow appeared. The conditions had been met. The price was paid. The magical paper's answer finally came. The value was sufficient, initiating guidance to the gate to the underworld realm, located in the arson forest. Adele smiled at Feltz, who looked confused, not understanding what the light was or where his sword was. The blade began to disappear, and a red energy rift appeared beside Adele, opening in the middle of the forest. That was the portal. Adele activated his ability one last time. Position transfer. Feltz understood immediately. He saw the portal and shouted desperate, "No, stop!" But Adele didn't stop. As he ran, he thought, "That bastard, I can't believe he chased me all the way here." The portal spun intensely in bright red. Feltz, in a last desperate act, ripped a huge log from the ground and threw it with brutal force. The log flew straight toward Adele's head, but the boy didn't look back. He kept going forward. His body began to disappear. Before vanishing completely, Adele cast one last look at Feltz and said, "We'll meet again." Feltz was left behind, fury painted on his face, teeth clenched, humiliated for not being able to catch a simple boy, even with his entire army. Then Adele disappeared. And so the protagonist entered the underworld realm. In what seemed like an abandoned palace, someone murmured something incomprehensible. Seconds later, Adele calmly appeared, chewing a piece of dried meat, while thinking about how much time had passed since he had been trapped there. Adele reflected on everything he had faced so far. After crossing the gate, I woke up inside a dungeon created by someone, a place of secret underworld arts. As he ate slowly, he couldn't help but wonder, why is there dried meat and a stone bed in a place like this? Could someone be protecting some treasure? Then he remembered. Not to mention the barrier blocking attacks from the front and that stone guardian. I don't know which high-ranking family created this, but there are very strange things here. Adele stared at the huge portal in front of him with a serious and worried look. That guardian, just looking at it is scary. If I try now, I might end up destroyed. At that moment, the magical paper on the stone bed began to glow, catching his attention. This is the only time you won't receive a penalty. You cannot offer objects not in your possession as payment. Adele just smirked, reading that. If this rule is not followed, the information exchange will not happen. A cold sweat ran down his temple as he thought, this guy is insane. So he'll let it go this time, huh? Suddenly, something caught his attention. A stone stuck in the wall in front of him began to emit a strange glow. Instinctively, Adele placed his hand on the stone and was surprised. "Oh, I can feel these things, even as Adele." But soon a voice echoed in the room. "You have no right to this." Curious, he withdrew his hand from the stone. Thoughtfully, he supposed this might be a function that deactivates the barrier. It was a shame, but Adele would have to think of another way out of there. Sighing, he rested his hand on the glowing barrier again, determined to find a way out. Staring at a rock, Adele commented, "I think this stone fell from the Guardian. Well, if it really is a stone, maybe things will start going right for me." Then, he activated his position transfer ability, making his whole body glow with a light blue hue. Adele swapped places with the previous stone and was pleased with the success. His ability worked as expected. Suddenly, a huge beast appeared before him, ready to devour him. The unexpected situation caught the boy completely by surprise. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a huge castle stood out in the underworld's gloom. Inside the castle, someone was harshly reprimanded for knocking over a bucket of water. On the second floor of the vast hall, a mysterious being observed the events, though showing little interest. That was Patriarch Crete of the Beres family, one of the families present in the underworld. In his room, he spoke to himself while staring at the dark, reddish sky of the underworld. "Things are moving, maybe because my daughter is about to invade the hidden domain of the intermediate level. This will be complicated. If she succeeds, she'll earn the right to enter Saitan, but even if I order her to fail, she will go against my will. That's because only by entering Saitan can she avenge the humans who killed her mother." Crete sighed. "That weakling. Will she survive in a place where only demonic bastards gather?" Soon, a servant burst into the Patriarch's office, desperate, announcing a problem. Crete's eyes glowed yellow, revealing his threatening side. He said with disdain, "What kind of nonsense is this that you're causing such an uproar?" The woman bowed quickly, apologizing, and revealed, "We received news that there is an unidentified person in the hidden domain right now." This caught the Patriarch's attention. "What do you mean someone appeared in the hidden domain?" She confirmed, "There's no sign anyone opened the door to enter, so everyone is confused." Crete asked if the person's identity had been discovered. The servant explained, "Apparently this person triggered a function only you can access, sir, but we don't know who it is." Nervous, the man began tapping his fingers on the table, thoughtful. Maybe he was forcibly summoned by the portal created during the Human-Demon War. Then he ordered the woman to leave. "He'll be eliminated anyway, so don't worry about it. Just focus on preparations for my daughter's exam." Soon after, he walked to a huge glass window, and staring at the cloudy skies, thought, "If all goes well, I might get a good piece for my game. If he's not eliminated in the hidden domain, of course." Meanwhile, our protagonist once again used his transfer ability. Fortunately, he managed to escape the wolf beast from before, but barely. On the other side of the portal, a gigantic stone warrior was hitting the barrier intensely. Sitting on a stone bed, Adele just stared at the monster's fury and commented, "So even if the barrier disappears, it'll be a problem if I leave now." But then he wondered, wait, isn't it made of stone too? And with that, he had a new idea that seemed worth testing. Once again, Adele prepared to use his transfer ability. He targeted the giant stone beast. His body and the creatures began to glow with intense blue light. Worried, Adele thought it seemed to be really working. Then the stone giant was trapped in the room where Adele was, and our protagonist was finally free. On the other side of the barrier, the giant beast became furious and slammed its body against the barrier, attacking it repeatedly without stopping. Adele didn't care. He just ran toward freedom while saying, seeing the creature's despair, "It's going to end up destroying itself like that." Now, Adele only needed to find the exit. That's what he thought, until he faced a giant praying mantis, staring at him like he was its next meal. Soon, Adele realized, so there's a mission at each stage. This looks more dangerous than the wolf. Using a well-thought-out strategy once again, Adele successfully trapped the creature inside that strange barrier. Fleeing again, he reflected, yes, just as I imagined, they're inanimate. Thus, Adele continued exploring the dungeon, using his transfer ability to avoid any traps that appeared along the way, until he reached the last barrier and a voice greeted him. "Welcome for having made it this far." Adele looked at that huge barrier, confused. "What? You're welcoming an intruder?" Then he realized, it looks like a boss room. Could there be someone inside? Looking closer, he saw an extremely powerful skeletal creature. Unlike his previous foes, this one seemed to have intelligence and consciousness. This entity was seated on a stone throne, coated with dense purple mana, holding a huge sword in one hand. Adele identified it as a Death Knight. The protagonist started sweating coldly and analyzed. Judging by the power it radiates, it seems to be on the same level as Felt's. The creature continued, saying it respected its opponent for coming this far. But interrupting its speech, its body began to dematerialize. Adele had activated his position transfer ability once again, and his target was the body of that threatening creature. Crossing easily to the other side, something caught Adele's attention, a gigantic treasure chest. Its size stood out in the dark environment, but it was a specific detail that really sparked his curiosity. Adele murmured, surprised, "It's bigger than I imagined, and it has an ornament, a black dragon engraved." Quickly, he crouched to observe the chest more closely. There was something strange about that image. He reflected, "Wait, a black dragon ornament? Where have I seen that before?" Then he remembered. As if reciting an ancient demonic lesson, he whispered solemnly, "Among the highest-ranking demon families are sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed. As evil and proud as a black dragon, Beres Crete, the seventh deadly sin, pride." Adele cursed quietly, his face tense and gaze lost in emptiness. "If he catches me, I'll definitely be eliminated." With no time to lose, he hurriedly opened the chest, trying to control his nervousness. "Since I've come this far, let's empty the chest and run. There must be some useful item to escape this place." But instead of finding a weapon or some support item, Adele encountered something completely different. Inside the chest, there was nothing but turbulent energy, purple with black tones, something strange and unsettling. Suddenly, that energy jumped out of the chest and flew straight toward Adele. It violently grabbed his face and penetrated his body through his mouth, leaving no chance to react. The impact was brutal. Adele bent to the ground, expelling what seemed to burn inside. Then his body started to thrash violently. Veins bulged all over his face, his muscles trembled, and he screamed in pain, as if something inside him was trying to take control. Until something abnormal happened. Splashes of a dense, dark liquid, resembling corrupted essence, hit the wall in front of him. Something fell to the floor with a dry sound, while Adele bent over, gasping in pain, tightly clutching the dagger between trembling fingers. He had no idea what had just happened. He only knew that his eye had popped out. Dazed, he raised the blade and stared at his reflection. His gaze was now completely black, with a faint purple glow pulsing as if alive. Soon he realized, that liquid that jumped on me. Could it have been this? Quickly he opened his status window. His eyes scanned the information, trying to find something that had now changed. His race was still half demon, his position transfer talent was still there, but something else had been added. The Eye of Pride. This detail really caught his attention. The Eye of Pride could cause an extreme increase in dynamic vision. The eye activated after eliminating an enemy. Adele smiled slyly with the expression of someone who had just discovered a dangerous advantage. "With this, I'll never lose to a bunch of weaklings again. Not bad. Coming to the underworld realm was the right choice. I already have everything I need. Time to get out of here." But then his eyes found a huge stone door that had gone unnoticed until then, decorated with two dragons facing each other. "I was so focused on the chest, I didn't even notice this door behind it. Now what? I made too much noise. There's probably an entire army waiting for me outside. If I go out, I'll be eliminated." He hesitated, tense, weighing the possibilities. "Will I have to kneel faster than light just to stay alive? First of all, if they find out I'm from the arson family, they'll finish me off even if I beg for mercy." Adele concentrated his mana and quickly hid the crest he wore around his neck. Meanwhile, the skeleton trapped on the other side of the barrier screamed desperately, banging hard against the invisible barrier. Its voice echoed deafeningly. "Your Highness is arriving! Quick, open the door!" Adele glanced sideways, confused, and repeated slowly, "Your Highness?" His expression changed instantly. "Wait, is that why the skeleton received an intruder like that? And the stone bed? All of this?" A dark hypothesis arose in his mind. This place must be a domain created by the superior families for tests. Wasting no time, he pulled out a magic paper and began writing hurriedly. "I need to find out who owns this. I stole the reward that was theirs. They will definitely shred me without a second thought." Finally, with his heart racing, he asked the paper, "Tell me who is the character closest to me now." As always, the magic paper wouldn't give such valuable information without demanding something in return. "This information has a price. Pay with something equivalent to 100 gold coins or a relic-level artifact or higher." Adele's eyes widened, desperate. "A price? What can I offer?" The magic paper replied firmly. "Mana. Pay with 100 points of your maximum mana." That would be hard for Adele, but he could recover later. Of course, if he survived. The paper glowed to start drawing mana from Adele's body. Thus it announced, "Taking 100 points of your mana, creator. Payment satisfactory." Meanwhile, footsteps echoed through the dungeon corridors. Someone was approaching. Finally, the paper revealed the information Adele so badly needed. "The figure closest to you is Renee, the youngest daughter of Crete Beres, patriarch of the Beres family." Adele swallowed hard. Now things were really going from bad to worse. The boy thought, this domain was created by the Beres family as a training ground for the youngest daughter. The Eye of Pride must be her reward for completing the test. Renee, who has enough authority within the family, will cut through the guardians like butter and appear right in front of me. And that's exactly what happened. The skeleton that had been screaming before was destroyed with a single blow. Renee appeared next, walking calmly, and looked at Adele with suspicion. "Who are you?" she asked coldly. Adele thought fast. There was no escape anymore. In a desperate improvised impulse, he knelt and said with all the formality he could muster, "Congratulations on completing the domain, Miss Renee. You are now worthy." But her gaze narrowed, and with sword in hand, she demanded an explanation. Adele was sweating coldly, his voice trembling with tension. "The patriarch ordered me to act as your personal guard." Inside, he thought, our eyes met, but she didn't seem to recognize the eye of pride. Renee kept her icy, piercing gaze. Trying to get ahead, Adele said hesitantly, "Yes, despite my appearance, I am quite skilled." His plan was simple. Use the girl as a shield to get out alive. After a brief silence, Renee lowered her sword, sighing lightly, although her eyes remained alert. Adele noticed the hesitation. "She doesn't trust me, so..." In a risky move, Adele activated his position transfer ability and swapped places with her sword. In an instant, he was inches from the young woman. Renee's eyes widened. Taking advantage of the gap, he gently held her arm and declared, "I believe I can be useful to protect you, Miss Renee." The girl's body was wrapped in dense red mana, pulsing with power. She pushed Adele's hand away with a look of pure disgust. Adele could only think, almost in panic, "What, she's angry?" But Renee just crossed her arms and huffed, as if it were just a passing annoyance. Luckily, she ignored everything Adele had done. Turning to the huge stone door, Adele tried to end it as quickly as possible. "Please, go to the patriarch immediately after leaving here. He's waiting for you." Renee nodded silently. As she pushed the door open, he added, "I will take care of the other tasks the patriarch entrusted to me." But internally, Adele thought with his heart pounding in his throat, "I need to get out of here as soon as possible." He opened the door for Renee to pass, keeping up the act until the end, and looked at the girl as he reminded her, "Promise you won't be late." But as soon as the door fully opened, Adele didn't notice that someone was there. On the other side, several people awaited him. Renee stopped, surprised to see her father there, accompanied by several warriors of the bear's family. Noticing the girl's hesitation, Adele finally looked ahead, and then he saw him, the patriarch of the bear's family. His gaze was terrifying, full of authority, and clearly, he was not in a good mood. Adele's heart skipped a beat. Now everything was truly over. His mind was racing with questions. "Why is Crete here?" Desperate, Adele could only predict the worst. "He will try to eliminate me if he finds out I took the Eye of Pride, but why isn't he reacting?" Crete then calmly turned to his daughter and asked in a direct tone, "Did you clear the domain successfully?" Somewhat hesitant, Renee nodded in confirmation. Understanding the situation, Crete simply said, "Come with me." No words were addressed to Adele, which only increased his anxiety. Without even realizing it, he started following Renee, who walked behind her father. Deep down, he felt the soldiers' gazes devouring him alive. It was impossible to face them in that state, so he just followed the girl. Even more nervous, Adele thought. "I have nothing to give the paper, which means I can't use its power." Soon they arrived at the imposing mansion of the bear's family. Adele continued to follow silently until Crete ordered the soldiers, "Return to your quarters." Then he turned to Adele and said coldly, "Wait here. We will talk later." After that, he went upstairs with his daughter. Adele's heart beat faster. Is he going to leave me alone? Could this be my chance? But when he glanced discreetly back, he noticed tense and watchful eyes observing from behind the bushes. Soon came the boy's frustration. "I can't run away. I'm still being watched." Meanwhile, Crete took Renee to his office. Sitting at the desk, he calmly watched her while she stared at him, curious. Then he said, "You've completed my last task. Do you really intend to enter the training facility?" Renee just nodded. Crete was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "And the boy? How did he do?" With her usual cold gaze, Renee remembered Adele's teleportation ability and answered without hesitation, "He is strong." Crete slightly raised one corner of his mouth in a rare smile. Internally, he thought, "Interesting." Then he stood up, turned his back to his daughter and declared, "You've proven your worth. You may go to Saitan as you have always wished." For the first time, Renee truly showed excitement. With a face shining with joy, she sincerely thanked her father. Looking at the sky through the window, Crete thought to himself, "I thought he would be eliminated as soon as he invaded the domain. But he survived? And even obtained the Eye of Pride? And with Renee speaking well of him, he's definitely worth using." Outside, Adele remained motionless, petrified with worry. He had no idea how much longer he would have to wait. It was already night in the underworld when Adele was led to the mansion. A servant silently guided him through the corridors to Crete's office. As soon as he entered, Adele found himself face to face with the family patriarch. Crete's gaze was piercing, as if looking right through him, analyzing him from head to toe without saying a single word. The atmosphere was suffocating, and the man's look was sharp and frightening. Adele stared back, not knowing what was going on in the mind of that imposing leader. What kind of judgment was this? Breaking the silence, Adele finally asked, voice trembling, "Why did you let me live?" Then Crete broke the silence. He called Adele a bastard, and in an instant, an intense flow of demonic mana filled the entire room. The pressure was overwhelming. In a threatening tone, he declared, "You deceived my daughter very well." The energy enveloped Adele's body. who fell to the ground bent over, gasping in pain. The pressure crushed him completely, almost tearing him apart. Desperate, Adele shouted, "You don't intend to kill me, do you?" This seemed to surprise Crete for a moment. The patriarch's murderous intent dissipated, and Adele finally managed to breathe, albeit with difficulty. That demonic energy was terrifying. Crete then pointed at him and commented, "You are quite clever." Then he asked his name. Adele introduced himself but omitted the fact that he was half human and half demon. Hearing the name, Crete got irritated. He repeated the boy's name, now enveloping his hand with a dark aura, and in the blink of an eye, that energy surrounded Adele's body, who began to levitate toward the patriarch. Not understanding what was coming, Adele was forced to ask, "What do you want from me?" Crete ordered, "Open your mouth." Before the boy's face appeared a small creature, a miniature dragon hovering in the air. Crete's gaze was cold as he ordered, "You only need to continue telling my daughter what you were already telling her." The little dragon invaded Adele's body, and Crete coldly revealed, "If you have any other thought, this poison will tear your heart apart." Adele writhed in pain, trying to resist the creature's invasion. When Crete finally ceased his magic, the young man fell to the ground. Turning his back, the patriarch announced, "I will prepare a place for you to stay. Wait until I call you later." Adele could barely breathe, but was expelled from the room shortly after. Inside, he could only think about the huge mess he had gotten himself into. Later, he was taken to a small, modest house. One of the servants announced, "You will stay in this room from now on." Adele looked at the place with a lost expression. Inside, he thought, "I have become dependent on this family by Crete's will." Adele added, "I'm grateful enough that he let me live." But in a lonely outburst, he murmured that he felt completely used. He lay down on the bed, thoughtful. "Well, I was partially recognized by Crete. Maybe this is a good situation, but above all, I need to get rid of that thing." Adele was referring to the little poisonous dragon now inside him. Then he took a risky action. The protagonist used his transfer ability to remove the creature from his own body. In alarm, he shouted, "It worked! As I suspected, it was inanimate. Just thinking about what would have happened if I had failed." The little dragon rested calmly in his hand, sleeping. Adele watched it cautiously. "I think it will notice immediately if I eliminate this thing. What do I do now?" Suddenly, the little creature opened its eyes, revealing an intense red. Adele immediately understood. "It's awakening because the mana coming from my body was cut off." With no other choice, Adele poured some of his mana over the creature, making it fall asleep again. Carefully, he placed the little dragon on the bed and threw himself beside it, exhausted. He could finally relax a little. He took a deep breath and said, "I wonder how much of the trap in my throat was deactivated. I think I'm going to faint." Before closing his eyes, he opened his status panel. He noticed his mana had decreased by 100 points. Also, he realized that the position transfer skill had risen to level 2, but the problem was the amount of mana. Adele reflected to himself, "Compared to protagonists, this is nothing. Just a drop in the ocean. How can I increase my mana?" Then he remembered there was a method to deal with this problem. A few mornings later, Adele met Renee again. The interaction between them was not very good. As usual, she received him with a cold and apathetic look, making it clear she didn't like him. Frustrated, Adele thought, "It's been 3 days since I was assigned as Renee's guard. She always reacts coldly." Seconds later, the young woman turned and began walking. Adele watched her silently as memories flooded his mind. When Renee was younger, she had a bright personality. But after losing her mother to humans, the cheerful little girl changed completely and now acts like someone without emotions, behaving coldly. Being the author and creator of that story, Adele really felt sorry for the girl. Suddenly, one of the servants shouted, "Adele! Renee! The patriarch is calling you both." Adele looked back, confused. That was unexpected. Both headed toward the patriarch's office. On the way, Adele reflected, the reason for the call can only be about Renee's entry into Saitan. Although Renee had successfully invaded the domain and eliminated all creatures with extreme skill, Crete did not allow the girl to go to Saitan alone. Upon arrival, the patriarch spoke firmly. "Saitan is not an easy place. With your abilities, you would be eliminated quickly, without even avenging your mother." As he spoke, a dense aura of hatred and anger began to emanate from Renee's body. Adele felt a shiver run through him. "I have the feeling I shouldn't be here." But before he could retreat, the patriarch continued. "However, if you take Adele as your guard, I will allow your entry." Renee immediately refused. For Adele, this could only mean that Renee hated him deeply. Adele mentally affirmed, "Saitan is the school of the demon kingdom where all the promising children of this world gather. They are always in conflict with the imperial school, the protagonist school, and in this scenario, many students, including Renee, ended tragically and lost their lives. That was the worst possible place, where losing one's life was only a matter of time given the countless incidents that happened." Adele silently looked at the young woman. "I don't understand why she's trying to go to a place like this. If it were me, no. Maybe this is the best place to gather strength." Adele mentally affirmed. I know most of the major incidents that happened between the Imperial School and Saitan. That's it. Let's try. Turning to the patriarch, Adele spoke. In exchange for going with Renee, I have a request. Crete looked at him severely. Adele thought inside, if I'm going to be dragged there anyway, I might as well get something in return. Firmly, he revealed, my request is related to mana. Crete smiled with an angry air. Well, I thought you would ask me to remove that. Adele shuddered. Renee was also looking at him, curious. At that moment, Adele only thought, he can't find out that the venomous dragon worm is no longer inside me. Crete, calling him a bastard once again, replied, it's not a difficult request, so I will listen to you. Soon after, Crete asked his daughter to leave. Renee cast one last cold glance at Adele before leaving the office. And Adele, left alone there, couldn't help but think bitterly, does she hate the idea of going with me that much? Adele stared at the man before him, worried and deep in thought. What will he give me? A mana elixir? An artifact wouldn't be bad either. Then Crete revealed, this is a treasure that can cause sensitive reactions among family members, which is why I sent my daughter out. The words family treasure immediately caught Adele's attention. Standing up, the patriarch was enveloped by a powerful aura of mana that filled the entire room. With seriousness, he argued, I know the mana you have is very little, and since you will be eliminated instead of my daughter, this is the least I can do for you. Crete gestured for Adele to come closer. The man's appearance was terrifying, as if he was about to explode the boy into 1,000 pieces with the mana sphere pulsing in his hand. In a deep voice, he declared, I will transfer to you the basic mana cultivation technique of the Kalanan family. But at that moment, it felt like he was about to rip Adele's soul out. The boy was shocked, unable to move, as if in a trance. What? Mana cultivation technique? The patriarch placed his hand over Adele's head and recited, grant your heir the blessing of the flow of chaos, that he may reign with justice, and not allow thousands of demons to go hungry. But do not test him. Should he do so, let his name be glorified. Soon, Adele's body exploded with mana as he bowed to the patriarch on the ground. The patriarch was surprised. An ordinary person would lose their sanity just by hearing this chant. That's why Crete really found Adele interesting. With this cultivation technique, mana will be granted directly by the demon god. Thus, you will be able to achieve what you desire. Adele reflected, demon god? Then Crete stated, however, it seems your family is related to the 7 deadly sins. But Adele didn't understand that. Crete became furious and thought to himself, even so, now that I planted the worm's poison inside you, it wouldn't matter if you were a spy. Little did he know that Adele no longer had that creature inside him. The protagonist was confused and questioned himself. My family is related to the 7 deadly sins? I don't remember creating that plot. After that, Adele left the office and went to the forest to train, since his mana could get out of control. Once he accepted the demonic energy from the demon god, Adele would no longer be able to use human mana. Anyway, he had no choice. As he began to meditate, a huge beast appeared before Adele. The protagonist recognized it as Mongrel. The creature said, I don't think you carry the blood of that child. It seems you carry the blood of the filthy traitor. Adele couldn't help but ask if that was the form of the demon god. The creature confirmed it was. That's how beings in that world called it. Adele then asked, are you planning to eliminate me? The monster replied, if I were, you would have been eliminated the moment you spoke. But for some reason, I don't want to end you, as it seems you carry the same sin as I do. I feel a strange connection with you. Thus, it granted a mark on Adele's wrist. The mark symbolized that Adele was worthy of using that being's power. The beast told the boy to be proud, to not lose composure, and to prove his worth. Adele was disconcerted. I just borrowed the power of a demon god. I think I just gained 3 extra lives with this mark. The mark was similar to a tattoo, and Adele thought that soon his entire body would be covered by them. Lurking nearby, someone heard everything Adele was reflecting aloud. It was Renee, and unlike usual, she was in shock. Adele became worried that she had heard what happened, but it was already too late. She spoke excitedly and blushed a little. Dark priest. With that, Adele's secret didn't last even a second. It had been a month since Adele received the demon god's mark. Checking his status, his mana already exceeded 1,000 points. He had trained a lot and thus managed to triple his mana in a very short time. Adele owed this to his traits of interest and focus. The protagonist thought that in a few years, he might even surpass the heirs of the 6 houses of the human kingdom. He realized, recalling something, that in his current state he could even conquer that hidden domain. But before that, he needed to settle a little matter with Renee. He couldn't help but think, perplexed, upon seeing the girl. Why is she training in front of my house instead of the training field? Adele called the young Renee's attention and thought, it's good that she doesn't avoid me like before, but I think she's misunderstanding me a lot as a dark priest. That made sense, since only black priests could communicate with the demon god in that world. Actually, it was better that Renee hadn't heard Adele talking directly with the demon god. But if she started treating him as superior, bad rumors would spread through the family. Adele called Renee, and she responded, startled. He argued, I understand what you're thinking, but I ask you please to treat me as before. Still, she hesitated. Adele revealed, I'm just following orders from the family head to protect you, so please feel free with me. Renee then asked Adele for some water. He didn't fully understand that seemingly senseless request. While stretching awkwardly, Renee responded, You told me to feel free. I'm tired and thirsty after training. Adele thought, I guess I'll have to do whatever she asks. Moments later, he served tea to the girl. While she drank, Adele's mind was racing. I need to go and conquer that domain soon, but Renee won't leave me alone. I'm running out of time. I have to act before the main protagonist crosses to the demon kingdom before me. I need that treasure to survive in Saitan. Then he called Renee. Miss, how are your preparations to enroll in Saitan? She replied, Why are you asking that out of nowhere? Adele tried to start a conversation. You're going to meet all kinds of cruel humans there, right? In a dry tone, she questioned him, Are you asking because you're worried about me? She added that she had already prepared everything. But Adele wanted to know if she was really sure. Why don't you go back and check one more time just to be sure? I don't want you to regret it later if you forgot something important. Renee became confused and thoughtful and confronted him. What do you mean? Get to the point. Adele tried to explain he was only worried about her. After all, he was her escort. Renee called him a liar. Where do you want to go hiding from me? Adele realized she wouldn't fall for that excuse. With her body wrapped in furious manna, she questioned, Are you tired of me? Adele stated that actually he heard there was a domain nearby and was planning to conquer it. Thus he asked her please to understand that all of that was for her safety. The girl became thoughtful, and Adele just hoped she would leave soon. Then Renee said she forgot something, making Adele very happy. He proposed that she return to the mansion, but she finished the sentence. I forgot to warm up. Adele was confused. Renee revealed, I haven't warmed up yet. I'll go with you to the domain, that way we can finish it today. That caught Adele completely off guard. Without beating around the bush, she asked where that domain was. Half dazed, Adele just said it was the domain of the immortals. Adele pointed firmly. That place was once ruled by necromancers, but now it's full of soldiers turned into specters. That happened after the necromancers were wiped out in the war between humans and demons. Before he could continue, Renee interrupted him with conviction. That place, I know it. Adele noticed something. Renee's tone had changed, and now she was sweating cold. That was enough to make her visibly disturbed. He then reflected, it must be at least a mid to high level domain. By now, the number of soldiers must have increased. Despite that, he thought relying on Renee's help wouldn't be so bad. But the problem was that if they left together, it would be even harder to escape the mansion, and the news would reach Crete immediately. Without beating around the bush, he shot at the girl. How about not going if it's a burden? If the patriarch finds out you left without permission? Renee, walking ahead of the boy, interrupted him firmly. It's fine. Turning to him, she added confidently, I know a secret exit. Later, at the walls surrounding the mansion, still deep in the dense forest, Renee pointed to a small hole in the stone wall. Clearly, it wasn't the first time she escaped through there. Adele remarked, You seem quite familiar with this place. But the girl remained silent, naturally ignoring him. Adele gave up insisting. However, he was sure. She must escape frequently. Hiding the basket with tea in a bush, he gave the order. Let's go before they catch us. Soon, both were walking through a vast mountain covered by a light mist. Adele, a bit nervous, asked, Is it still far? Renee looked back, staring at him with an uncertain expression. Realizing he had spoken too much, Adele justified himself. I never had a reason to leave the mansion's surroundings, so I don't know much about the region. Without suspecting anything, Renee pointed to the top of a mountain. Ah, we're almost there. We just need to get over that hill. Adele just nodded. Then we're almost there. A few kilometers later, both reached their destination. The place was in ruins, broken walls, and an air of total abandonment. Renee seemed excited, even started cheerfully cursing in her own dialect, which caught Adele's attention. Even without understanding the words, he understood the feeling. Stepping back a little, he thought, I need to hide from Renee that I'm from the Ars lineage at all costs. Only I know the entrance to the domain. Pointing to a pile of loose rocks, Adele called her. I think we can get in by digging here. Soon he found something unusual, a message carved into the stones. Under the largest stone statue, soldiers of rotting flesh guard these lands. He stated, This must be the entrance. Both faced a staircase leading to the underground. Adele offered, Should I go first? But Renee, as always determined, refused. No, I'll go first. Thus, they entered the dungeon. The place was surprisingly well lit. Adele observed, It's brighter in here than I expected. Further ahead, Renee pointed to something curious. It looked like a small, forgotten church. The atmosphere was eerie. Still, she confirmed, We're in the right place. Adele faced the place, worried. It's on a different level than Byers' domain. I bet there are at least 100 new graves here. Without hesitation, Renee announced, Let's go. Adele drew his dagger, ready for whatever came. Moments later, a skeletal hand emerged from a tomb. Several undead soldiers began rising from the ground, sniffing the intruders. Soon both were surrounded. Adele called to Renee and shouted he would hold them all off. The young woman, confirming, infused a dense layer of mana into her sword. Suddenly she charged at the crowd, tearing the skeletons apart as if they were paper. Adele was amazed. "As I thought, I made the right choice coming with her," he warned. "There must be a necromancer controlling all this, at the back of the skeletal soldier squad." Renee was already out of sight, and Adele blocked the skeleton's attacks. He shouted he would catch up soon, but something unexpected happened. The skeletons Renee had destroyed were reassembling. She, in shock, exclaimed, "They come back to life?" From the back of the room, a heavy voice answered, "You must be fearless to enter here." Unlike the others, that skeleton exuded dense green mana, carried an artifact in its hands, and wore a cloak. He ordered, "Eliminate the intruders." Adele appeared behind Renee and she shouted, warning him, "They keep coming back. What do we do?" Adele pointed while running. "It's because of the caster. Don't stop. Keep advancing, miss." Ahead, a group of skeletons blocked the path. Adele cut one in half, but unsuccessfully as it reassembled in seconds. He shouted to Renee, "I have an easy way to solve this." But Renee already knew what to do. She charged straight at the necromancer, now the true target. The skeleton, holding a crystal, ordered all others to restrain the girl. Adele understood the situation. "We just need to reach him. Everything ends when we break the caster's orb." He thought anxiously. "Finally, I can use the new skill position transfer Z." Suddenly, more powerful skeletons appeared. One of them, gigantic and wielding an axe, blocked Renee. Adele feared for her, but with fury, Renee charged without hesitation and cut the skeleton into pieces with monstrous ease. Adele realized, she's a monster. Finally, he got close enough to the necromancer to use his evolved skill. But the skill evolution worked differently now. It swapped objects instead of his body. In moments, the orb disappeared from the skeleton's hands and appeared in Adele's. Without wasting time, he crushed it. All the skeletons fell to the ground in pieces. Excited, Adele celebrated with Renee. "We did it!" Then a breeze whispered in their ears. A soft voice said, "Thank you." Adele thought, moved. This tragedy happened because of what I wrote. So he asked, "Rest in peace." Renee called him. "Is there anything else to do?" The boy smiled. "Yes, it's time for the reward." Upon seeing the chest, Adele thought, excited, "Finally, I'll get the item I need." Opening the treasure chest, Adele found several valuable items. One caught his attention, Fangs of Darkness. A dagger forged from dark steel of the demon realm, converts darkness into mana, increases cutting power and speed in the dark. Another item was equally intriguing, Eternal Full Moon, an artifact ring, absorbs sensitivity to mana and moonlight. The protagonist held the dagger enthusiastically. It emanated a majestic, icy blue glow. Adele smiled, satisfied. "With this, I'll be able to use my darkness trait to the fullest." Then he looked at the ring, unsure exactly what to do with it. "It's good to have an item like this, but I don't need it that much." Then he turned to Renee and said, "How about you keep the ring, Miss Renee? I'll keep the dagger." The young woman immediately agreed and walked over to Adele to take the item. However, the boy did something unexpected. He held the girl's hand and gently placed the ring on her finger. Renee was shocked by the gesture and couldn't hide her surprise. Her cheeks blushed intensely. Quickly, she pulled her hand back, her body trembling. Adele just stared at her, confused by that unusual reaction. Why is she reacting like this? Could it be that among demons, putting a ring on the finger has some special meaning? Adele decided to ask directly, "So what do you think, miss?" But the young woman was absorbed, her eyes fixed on the ring on her index finger, her face still flushed. Finally, she announced that the ring was amazing. Satisfied, Adele turned his attention to what remained inside the chest. "I'm glad you liked it. Now, since I took care of the boss, I'll keep all the gold." He began gathering the gold coins, stacking them, but Renee appeared right behind him and plunged her sword right into the middle of the pile. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Adele quickly corrected himself. "And I'll divide everything properly, down to the last coin." After clearing the domain, the two returned to the mansion. Adele walked beside Renee, excited. "We managed to get back before dinner." In the following days, Adele spent his time doing favors for Renee and training his mana. A month passed like that. Opening his status panel, he observed, satisfied, almost 1,300 mana. That puts me in the average ranks of the demon realm. A few days later, Crete summoned Adele and Renee. Both waited in the Patriarch's office, who was facing away. Without turning, he announced, "It's time for you to enter Saitan." Adele thought immediately. "Finally," Crete continued. "Today you will go to the capital for enrollment in the academy. Are the preparations finished?" Both nodded in unison. The Patriarch concluded, "You may go. I don't believe you need a farewell." Renee lowered her head, thoughtful, but bowed before her father, who still had his back turned, and left the room. Adele also bowed and respectfully declared, "Now I will accompany the young lady." Before leaving, Crete called him and said his last words, "I hope you do well." Adele understood the message and assured him he would. Later, a carriage awaited them in the mansion's courtyard. Servants ran around making the final preparations. Renee announced firmly, "Let's depart immediately." Crete watched everything through the window of his office, expressionless. Before getting into the carriage, Adele cast one last look at the patriarch and thought, he said he wouldn't give us a farewell, but I guess even demons care about their children. He smiled, determined. I'm worried about the future, but now that I've come this far, I will achieve my goal in Saitan. The carriage departed. The road was rough, full of potholes, making the vehicle shake nonstop. Renee remained silent, looking at the landscape through the window. Adele began to get nervous. She hasn't said a word since we left. Did I do something wrong? The young woman looked at him for a moment. She thought to herself, at first I didn't like him. He seemed suspicious, but he's actually more handsome than I imagined. Trying to break the ice, Adele scratched his head and said, "The weather's nice today, huh?" Renee didn't answer, just watched him thoughtfully. Despite his empty words and actions, he seemed so weak. Is he really a priest? Not understanding the girl's intense gaze, Adele looked away. Renee sighed, bored. What an idiot. I saw him talking to the demon god. Why am I doubting him? That only made Adele more nervous. I messed everything up, didn't I? Then Renee's gaze rested on the ring. Her face blushed again as she remembered the moment Adele put it on her finger. A whirlwind of thoughts invaded her mind. An eternal vow. That's what it means when someone of the opposite sex puts a ring on your finger in the demon realm. He did it without saying a word. What kind of vow did he make? Adele called her back to reality. We have about an hour left. We arrived earlier than expected. She just gave the same cold look as always and turned her face away, showing no interest. Adele insisted, worried, "Miss, did I do something wrong?" But she was direct. "Shut up. I'm going to take a nap." Later, they arrived at the city. The place was busy and Adele couldn't hide his admiration. So this is the capital of the demon realm. Renee, on the other hand, remained silent. Adele's thoughts kept racing. It doesn't seem that different from the human realm. Everything looks kind of medieval. Observing the passers-by, he noticed certain traits. The difference is some have horns and other different physical features. Elite demons have something striking, tattoos. That one there has one on his neck, like me. Renee started walking. Noticing Adele standing still, she called him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Snapping out of his daydream, he hurried with the luggage beside the young woman. "So where are we going now?" Renee revealed, "The admission exam is at noon in 2 days. We need to register before then." Since they still had time, Adele suggested, "If it's only in 2 days, how about we tour the capital until then?" Cold as always, the young woman said, "I'm not interested." The conversation died before it began. Adele tried to continue, but Renee said they had no time. Registration was the priority. He just thought, her story was that she hadn't left home since her mother's death, right? I can't understand her. Soon they arrived at the registration place. Adele was impressed by the size of the academy. "So this is Saitan. Incredible. It must be 3 times bigger than a regular university." A man with a shiny bald head was handling registrations. Without looking much, he announced, "Registered. Return in 2 days. Next." Adele introduced himself. The man looked at him suspiciously and asked what he was. The boy didn't look like a demon. Veins bulging on his shiny bald head, he shouted furiously, "A half-demon dares to apply? We lost the war, but what do you think about this place?" Speechless, Adele just thought with a sigh, "I think my future is going to be very complicated." The bald man pointed at Adele arrogantly. "It's because of miserable rats like you." Before he could finish the sentence, Renee appeared, interrupting the commotion. "What's going on here?" She gave the bald man her usual icy look. He recognized her immediately. It was impossible to ignore those black horns. The man grumbled, surprised. "This new generation is unbelievable. Seeing a child of the house of the 7 deadly sins around here. If you're a candidate, declare your house and identity." Without much emotion, Renee answered that she was from House Bears, and that her name was Renee. Then she introduced Adele. "And this is my guard. He will also be admitted with me." The bald man started writing, muttering disdainfully, "A half-demon as a bodyguard? The house of the 7 deadly sins really lost its standards." Tired of that nonsense, Renee discreetly moved her hand to her back, almost drawing her sword. In a threatening tone, she declared, "I won't stand here listening to you insult House Bears for another second." The mood changed immediately. The man cleared his throat, changing posture. "We don't discriminate candidates' identities, so let's forget what I just said." Adele responded firmly, "House Pixie, Adele." Thus, their registration was completed. They were to return in 2 days. During the war between humans and demons, half-demons fought alongside humans and were stronger. It's natural that everyone there still feels hostility toward half-demons. Despite the anger, there wasn't much to be done. Adele, trying to calm Renee, who was almost tearing the bald man's head off with her gaze alone, took her away. "Come on, Lady Renee, we need a place to stay now." Later, they arrived at a modest but clean inn. Renee was not pleased with the place. Everything seemed too old. Adele just reflected, staring at the inn's entrance. "The 10 gold coins Crete gave us will barely be enough for both of us for a month. Because of the war's consequences, House Bears is poor, so I couldn't ask for more." Excited, he turned to Renee. Shall we go in then? At the reception, Adele requested a room for 2 people for 2 days. Renee feigned disinterest but blushed completely when the clerk asked if the room would be shared. Quickly, Adele corrected, 2 rooms, please. But Renee's head was already on fire, too embarrassed to even respond. For 2 gold coins, they got 2 rooms on the inn's 2nd floor. Adele thought, that's about 200,000 wons in human currency. Not so bad. Renee hurried up the stairs, saying she would go ahead. Adele replied, I'll bring the luggage right after. Have a good rest, Lady Renee. She just gave that typical cold look and went upstairs. Adele observed, she always lived in a huge mansion. This must be her first time sleeping in a place like this, but she'll probably get used to it soon. Finally, he thought with relief, time to rest too. I have 2 days to recover. 2 days passed quickly, and the day of the admission exam arrived. At the academy entrance, soldiers directed the youths. Candidates, enter and follow the instructions. Adele walked beside Renee, attentive to the surroundings. There are so many people. Are there at least 100 here? He became worried. To think so many are signing up to fight humans. I have to be careful, not to reveal my identity. Soon they reached a large room, even more crowded. An announcement echoed, From here, present your documents and board in order. Adele was confused when suddenly a train appeared before them. No one expected that, not even Adele, the novel's writer. He remembered what he knew of the story. They say several dimensional portals shaped like a labyrinth were installed to prevent intruders. It's only possible to reach Saitan via the train. He then reflected, and to think that huge fortress we saw from outside was only a part of this place. What's the real size of this? Adele and Renee sat side by side on the train. The vehicle was fast and soon it was announced, We will arrive at Saitan shortly. Prepare for impact. Upon arrival, Adele was enchanted by the grandeur of the place. Even seeing only the facade, they knew this place was on another level. As everyone got off the train, they heard, Candidates, follow the guide and enter the auditorium where the exam will be held. The candidates, including Adele, were amazed by the place. It was huge and even somewhat intimidating. All present were young demons, which made Adele even more uneasy. Are there other heirs of the House of the 7 Deadly Sins here? Soon, a group entered with an imposing posture. The crowd murmured, They're not students. Judging by their clothes, they seem like instructors. Adele thought, maybe if I make a good impression, life here will be a little easier. Renee commented that time was up. The doors slammed shut violently behind the candidates. No one could leave anymore. The lights went out. Tension filled the air. Adele thought, it was bright outside. Could it be some kind of magical effect? An authoritative voice echoed, Silence! A light revealed a young woman with golden hair and pink eyes. She looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. Welcome to Saitan, bunch of brainless fools, so many of you eager to lose your lives this year. Adele couldn't believe it. Her voice alone carries that much weight? Laughing like a psychopath, she ended the brief introduction and announced, The admission exam will begin now. A wave of energy swept through the room. Adele looked worriedly at Renee, but she ordered, Focus on the exam! Some candidates began to suffocate. The instructors just watched, not interfering, even seeing bodies bending in pain. An instructor with a small scar on her eye commented, The director has a very twisted taste, don't you think? But the muscular man beside her replied, No matter the talent, if the mental strength is weak, it's useless. That's why Director Lucian personally supervises the first stage of the exam. That was the mental resistance test. It serves to check if candidates can withstand critical situations and keep secrets if captured by humans. The man looked at Lucian and said, 5 minutes have passed and almost no one is standing. Adele was barely holding on. Renee, beside him, didn't seem affected at all. The woman with the scar commented, Except for those 8 there, everyone else has already fallen. I expected more given the number of candidates. But the man responded, About 40% lasted more than 5 minutes. Compared to the last group, that's quite a lot. That's a relief. They say all the heirs of the 7 deadly sins are in this group. Looks like the rumors were true. Some candidates were motionless, defeated by the magical pressure. One of the instructors noticed Adele trembling and asked, Who's that boy? He doesn't seem to be one of the heirs. The instructor just laughed. Yeah, and yet he's been resisting for almost 10 minutes, but he probably won't last much longer. Adele was almost completely bent over. A red layer of mana tried to protect his body, but something changed. The muscular guard sensed something coming from him. Then Adele's body exploded in an intense wave of red and black mana. Something was very wrong with that young man. That murderous intent was beyond absurd. All the instructors were surprised. Lucian fixed her eyes on him. The muscular instructor thought, This is dangerous. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. Adele needed to be eliminated immediately. Suddenly, all the instructors turned their attention to the boy, and the muscular instructor reacted even before Adele realized. But before the instructor could threaten Adele's life, Lucian stared at him with a severe look. It was clear. That man should not take another step. The instructor took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. Still disturbed, he finally withdrew his hand from the sword. He couldn't help but think, Damn, Am I getting nervous in front of a mere rookie? The instructor beside him barely contained a smile seeing the confusion on her colleague's face. To understand what really happened to Adele, we need to go back a few minutes. While the other candidates were already down, exhausted, Adele was still fighting to stay standing. With difficulty, he murmured to himself, "I'm about to lose my head. I need to find a way to endure." Then he reached a conclusion. Wait, what if it's my murderous intent? Maybe that's enough to face that girl's aura. I have no other choice. Then, an explosion of mana took over his body. Adele screamed like a madman, taken by that brutal power that seemed to consume him entirely, as if he was transforming into something out of control. Lucian watched him from afar, surprised by the standout candidate among the crowd. She spoke to Adele in a provocative tone. "You're holding up well. Should I increase the intensity a little more?" Adele answered with a crazy, slightly psychopathic smile, accepting the challenge. "Just a little more." On one side, a bright blue murderous intent filled the room. On the other, a dark red mist emerged from Adele's body. Even with that insane pressure, Adele resisted without difficulty. Finally, his mana stabilized. A light energy layer enveloped his body, protecting him from the pressure imposed by Lucian. Satisfied, he murmured, "It really worked. Now I feel much better." Turning around, he searched with his eyes for Renee. Adele noticed a faint blue mana protecting her. She's also resisting very well, as expected. What he didn't see was the slight tremor in the girl's body. Besides that, the heirs of the 7 deadly sins were also resisting very well. There were Baltan, heir of envy, Prone of lust, Samuel of gluttony, Aaron of sloth, and Guar of greed. Adele thought sadly. Some of these characters were written with real care, but all are doomed to be eliminated by the protagonist group, 6 of them, including Renee. That idea made him deeply uneasy. Then Adele saw someone who made his heart freeze. Long white hair, red eyes, and a brown crown of thorns. There was no mistake. That was the worst villain of the demon realm, the Demon Lady, but that would be in the near future. At present, she was known as Diana, heir of wrath. The tension suddenly dissipated. The hall lights turned on. A voice announced, "All right, that was the end of the first exam." But Adele was still absorbed. The Demon King traditionally comes from the family of Wrath. It doesn't make sense for her to be here. A successor of the Demon Lord as a candidate in Saitan? Did something happen that I don't know about? A shout snapped him out of his trance. "I failed! Impossible!" The young people who had fainted began to wake as Lucian's pressure disappeared. Soon, angry shouts echoed in the hall. The candidates were furious with the instructors, especially with the muscular man who remained standing. Some soldiers even had to intervene. Losing patience, the man grabbed the head of an arrogant ex-candidate. "I don't care what your father does, understand?" Throwing the boy brutally to the ground, he made it clear. "Don't make me repeat. Those who didn't last 5 minutes in the first exam don't belong here." With that, the candidates who failed were expelled, and the muscular man shouted, "All who failed are eliminated. Close the gates!" Adele was among those approved, and he felt satisfied. Saitan is really ruthless. But I think I passed. Thank goodness. And now that I think about it, that girl is the director of Saitan. He looked at Lucian, surprised by the memory. I knew I recognized her from somewhere. One of the strongest in the demon realm, despite her cute appearance. I was lucky to pass the first exam, but I need to be more cautious. I could fail at any moment. He gripped his sword tightly, recalling, "Fewer people will pass the second exam." A voice interrupted his thoughts. "Amazing! Are you Renee? That combat genius from the Bears family?" Everyone turned their eyes to Renee, some with admiration, others with envy and resentment. She was quite popular. Adele looked around and thought, that makes sense. After all, they are the heirs of the 7 deadly sins, and they withstood the deadly pressure from the director. Frustrated, he thought, but why is no one paying attention to me? Soon, Renee approached, smiling. She was happy he passed. Finally, Adele gathered his thoughts. But I think I should be satisfied. I gave the impression that I'm not an ordinary candidate. I'm sure the instructors and the director will remember me. The muscular instructor stepped forward, shouting firmly, "I'll introduce myself. My name is Ares, and I'm the instructor responsible for you." All the candidates were surprised. Ares stared at them. "Congratulations on passing the first exam. It was a test of mental strength, a simulation of forced future submission by humans. The 8 who resisted until the end will receive extra points, and if you perform well in the second exam, you will gain access to the armory." Adele almost exploded with happiness. The armory? How lucky. I'm glad I lasted until the end. But in the back, he felt envious glances upon himself. Ares continued. "Now I will explain the second exam. You will show us your skills." Renee's face darkened. The other candidates also seemed suspicious, or just uninterested. Ares went on. "In particular, you will demonstrate which talents and weapons you can use against humans. Your class will depend on this, so take it seriously." Adele reflected. They must be sorting us by some kind of ability, but what kind of human will we face? Finally, Ares announced, Your mission in the second exam, as well as the human you will face, is this. His body shone with energy. A small sphere of light spun on his index finger until it formed a vortex. From inside it, a colossal creature emerged, wielding a gigantic, sharp blade. The candidates were stunned, but it was not a beast. It was a human. He had a beast resembling a tiger engraved on the chest of his armor. His eyes were completely white, like a soulless doll, controlled by something. Adele recognized him immediately. The strongest hero among the leaders of the six great families, Nine Cell. Even restrained, Nine Cell exuded an intimidating aura. But all of this surprised Adele. After all, why was there a human there? This was a completely random event. Noticing the astonishment on Adele's face, Renee asked if he knew that human. With a worried expression, Adele thought yes, but did not reveal it to Renee. That was Nine Cell, the head of House Nine. Adele recalled, he has a very close connection to the protagonist of the original story. And it's not just a close relationship. His bloodline is determined from birth. He is the protagonist's father, the Sword Saint, who created the most powerful house purely by talent. Meanwhile, the other candidates began murmuring. It's the Sword Saint. They're trying to eliminate us right at the start, Adele realized. Others know him too. Well, he did defeat several demon houses after all. Seconds later, Ares revealed, naturally, we don't expect you to withstand the full strength of the Sword Saint. He will use only 10% of his power. If he used everything, you wouldn't stand a chance. Renee stared at instructor Ares. Then she turned to Adele and commented, 10% is way too easy. Adele didn't think so. No way. Even weakened, a monster is still a monster. He looked at Nine and thought the whole situation was insane. 10% of the Sword Saint could destroy an entire city. Adele wondered, how is this group going to pass such a brutal test? There must be some specific criteria for passing. I wish I could use the information scroll, but we don't have much money and the number of questions is limited. Soon, Ares spoke again, calling everyone's attention. At your current levels, no one can face him alone, so we will form teams of 4 members. To be fair, the top 8 from the first test will be distributed in separate locations. The rest will be assigned randomly. Adele thought, the top 8, that includes the heirs of the 7 deadly sins, and me. Well, I guess I got carried. Soon, intense looks fell on Renee, and at the same time, looks of contempt turned to Adele. He couldn't help but think, those looks again, I'm already getting used to it. Seconds later, something unexpected happened. Renee poked Adele's arm and whispered, pass this and come back alive. With a smile, he also wished the young woman good luck. In the background, Ares announced, now I will call the names, starting with Group 1, until Group 33 was revealed. Leader, Adele. Members, Kina, Chris, Sanchez. This was our protagonist's group, but he didn't recognize any of the names. He then wondered mentally, could they be minor characters without importance in the original story? Seconds later, the group was gathered. A beautiful blonde young woman, a polite young man with silver hair, and a grumpy brown-haired boy. Adele introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet them. Chris and Kina responded politely. Adele then called for Sanchez, who was still facing away. Suddenly, Sanchez shouted, a half-demon as team leader? That's a disgrace to my house. Adele was frustrated. Ugh, now even the minor characters are looking down on me. A disgrace to his house? Does he think he's one of the heirs of the 7 deadly sins? Ignoring him, Adele asked the other 2 to give their best. Then he continued, first, we need to define roles. Please tell me what kind of weapons or abilities you use. Chris was first. My ability is mana transformation. I can create this triangular prism and turn it into armor or a sword. He demonstrated by creating a shield. It doesn't have much lethal power, but it's versatile. Adele thought, not bad. He's useful. Next was Kina. I'm not good at combat. I'm more of a support type. Adele evaluated. A buffer? She confirmed, yes, I pray to the demon god to increase allies' speed. Her body glowed golden as she cast the blessing. She buffed Adele. Tired, barely able to breathe, she asked, do you feel lighter? Adele, a little awkward, just said, I think so. She felt embarrassed and blushed, saying Adele was mean. Adele laughed and then said he was just joking so the young woman wouldn't be upset. But inside, he thought, better than nothing, but so weak it's barely noticeable. Honestly, I don't know how she passed the first test. Finally, it was Sanchez's turn. The boy wrapped his body with a layer of rocks. That cheered Adele up. Hardening ability, huh? Perfect to be the tank. Sanchez pointed at him brutally. Now it's your turn. In an instant, Adele swapped places using Sanchez's ring, appearing right near his face. It would be a fatal attack if they were actually fighting. The boy was startled. Adele, with a piercing look, revealed, my ability is teleportation. With his hand on the dagger, he saw Sanchez take a step back, trembling with fear. Chris and Kina were excited. That was a great ability, but Adele was cautious. I won't reveal all the details of my ability so soon. There might still be some variables. Adele then organized the formation. Chris and Sanchez, who are good at defense, go in front. I stay in the center and Kina supports me from the rear. Everyone agreed. Position set. Soon, an instructor shouted, "Let's start the second test. Each group, get ready. Group 1, forward." Adele watched, excited and thoughtful. Even facing the sword saint, they have fire in their eyes. The human swung the sword with precision. Even using only 10% of his strength, he seemed extremely powerful. In milliseconds, he advanced with a sequence of attacks against all members of the first group. The candidates were shocked. One of the group members was seriously injured. He had been practically split in half. Not literally, but the pain was excruciating. Adele watched, perplexed. I didn't even see him move. Is this really only 10% of his strength? The first group was out. Ares called the second group. Again, they were wiped out in the first sequence of blows. Soon, the third group took action. Adele's group was terrified. This didn't even seem like a fair fight. The fourth group entered hesitantly. The leader and one of the members were nervous and furious. This doesn't make sense. We're definitely going to lose. Ares just stared at them, emotionless. All right, you two can skip the test. Will the other two continue? They agreed to proceed. Adele observed, they're really going to face this? Soon, he realized, I get it. Maybe the criterion to pass this second test is exactly that. Chris was surprised. What? They don't have to take the test? Adele simply confirmed. Actually, no one is forced to do it. When the fourth group was called, Adele reflected, you can't handle Cell with only 2 people. Let's watch a bit more. The hero's strength was overwhelming. With just one swing of the sword, both candidates were thrown through the air. Adele thought, if he used the real aura of the sword, those two would be split in half now. Chris was terrified. Can we really defeat a monster like that? But Sanchez kept his composure. Are you really afraid of a mere human? However, Adele noticed the visible nervousness in Sanchez. His whole body was trembling. The protagonist mocked mentally. I can hear his legs shaking from here. The exams continued. The fifth group was easily defeated. The ninth group completely crushed. The 10th group, to Adele and Sanchez's surprise, gave up even before the fight. Later, the 20th group was called. Renee already seemed bored with all of this. Soon the 30th group entered the arena. Adele watched them closely, comparing to previous teams. A total of 5 teams gave up before even fighting. No group managed to land a significant hit on the Sword Saint. It was a fight against an indefinable opponent, with no restrictions on quitting at any time. And then the new confrontation began. For the first time, the Sword Saint's attack was blocked. The boy facing him was struggling but surprisingly holding up well. Adele noticed, the longer the groups take to enter, the longer the fights last. Their skills are better than the previous candidates. But soon the Sword Saint defeated them all easily again. Adele watched the battlefield, murmuring, so that's it. This is the real condition to pass the second test. Sanchez shouted, warning their group would be next. The candidates were clearly more tense. Then Adele revealed, I figured out how to pass the second test. Sanchez immediately focused on him. Adele explained, the criterion is that even defeated by overwhelming force, you need to get up and keep fighting until the end. Judging by how the instructors deal with quitters, and by the Sword Saint's level, I'm sure of it. Adele then proposed a plan. It was the protagonist's group's turn. Adele revealed his intention to try to defeat the Sword Saint and declared firmly, with our power, we can do it. Everyone got excited. Everyone except Sanchez, who again didn't like Adele's confidence. Adele thought with a strange gleam in his eyes, so what if I'm only half demon? With Adele's talent, the strongest villain, I can win. The battle began. The silver-haired boy led the formation, followed by Sanchez with Adele and Kina further back, all aligned one behind the other. Adele faced the Sword Saint, who took his attack stance. Unlike the protagonist, I don't have much information about Cell. I didn't specify him much. What should I do here? Adele shouted. No one breaks formation. The group obeyed immediately. The Sword Saint prepared for his first attack. Adele shouted to draw his attention, and a cutting blow was launched. Chris's shield was completely destroyed. He was thrown far away. Sanchez tried to block the next blow, while Adele shouted, Kina, protect Chris! The girl started her chant. I need to reduce the impact of the fall. Adele shouted to Sanchez, hold firm! The boy responded, stiffening his body as much as possible. Another attack came in sequence. Sanchez was hit full force. The cutting wave was brutal, but he resisted and stood firm. At that moment, Adele watched the Sword Saint carefully. I saw an opening before the second cut, but it was too obvious. My instinct tells me not to advance. Is he provoking us? Could there be an AI inside him or something like that? Another attack was coming. Adele ordered, regain formation. Chris ran forward with the cracked shield. It was certain he wouldn't withstand another hit. Adele noticed the situation and also paid attention. Sanchez's arms are starting to crack. One single attack did all this. This is not good. Soon he shouted, just hold on a little longer. Then came another devastating blow. Adele watched, tense. Chris was knocked down at once. The attack was now aimed at Sanchez. The young man shouted, frustrated. This got even stronger? What are you waiting for, Adele? We're going to perish here. Adele replied, we just need to hold on a little longer. You're crazy, Sanchez retorted. Adele thought, we're the only group that blocked the second attack. Will the hero repeat the same pattern? The hero wielded the sword differently. Adele stared at him. In the background, Chris lay fallen, too weak to get up. Worried, Adele asked if he was okay, and then did the unthinkable. I know it's hard, but trust me just one more time. He wanted the boy to return to formation. Desperate, Sanchez shouted, drawing Adele's attention. What are you doing, Adele? He's going to attack again. Meanwhile, Chris trusted his leader, but they no longer had time to return to formation. With the look of a true maniac, Adele revealed, I'm definitely going to stab a blade in his throat. This phrase shocked Chris and Kina. In the background, Cell prepared another charged attack. Sanchez, desperate, shouted for Chris, who was out of position. With no more time, Adele calmly said, Sanchez, you'll have to resist without Chris's barrier this time. Sanchez panicked. The attack came, and Sanchez's body was completely shattered. Thrown into the air, he had no time to react. Adele just watched, then activated his ability. He swapped places with Sanchez. In the air, Adele faced Cell, who was preparing another blow. The protagonist smiled and used his transfer again, this time on the hero's sword target. Moments later, Cell's sword fell uncontrollably, while Adele appeared right next to him, steady, wielding his dagger. The hero looked sideways, surprised, seeing Adele exactly where his sword should be. With hungry eyes, Adele stared and announced, Disappear, Ninai Cell! Adele advanced against the sword hero with the conviction that he would win. This bold move attracted the examiner Ares's attention. Renee watched him expectantly, as did all the other candidates. His strategy was good, or at least it seemed so, but Adele couldn't have been more wrong. Before he could hit the hero, he was struck by a powerful knee to the ribs. The blow caught him completely off guard. Moments later, he spat blood. Frustrated, Adele called the hero a bastard while thinking, I just need to hold on one more time. He then activated the trait darkness trait, enveloping himself and the hero in a dense layer of black energy. Both were trapped inside a dark whirlwind, and no one outside could see what was happening inside. Adele was nervous and thoughtful. He looked at the place where he was hit and sighed inwardly. If it weren't for Chris's barrier, my organs would have exploded. The position transfer failed, but at least I managed to trap him. A completely dark space without any trace of light. The hero was motionless. And Adele reflected, not even I can see anything inside here. But I have the darkness fangs. In this space, it's stronger than any weapon. He grabbed his dagger and prepared for the next attack. I'm going to defeat him with everything I've got. Adele sneaked up behind the hero, who had remained still since being caught by the black energy. But then, suddenly he turned around, staring at Adele with thirsty eyes. Adele's surprise was immediate. The hero lunged at him, ready to attack with his fists. Adele stepped back, frightened. This guy is a complete monster. Seconds later, he raised his arms. A suspicious look appeared on his face, followed by a laugh. He had thrown his dagger up over the hero's head, preparing to use another one of his tricks. Before making his final move, Adele spoke directly to his opponent. This time, you're the one who got hooked, Sword Saint. In an instant, a wave of daggers emerged from the darkness, all similar to his own. Clenching his fists, he unleashed the attack, Fang of Darkness, Rain of Black Blades. The blades fell together, piercing the hero's body. Meanwhile, outside, no one knew what was happening inside that whirlwind of energy. Chris, worried, asked what was going on, but no one could answer. That's when Ares faced the vortex and declared the fight was over. The black mist slowly dissipated. Adele appeared. Next to him, lying on the ground, was the sword hero. Motionless, defeated, with countless black blades embedded in his limbs. Shock spread everywhere. No one imagined a single candidate would defeat the hero, especially alone. Adele was pleased with the silence around him. An orange-haired warrior watched the scene, intrigued. Chris and the young support behind him, on the other hand, couldn't contain themselves. The young man jumped for joy upon seeing Adele. That was truly amazing! How did you manage to do that? Adele replied, It was thanks to everyone's teamwork. Then he asked, concerned, And Sanchez? Kina answered, He was a bit shocked, but the instructors are taking care of him. Adele felt relieved. In the end, everything worked out. He then looked at the examiners and said, So, shall we wrap this up? This confused his team. Adele pointed to the hero. He was still moving. Chris jumped in shock. The hero was still alive. Adele crouched down, doing what needed to be done. The scene was not pleasant to see. Chris, confused, asked what he was doing. Adele answered without hesitation, Don't we need to make sure he's really eliminated? Ares watched everything silently. His expression was revealing. Adele was definitely not an ordinary candidate. Suddenly, someone stole the scene. A white-haired young woman appeared, sitting on one of the triplet brothers. She used him as if he were a simple seat, while the other two fawned over her. With a provocative smile, she loudly commented, For a half-breed, you're not that bad. One of the boys retorted, Still, compared to Fran, he's nothing special. Fran didn't respond, just nodded. She stared at Adele and declared, He was born inferior. His true nature will eventually show no matter what happens. So stupid and vulgar. At that moment, a murderous aura hit Fran. Renee was furious at the girl's words. Fran noticed the presence and, frightened, wondered, What? Who is that? When she saw the girl's horns, her eyes widened. Those horns! Is she from House Beres? Why is she looking at me like that? This is scary! Renee devoured her with her eyes. Her fury was palpable. The other candidates also felt the aura and began murmuring. As expected from the heirs of the 7 deadly sins, they've already started intimidating each other. Who do you think will win, huh? The lackeys bet everything on Fran, but even she didn't trust herself. After all, Renee was literally a monster. Adele, wiping sweat, noticed the tension in the air. Wait, isn't that Renee? Why does she have that bloodthirsty look? Before he could approach, Ares called him. Adele looked back, confused, but Ares said nothing. Smiling, Adele asked what he wanted. Ares replied with another question. Are you really asking because you don't know? Adele answered the obvious. Of course I don't know. Ares turned and walked away, saying, I'll be keeping an eye on you from now on. Adele sighed. What? I thought I was going to get a compliment or something. Looks like now I have to watch Renee too. Meanwhile, Renee and Fran were one step from facing each other. The tension in the air was palpable. Adele approached, trying to understand who the girl facing Renee was. Blue eyes, long hair, an oni horn on her exposed forehead. Finally, he remembered. She's from the House of Lust, Laurel Fran. But why is she trying to fight Renee here? He thought, somewhat disoriented, I paid so much attention to the human world's history that I'm completely lost about the demon world. Until Fran's eyes turned to someone in the crowd. She stared at Adele and shouted, pointing her finger, Hey, half-breed! Adele was startled. Why is she calling me? Without beating around the bush, Fran ordered, Become my slave. That was the last straw. Renee exploded in fury and charged without hesitation at Fran. She leapt, pulling the sword from her back, ready to cut that insolent girl in half. Renee charged full force against Fran. The young woman was startled. Renee could only be going crazy. In a desperate move, Fran managed to draw her sword to defend herself. In the background, witnessing the commotion, Ares shouted to both candidates, Unnecessary fights are forbidden in Saitan. Even with her threatening aura, Renee stopped the attack inches from Fran's sword, who was already in a defensive stance. Soon after, Ares announced in his imposing tone, Settle your personal issues outside. The other candidates didn't like the interference. They wanted to see the chaos unfold. Adele, more relaxed, thought, Good thing nothing bad happened among the 7 deadly sins before the entrance ceremony. Renee gave up continuing. She sheathed her sword on her back and stepped away from Fran, who also put away her blade. But unlike Renee's calmness, Fran was trembling from head to toe. The young woman couldn't help but think, she must be completely disturbed. Nervous, Adele called out to Renee and asked if she was okay. She just stared at him without saying a word. Confused by her reaction, Adele pointed out, Your group is next, so you should. Renee lowered her head. This made the boy even more confused. It was a new reaction. Then she took a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the sweat off Adele's face. A totally unexpected gesture. And finally, she congratulated him, You did a good job. Seeing this scene, Fran shouted from the background, shocked, What? What kind of relationship do you two have? Are you dating a half-breed? Adele could only think, She's treating me better now that I passed. Then he thanked Renee. Seconds later, the young woman looked at him and said, You hid your strength, didn't you? To seem weaker. Adele didn't understand the conversation, but soon someone called Renee's group for the test. She said goodbye to Adele. I have to go. I won't tell anyone. Adele was stunned and thought, I used all my strength to pass. Did I really seem that weak? I think she thinks I'm a family priest. Suddenly, someone shouted to get his attention, asking his name and house. It was Fran. She was interested in him. As soon as Adele revealed his name, she smiled and said it was a good name, but the boy had no idea why she was talking to him. An intense aura appeared around the young woman, and she declared, Why am I asking? You interrupted me before. Then she ordered with some hostility, Serve me and humiliate that crazy girl you were with. Fran smiled outwardly, but inside she was pure venom. Now witness my irresistible appeal. I will conquer you and crush that girl's nose. Adele quickly rejected her. Sorry, but it's my lady's turn to fight. Maybe next time. Fran didn't understand why her ability wasn't working and told Adele to wait. He was excited. He would finally see Renee's power. Deep down, Fran couldn't believe she had been completely ignored. Adele, staring at Renee's group, thought, How strong is she? I have high expectations for the children of the 7 deadly sins. Unlike Adele's group, Renee's exuded authority and strength. She was leading her team, staring down the sword hero. The girl with the crown of thorns didn't take her eyes off her. The orange hair from before was wild. Renee overflowed with power. She seemed as strong or stronger than the previous candidate. When Adele saw what Renee was doing, he could hardly believe it. She's just walking up to the sword hero. What is she thinking? In seconds, she was face to face with him, inches apart. Both stared at each other with authority. The height difference didn't even matter to Renee. Their eyes shone together with the heroes, and then they both charged. Renee attacked him directly and broke the sword hero's sword in half before hitting him squarely, splitting him in two. It was a precise and calculated strike that shocked everyone present. She then turned her back and calmly walked away. All the candidates were ecstatic. She did the unthinkable, defeated the hero alone in a single move. Ares found the girl interesting, and deep down everyone was shouting her name in unison. Adele couldn't believe it. I didn't even see clearly what happened. How did she defeat him so easily? Then he understood. That's why Cell didn't attack her when she approached. He had already realized her power level. In the background, Fran commented with disdain. Too bad I didn't see her get humiliated by the hero, but she has to be at least that strong if she wants to face me. Adele then asked, You mean if all the children of the 7 deadly sins united, they could defeat the real sword hero? Fran laughed. What? No being can defeat the sword hero currently. Maybe if the old Dark King were still alive. But Adele countered, What if the children have abilities surpassing 10% of the heroes? Fran got furious. Are you insulting me? Anyone with eyes would see that pathetic fake hero wasn't even 10% of the true sword hero's power. Adele was speechless. He stared at the fallen hero and thought, So I struggled against a copy that wasn't even close to the original. I may be the creator of this world, but I know nothing about the evil realm. But this expectation, it beats in my heart. Let's see where this leads. The next group was called for the entrance exam. Only the children of the 7 deadly sins remained, maybe due to the impact of Renee's test, but the others also defeated the sword hero easily. Group 40 was the redhead, one of the children of the 7 deadly sins. He passed easily. It was so one-sided that it was hard to distinguish the strength differences among the children of the deadly sins. The girl with the crown of thorns also passed easily. Adele thought, I know who the 2 strongest are, so I shouldn't worry. Finally, Ares declared in a stern tone, This concludes the entrance exam. Gather in front of the podium. We will announce the results of the second test. Everyone who participated in the combat passed, whether they won or not. The others failed. Adele could only think, as I expected, those who gave up failed. Ares finally announced, Good job to those who passed. With this, you are now official members of Saitan, as well as official apprentices. Ares shouted for no one to celebrate and then announced seriously, A turbulent path awaits you. It will be so hard you will want to give up. To those who passed, gather for the entrance ceremony in 2 days. He also ordered, The 8 who defeated the sword hero, remain where you are. Renee asked Adele, confused, Why do we have to stay here? Adele just suggested, Don't you think he might be trying to reward us with that arsenal he mentioned in the first exam? Later, Ares revealed why everyone was there. You all passed with excellence, so, as promised, I will give everyone the opportunity to enter the arsenal. The redhead raised his hand with a question. His name was Balton. Ares allowed him to speak. Can we take out multiple weapons? The weapons of Saitan seem super useful, Adele thought. As expected of Lycan Balton, the son of envy, his greed and curiosity know no bounds. He had quite a highlight in my novel. Ares replied, No, it will be hard to maintain focus if you use multiple weapons, so only one will be allowed. Since we are short on time, I won't answer more questions. Follow me. I will take you to the arsenal. Ares turned and touched a relief on the wall. A symbol filled with mana began to glow intensely. A door appeared, surrounded by magical energy. Ares announced while the students watched, impressed. This is the privilege that Saitan is granting you. Whether it will be the best or worst choice of your lives depends solely on each of you. Adele was excited. This really is an arsenal? Why does this door look like the entrance to a dungeon? Ares pointed with authority. You may enter one by one in the reverse order of the second exam. As a precaution, everyone will be inspected upon exit. Adele thought, confused. So I'm the last? He's just doing whatever he wants, right? The orange-haired boy, all excited, shouted that he would be the first to enter. The young man said goodbye, saying he would grab the best item, which deeply irritated Ares. Annoyed, he ordered, Shut up and go in now. While waiting, Renee started a conversation with Adele. I'll choose an artifact since I already have a weapon. What about you, Adele? I think I'll go for an artifact too. But then concern hit. Wait, does that mean everyone will do the same? Will there be anything left when it's my turn? Balton was the first to come out. The young man had chosen a crown, clearly because he thought the item was cool. Adele looked at him, curious. As expected, everyone is coming out with artifacts. Should I choose armor instead? Soon it was Adele's turn. Renee had already returned and told him, Your turn. Adele looked at Renee's item, analyzing. I see you chose a bracelet, miss. May I ask what its abilities are? Renee just smiled. You'll find out when you go in. There are descriptions inside. But she also warned, Oh, some items don't have descriptions. He listened carefully, repeating mentally. Some don't have descriptions? He thought worriedly. Does that mean they are useless? I don't think so, since they take such good care of them. There must be something special behind them. Adele approached the entrance. Ares announced he was the last. Noticing hesitation on the boy's face, Ares teased him with a challenging look. If you have something to say, say it. Inside, Adele thought, Your face is telling me to keep quiet. but still he asked, "Can I know what it means when an item has no description?" Aries answered seriously, "It means we haven't exactly discovered what it is yet." Even more curious, Adele insisted, "So you don't know who the owner is or what kind of ability it has?" Aries confirmed, giving a warning. "If you're lucky, you might end up with an item with incredible abilities. If unlucky, you might carry a curse for the rest of your life." This made Adele nervous, but since there was no more time, Aries told him to hurry up. Adele faced the door, excited. "I guess now it all depends on whether being last is a good thing or not." Upon entering, he was surprised. "It's well lit and clean in here. I hope nothing jumps out suddenly." Further ahead, he saw a bright light. Must be that way. He entered a room full of artifacts protected by glass cases. A huge sword caught his attention. Just by looking at it, he felt an absurd energy. It was insane. Soon after, a spear caught his curiosity. "This spear looks quite unique. Let's check the description. Twin-bound spear. A spear used by a nameless wanderer to hunt snakes. The vengeful spirits of the snakes reside within it, and when infused with a certain amount of mana, 2 serpent forms emerge." Adele reflected. The description makes it seem like something important, but the abilities aren't that great, and I already have my daggers, so I really don't need this. So he moved on to the next item. Stellar light crystal. An orb imbued with starlight, once used by a skilled astrologer. With a small amount of mana, it can use starlight to illuminate the surroundings. Adele commented as he walked away. "Doesn't really suit me since I use the darkness element. It could serve as a torch, but I'll pass." Suddenly, he noticed an empty case. "Huh? Why is this one empty? I wonder what kind of item was here." Another item caught his attention. The Great Diadem of the Victor. Grants the bearer exceptional recovery and stamina abilities for the rest of the owner's life. Adele snorted, frustrated. "That's the one Baltan was using, that greedy bastard. I removed bound items in my novel. Never thought I'd find one here. This probably means the best artifacts are already gone." Adele rummaged through the other items, announcing their names. The Serpent's Noose, banner of the wandering general, insignia of the fallen noble. So many mediocre items gave Adele a headache. Nothing left. The 7 deadly sins took the best. Now what? Most of the armors and weapons aren't good at all, until a broken sword caught his attention. There was no description at all. "I guess I have no choice, but if it's a cursed artifact," then the boy had an idea. "All right, that method." He took out his magic paper. "I need to save as much gold as possible, but I'll use it now. Tell me about the broken sword without description in the armory." The paper demanded payment. "You must pay with an artifact above relic grade or 100 gold coins." Adele spotted a damaged scroll and decided to test his plan. "Tell me about the damaged scroll without description right next to it. The cost, at least 50 gold coins." Adele finally made progress. "I see. If it tells me the value, I just need to go after the most expensive. There are 7 boxes without description in this row, so I'll ask one by one." So he proceeded. "Tell me about the black eagle-shaped stone." Soon, the scroll asked, "Please pay at least 1 gold coin." Adele muttered, "If it costs only 1 coin, it's probably useless." Finally, the magic paper revealed, "Swaps the owner's luck with another person's bad luck." Mocking the situation, Adele said, "Ah, this must be the item I was looking for." "All right, next." He kept asking. Some items cost 100 coins, others 50, but nothing seemed good enough. Now only 2 remained, and Adele hoped at least 1 would be good. Finally, the magic paper revealed, "This is an artifact of at least mystic grade. Please pay 300 gold coins." Adele's eyes shone. "Wow, mystic grade, big luck. Maybe this is even better than the artifacts others took. I'll take this one." But something strange ran through Adele's body. Looking to the side, he felt a strange energy emanating from a necklace. He couldn't help but say, "What a weird feeling is this? That necklace. It feels like someone's watching me." All right, 1 more item left to analyze. He was confused. Adele's senses. Can I use them too? In moments, he started writing. "Tell me about this unnamed necklace." But something unexpected happened. The magic paper trembled, releasing intense and heavy mana. Adele had no idea what was happening. Then the paper revealed. To get this information, Adele would have to offer an entity. He was shocked. "Is this a legendary item? I thought I was doomed, but unexpectedly I got lucky." But soon he became thoughtful. He knew nothing about that item, only that it cost a lot to reveal its information. So he reflected, "Wait, it's too soon to celebrate. What entity should I offer? Right now, I don't even have a lesser entity, let alone a dark being. What exactly is this necklace?" Determined, he took a risk. Maybe I should try infusing some mana into it. With that, he coated the necklace with his dark energy, but nothing happened. Adele stared at the necklace, hesitant. Sitting across from it, arms crossed and visibly frustrated, he murmured, "Damn, if only I knew what this is capable of. It just keeps telling me to offer an entity, nothing else. Maybe I should try some tricks." Then he started writing on magic paper. "Tell me which entity is related to the unidentified necklace in the armory." But the paper insisted, "Offer an entity." Cold sweat ran down his face. That didn't work. Adele stared intently at the necklace. "Even if I rephrase the question, I'll probably get the same answer. Should I just give up? He then lifted the case protecting the necklace and in the end, put the necklace around his neck. The item was decorated with stones that looked precious. No, I'm sure of this. This is way more valuable than any common artifact. My instinct tells me so. Just to be sure, let's check one thing. He opened his status window. Something had changed. Before the eyes of pride, 3 question marks appeared. It was something new but didn't say much beyond that. Adele was thoughtful. Well, no one else would be interested in something like this anyway. I can take my time trying to figure it out. Moments later, Adele left the armory, and Ares, curious, asked, "What is that necklace?" The young man replied with a worried look. It was one of the items without a description. This caught the instructor by surprise. You chose an artifact without knowing its function or identity, so do you know anything about it? But Adele just counted on luck and answered, "No, I really don't know anything." Ares stared at him suspiciously, not quite believing the answer. Adele returned the gaze, thoughtful. He's making that face again. Why does he dislike me so much? Finally, Ares stepped back and declared, "All right, I'll trust you. As Saitan's instructor, I need to trust my cadets." Ares then addressed everyone. "Now take good care of the artifacts you chose. In hard times, they might even serve as an extra life." Adele watched the group in front of him with enthusiasm, but also some concern. Everyone here, except me, will probably lead part of the underworld someday. They'll get tons of investment and support in the future. If only I could get some of that too. That would be amazing. Will I really survive here in Saitan? The armory door began to slowly disappear, and in the background, Ares' voice said, "Dismissed. We'll meet again at the welcome ceremony." Adele approached Renee. "Shall we go back to our dormitory, Miss Renee?" This time, unlike before, she answered with a firm and clear voice. But before Adele could leave, someone called him, naming him leader of Group 33. It was the orange-haired boy. He placed his hand on Adele's shoulder in a friendly and enthusiastic way. "Sorry, I was kind of rude when we met." This caught Adele by surprise. Why was Baltan talking to him? The redhead then formally introduced himself and extended his hand. "The way you fought was really impressive." Adele, not noticing any malice, returned the gesture. "Nice to meet you too, Baltan. I'm Adele." Internally, Adele noted, "That came out of nowhere, but it's good he came to me first." However, something seemed off. Adele looked at his own hand. Baltan was squeezing with abnormal, almost crushing force. Adele cursed mentally. What the hell is this guy doing? Staring into the furious eyes of the redhead, Adele remembered, Baltan is the type who doesn't care about the weak. He's only interested in the strong, driven by envy and greed. He almost finished off the protagonist in the human world once, but when he realized his potential, he spared him and promised a rematch. In short, a battle-crazed lunatic. Baltan, still squeezing the hand with absurd strength, taunted, "What's wrong? Looks like you're struggling." Adele tried to pull back, saying it was nothing. "There are stronger people around than me. So why did he come straight to me?" To escape, Adele used his transfer ability, his target, the sword Baltan carried on his back. In the blink of an eye, Adele appeared behind the boy, surprising him. Hesitant but firm, he declared, "Let's stop this, all right? The test is over and we're all tired." His hand trembled. Baltan's strength was absurd. The redhead began laughing like a madman. "I didn't see that coming!" His gaze was hungry and insane. He shouted, "I'll get stronger. Let's fight here and now, until one of us is eliminated." Adele thought, "He's crazy. What a psychopath." The boy tried to control the situation. "I have no intention of fighting right now." In the background, someone shouted for Baltan to stop. It was Renee. With a look as fierce as Baltan's, she drew her sword from her back and declared, "If you want to fight my bodyguard, you'll have to face me too." She drew her sword and stared at him with furious eyes. This made Baltan calm down and step back. "As much as I love a fight, facing both of you would be too much, and I'd rather not get hurt before school even starts. All right, we'll have many chances. See you next time, Adele." Adele couldn't help but think, he says he doesn't want to get hurt, but wanted to finish me off minutes ago? A total psychopath. Now that I've seen him up close, I just can't understand this guy. Baltan then looked at his sword lying on the ground, not knowing how it got there. Renee turned to leave and called Adele. He was excited. "Only one day has passed, but it feels like I've lived several. I'm starting to like life in Saitan." The next day, back at the inn, Adele was relaxed. Watching the morning sun, he thought, maybe because of everything that happened yesterday, but today I feel strangely refreshed. In front of the mirror, he examined his body. "My body also seems better. I'm definitely getting stronger." He picked up the uniform that had arrived. "All right, let's try on the uniform Saitan sent." They knew where we were and sent it directly. Pretty thoughtful. Dressed, he felt surprised. The uniform was more comfortable than he expected. That was good, after all, the Academy had warned. The uniform would only be allowed during the 3 years of the course, but at least it was very practical. Adele became curious. "I gave Renee's uniform too. I wonder how she looks with it. I should go check." Soon, he knocked on Renee's door. She asked who it was, and Adele answered eagerly, "It's me, Adele, Miss Renee." I wanted to know if you needed anything before we leave. She opened the door slightly, and a sliver of light illuminated Adele's face. Renee invited him in. She was already wearing the uniform, but visibly embarrassed. Adele stared at her for long seconds and said she looked wonderful. Renee trembled and blushed from head to toe. Struggling and without looking at Adele's face, she asked if he was going somewhere. Adele observed the details carefully. Even her ears turned red. Renee is embarrassed. She also has a surprisingly cute side. Then Adele said, "Today is a rare day off, so I thought I'd take a walk around the city. Please rest too, Miss Renee. I'll take my leave now." But before he could leave the room, Renee asked him to wait. Still embarrassed, unable to look him in the eyes, she said quietly, "You have something you need to do, don't you?" Adele was confused. Something he needed to do? When Renee finally looked at him, her face was completely red and full of expectation. That made Adele worried. Had he forgotten something? Right after, Renee called him guard. Adele became anxious and suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I need to protect her. I forgot after getting excited about resting alone." Then Renee announced, "I'll go with you. I just need to change clothes." "Wait a bit." Embarrassed, the young woman stared at him. "How long are you going to keep staring at me?" Understanding the situation, Adele hurried to comply with her request. "Ah, of course, I'll wait outside." Thus, the boy began to cry inside. His day off was ruined. The city was calm with pleasant weather. Watching the daily life of passers-by, Adele thought, "The city is so lively and clean. It's hard to believe a war happened here only 10 years ago." Some reconstruction was still underway in the southern regions of the capital, but here everything was impeccable. Adele stated, "It seems that humans even won the war, but they couldn't fully conquer the capital." Suddenly, Renee tugged at her shirt, excited by a food stall that caught her attention. Adele approached and noticed it was a skewer stand. Curious, he asked the vendor what the skewers were made of. The man promptly replied, "They are venison skewers seasoned with vegetables." Adele had no idea what the taste of that animal was like, but thought it might be similar to chicken. So he ordered two. Renee bit into her skewer without ceremony. Adele also found the taste very good, which the young woman confirmed while chewing happily. Adele stared at her, surprised. Who would have thought someone as serious as Renee could make a face like that? They continued walking through the city, talking and laughing. Adele was excited. "It's been so long since I had a real day off. This will probably be the last time I get some free time like this." Shortly after, they stopped in front of a huge stone statue, with a sword pointed downward. Adele became thoughtful and curious. "A giant statue in the middle of the city? Who is she?" He pointed and asked Renee whose statue it was. She could hardly believe he didn't know and replied that it was the first Dark King. Adele thought the statue reminded him of someone and soon remembered. "Now that I think about it, she looks like Diana. It's not every day you get to see the face of the first Dark King up close. Let's take a closer look." Suddenly, the statue's eyes glowed a deep blue. Adele had no idea what that meant. He looked at his necklace and noticed something there was glowing too. Why? A great energy came out of the statue and went straight to the necklace around his neck. A small change happened to the item, and Adele realized, one of the jewels on the necklace turned gray? What's going on? Unaware of what was happening to Adele, Renee called him. "What are you doing? Why did you take off your artifact and start staring like that?" Adele was confused. "Did I imagine that?" "No, I definitely saw a light coming from the statue." He stared at the statue with conviction, and the color of the necklace changed. Then he looked at Renee, still holding the necklace. She didn't understand his actions. Adele reflected, "I really was the only one who saw that. So far, I've only received vague answers from the paper like offer an entity. But now I discovered something important in a totally unexpected place. This necklace is definitely connected to the first Dark King. If I investigate everything related to him, I'll end up finding something." Tired, Renee called him. "Let's go back." Adele promptly replied, still holding the necklace. Inside, the boy thought thousands of things. "I'm really curious about the true nature of this necklace now." The next morning, after the day off, Adele and Renee set off for Saitan. Adele was excited, and the two arrived together at the academy. He said to the young woman, "Let's go. The welcome ceremony is about to start." Both went to the auditorium. The director and instructors were already waiting for them, and about 100 new cadets had arrived. Adele observed, "It's just a normal entrance ceremony." Some students whispered, "I can't believe that kid is our director." Another pointed out, "Kid? That's the monster who dominated us just by his presence." But nothing could take away from that cadet's mind that still the director was very cute. Adele rolled his eyes inwardly. "Cute, my foot! She's covered in tattoos and has the body of a child. You call that cute?" But then something bothered him. Adele stared at the director with some apprehension. What's wrong with her eyes? Immediately, the director stared back at Adele, surprising everyone. Trying to hide it, Adele thought, she's adorable. Does she read minds too? The young woman was furious, and her mana filled the surroundings as she stared at Adele. With the shout of Instructor Ares, the ceremony began. Adele noticed that the ceremony was actually quite ordinary. The director's speech soon ended, and the atmosphere calmed down. The instructor with the eye scar declared, You all must follow Saitan's rules. Now we will begin the oath of the top cadet and the runner-up. Top cadet and vice, come up to the stage. All the cadets paid attention. Adele looked at Renee, commenting mentally. As expected, they were the ones who took the top positions. Renee seemed indifferent, but Adele understood her. Well, the only reason she's here is to get revenge for her mother's elimination. She probably doesn't care about competition. As for me, no matter what they say, I need to focus only on what I have to do. But something soon caught Adele's attention, leaving him speechless. Baltan was beside him, with hungry eyes fixed on him in a very strange way. He was also pointing his index finger at the protagonist. Adele thought, uncomfortable, this guy again. What kind of stalking is this? No, don't react, ignore, stay calm, don't let him get to you. Then he sighed, feeling defeated. Soon someone came to the front of the auditorium. It was Diana, the young woman with a crown on her head. Adele and the other cadets could hardly contain their admiration for her beauty. Adele thought, as expected from someone who claims to be blessed by the entities, the daughter of the Dark King, Diana. Now that she's taken the position of top cadet, who could stand in her way? Diana began her oath firmly. She promised to rebuild the Dark Kingdom, and soon tension filled the auditorium. Adele noticed that when the oath echoed, the atmosphere in the auditorium changed. You could feel the anger of those who lost their homes and families to humans. He touched the covered mark on his neck. If someone finds out I'm from the arson lineage, just thinking about it is scary. In the worst case, I'll be condemned to eternal suffering. And so, the Saitan entrance ceremony came to an end. Ares wasted no time and announced, Cadets, check the notice board behind you to find your class. After that, proceed to your assigned room. Adele and Renee went to check. Several students were already looking for their names. Adele found his room. Let's see, I'm in Class A, and Renee... Upon discovering they weren't in the same class, Adele could barely contain his emotion, and a tear fell from his eyes. Then he spoke to the young woman. Gee, you're in Class C, Miss Renee. Honestly, I didn't want us to be separated. But she noticed something on his face and, furious, said, Take that smile off your face right now. Turning away, she walked off, saying loudly, You're still my guard, so show up when I call you. Satisfied, Adele could only agree. And best of all, he thought he could finally relax a little. Unintentionally, Adele bumped into a boy's shoulder. The young man turned and stared at him with intense fury. Full of anger, the boy confronted him. Are you trying to lose your life, half-breed? At that moment, Adele recognized who the young man was. The furious boy was none other than Samuel, son of Varus, a member of the Gluttony family. If Adele remembered correctly, he was quite strong among the 7 deadly sins. Adele thought to himself, annoyed by the coincidence. You want to fight just because you ran into me by chance? Ridiculous, but it's better to avoid trouble on a day like today. Acting quickly, Adele bowed and apologized. I wasn't paying attention, sorry. Samuel replied with an irritated tone. Get lost. You're lucky today is the first day of class. Intrigued, Adele reflected, why are all the children of the 7 deadly sins like this? It can't be that Baltan is in Class A as well, right? Inside the academy, a meeting was taking place between Director Lucian and the instructors. Someone slammed the table hard and shouted, So you refuse to believe me? Ares, with his calm demeanor, explained, That's not exactly it. But the other instructor, indignant, retorted furiously, I am a true Saitan instructor now. Still, Ares remained calm. But that child is too dangerous. I say this from experience. It's better if I take care of him personally. That was instructor Idea. She protested firmly. He's already been assigned to me. I'm the instructor of Class 1A. Lucian, tired of the argument, asked Idea to calm down. Sitting down in frustration, Idea muttered how unfair it was and asked why she always got the short end of the stick. Lucian then questioned firmly, Instructor Ares, why do you want to swap the class under your responsibility? Ares replied, I intend to personally take care of Cadet Adele. I've faced many like him on the battlefield. This boy was born to take lives. He could turn his blade against his own allies at any moment. He needs to be contained now. An instructor with glasses opposed. Aren't you exaggerating just because he's a half-demon? Another agreed. Besides, he's much weaker than the children of the 7 deadly sins. Ares declared firmly, Strength isn't measured only by power. His courage to attempt the impossible, the calm he showed, they are no less than the other sins. The other instructors exchanged confused looks. With an imposing tone, Ares concluded, That's why I want to take over Class 1A. Adele requires caution. But before he could continue, Idea shouted, confronting him, So deep down you're saying you don't trust me. Lucian, now irritated, unleashed her furious mana and ordered everyone to be silent. The atmosphere became tense. Without anyone daring to speak, she turned to Ares. I understand your concerns, Instructor Ares, but the classes have already been assigned. Changing now would bring more harm than good. Before Lucian finished, Ares confirmed he understood. To calm the instructor, Lucian asked Idea to pay special attention to Cadet Adele, and the young woman promptly accepted. Finally, Lucian declared, Now we can end the meeting. Instructors, head to your classes and welcome the students. Adele finally arrived at room 1A, and as always, he felt his bad luck was with him. As soon as he entered, he ran into Fran. Still, he sighed with relief. At least it's not Diana, and not Baltan either. But at the back of the room, there he was, Samuel, the same boy he had bumped into. As he sat down, Fran approached and confronted him. "You followed me here?" Adele answered simply. "The classes were assigned randomly." Fran smiled excitedly. "Then I'll grant you the privilege of being my slave here." And there she went again. Suddenly, Samuel called the two and spoke through clenched teeth. "If you don't shut up, I'll finish you off." Fran got irritated, and her expression changed completely. Thus began a long argument with Adele in the center. The boy could barely hold back tears. This definitely wouldn't be peaceful. The door opened abruptly. It was Instructor Idea, who entered with authority as all the cadets stared at her. She pointed at them. "You're pretty noisy, huh? Already going to start fighting on the first day?" Adele recognized her immediately. She was the same one from the entrance exam. Soon she clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention, and introduced herself. "I'm the instructor responsible for Class 1A. You can call me Idea. Remember my name. To properly introduce myself, I'm your veteran. Many know me as the Legion of Calamity." Adele watched her attentively. Some students began murmuring, "The famous Legion of Calamity? The one who wiped out 10,000 humans at the Polix River?" Another tried to correct, "Wasn't it 30,000? Adele got excited. "Someone that strong is going to be my instructor. Maybe I have a chance to survive here." With that, the introductions ended and Idea continued. "Now I'll explain how our classes will work. What I'm going to teach you relates to hunting methods. However, we won't be hunting animals or wandering beasts." As she explained, Samuel seemed increasingly irritated. At the end, a cadet raised his hand and asked, "So, what are we going to hunt?" Idea answered naturally, "We're going to hunt one of the reasons you're here, humans." Adele could barely contain his excitement. "Humans? So now the real game begins." She continued, "I'll only teach hunting methods. Magic and weaponry will be handled by the other instructors." Fran, bored, thought, at least she has a pretty face for an instructor. Idea went on, "Besides that, I'll be responsible for your basic physical training. Now let's start our first class. Everyone come with me to the training field." The place was vast, uncovered, surrounded by huge walls. Everyone was impressed. "Wow, this area is huge. It's like 4 or 5 times the size of a normal field." Idea caught everyone's attention and began to conjure something. A dense black mana swirled in her hands. Then she said, "Focus and keep your eyes on this." It looked like a portal and grew bigger and bigger, until an army of humans emerged from it. Their eyes were white, like the previous sword heroes. They looked like puppets. Seeing the fear and fascination in the cadets, Idea revealed, "They're not real humans. They're just illusions I created with my magic. Oh, and I was the one who created the sword hero in the entrance exam, too." She approached one of the soldiers, and Adele thought surprised. "A clone with almost 1/10 of the Sword Saint's power. She's a monster. Saitan is strong, but the Royal Academy is on another level. Gives me chills." Idea then explained, "The task is simple. Pass through these humans and get to me. So, who wants to be first?" Her eyes turned directly to our protagonist. She stared at the red-haired boy and asked, "Your name is Adele, right?" He nodded in confirmation. Idea smiled darkly. "How about trying to eliminate them the same way you did with the Sword Saint?" Idea's face darkened with an intimidating aura, but she smiled, a scary smile that would freeze anyone. Idea's body was completely enveloped in mana. She watched Adele with hungry eyes as if she had already chosen her prey. Adele could only think, "Following Instructor Aries, now I've caught Instructor Idea's attention too." With a determined look, he asked her aloud, startling even the colleague beside him. "So basically, I'm not fighting you directly, Instructor?" Hidden among the human soldiers, Idea revealed her strategy. There is a leader who coordinates the humans, a source of mental strength and their central force. The humans fall like dominoes when the leader is defeated, and if the leader is strong, so are they. So I will be the leader of the humans. Adele understood the logic behind it. Silently, he pulled out his dagger hidden in his coat. Preparing to act, Adele announced with shining eyes, "Sun Tzu's Art of War says, defeat the enemy by capturing their leader. Subjugating the leader among all these human soldiers will be too easy." In the middle of the crowd of human soldiers, Idea taunted, "Of course, it will be impossible for you to subjugate me. So let's consider it passed if you manage to get your hands or a weapon on my body." With her position set among the soldiers, she shouted that the test had begun. Quickly, Adele activated his transfer skill and swapped places with one of the soldiers behind Idea. With precision, he positioned his dagger at the instructor's neck. She only realized what had happened when it was already too late. Adele approached her ear and whispered, "Did I pass the test?" Then the secret behind Adele's action was revealed. In his mind, he noted, "There were several dozen meters between me and Instructor Idea, but that distance is nothing to me anymore. At first, I could only travel a few meters. This is a big advance. Now I can easily destroy an enemy base. But there was a problem. Idea's throat was protected by an invisible shield that prevented the blade from touching her. She laughed, pushing the young cadet's dagger away with just one finger while looking at him sideways, and said, "Now I understand why they told me to be careful with you," and casually concluded, "You passed. Go back to your place." Adele only nodded, sheathing his blade in his coat. But in his mind, he still reflected, is it hostility or curiosity? I don't know what about me made them so stirred up. Could they have discovered who I really am? Soon after, Idea announced to the others, "You saw what Cadet Adele did, right? Those who fail will receive additional lessons." The next student threw himself directly against the barrier of human soldiers. Adele watched attentively. They do the basics well, as expected from the hidden beings, but their opponents are normal humans, without powers, so this performance was expected. But he only managed to take down a few. Adele thought, if Instructor Idea started controlling them directly, it would be even more complicated. The following cadet was easily subdued. The soldiers surrounded him with their spears until he could no longer fight. Another cadet anxiously jumped from the back of the student line, shouting, "I'm going to jump over all of you humans!" But he was immediately hit by a shower of arrows, falling like a defeated porcupine on the ground. Adele observed, "Position transfer is really an absurd skill. At this rate, I can reach the top of the class." Soon, Idea called the next cadet. Samuel appeared calmly, ordering Adele to get out of his way. The protagonist obeyed but watched the back of his colleague. "It's Samuel's turn? Let's see if that arrogance matches his skill level." Samuel enveloped his body in intense green mana, and Idea announced the start of the test. The field was taken by a mana tornado, darkening the skies. The other cadets barely managed to stay standing. Adele, protecting his face with his arm, couldn't take his eyes off Samuel and soon said, "He eliminated everyone in the blink of an eye. So that's magic?" Samuel Glutton's unique ability. Everything calmed down, and Adele, still surprised, thought, "It's a monstrous ability that consumes everything. I'll let him have first place for now." Samuel, surprised, stared at Idea. She just brushed the dust off her face, waving her hand. She barely moved from where she was before the test started. Adele concluded, "Expected. No instructor would be taken down by a cadet." Still enveloped in dust, Idea commented, "You destroyed everything except me. That was really impressive. You surprised me for a second." But then, like a precise shot, she concluded, "Unfortunately, you failed." Samuel widened his eyes. Idea snapped her fingers, revealing the reason. The dust dissipated, revealing hundreds of soldiers behind her. "If you do not eliminate the leader, the humans will always find replacements to fill their ranks, no matter how many you eliminate. Just like now." Adele and the others were stunned. Countless soldiers appeared in such a short time. There must have been at least 200 humans there. Idea then dismissed all the human soldiers and added, "But your magic was quite powerful. For a first-year cadet." Frustrated, Samuel clenched his fists. Adele watched everything closely. He returned to his place silently, but with anger in his eyes. Passing by Adele, Samuel stared at him. That made him even more irritated. Adele knew the reason for the young man's defeat and thought mentally, "Samuel, your overconfidence is why you failed." He then looked at Idea and reflected. If he had focused on the main target like I did, he would have passed without any problem. Behind the other cadets, someone shouted, "You've waited long enough." Fran appeared, radiant. "My turn has finally come." The candidates whispered, "Fran of the 7 deadly sins." Everyone was eager to see how the beautiful young woman would pass the test. What strategy would she use? Fran looked at the soldiers and said, "Insignificant minions dare to block my way." Immediately after, she began to sweat cold. The students in the back noticed something had gone wrong. In panic, Fran mentally questioned what to do. Adele just watched her. As expected, Fran, a daughter of lust, doesn't fight directly. She controls her followers like a queen controls her bees. He remembered his fight against the sword hero. Basically, without her lackeys, she can't do anything. Fran was trembling, drenched in sweat and panicking, but she had to act. An idea came to her mind and her face softened. She turned her head toward Adele and with tears in her eyes ordered, "Help me, my slave!" Adele froze, not understanding what that crazy girl wanted from him. Everyone looked at Adele, whispering among themselves in astonishment. A slave? Did she really call him a slave? Adele was paralyzed for a moment. He stared at Fran incredulously. What is she thinking? How could she say something like that in front of everyone? But the girl, completely desperate, just shouted, "Hurry up and help me already!" Idea, indifferent to the chaotic situation, raised her finger and coldly ordered the human soldiers to finish off the girl. Fran panicked. A battalion of soldiers marched toward her, ready to subdue her mercilessly. She didn't even have time to react. She was thrown to the ground and began to be trampled by several human soldiers. From the back, Adele watched everything with a surprised expression. That was not what he expected. At that moment, he guessed something in his thoughts. Wait, could it be that she can't cast spells on herself? But he quickly discarded that possibility, his eyes shining and mind racing. No, that can't be it. Maybe she has some special reason. While Fran continued screaming desperately for help, Adele looked away, still intrigued by something else. There was a green light radiating from somewhere. He turned his face to observe better and came across a pink-haired girl. She was kneeling beside one of the cadets who had been injured in the fight against the instructor and her soldiers. Gently, she touched the young man's injured knee. He, sincerely grateful, said, "Thank you," but the girl just replied with a light smile, "You didn't need to thank me. I'm glad it wasn't serious." The boy's knee fully regenerated before Adele's eyes. The protagonist was shocked. His eyes widened. That can't be healing magic? In this dark world? His astonishment had a reason. After all, this was a power that, as far as he knew, only humans could use. That could only mean one thing. That young woman was also a half-breed. Adele became euphoric. To think I'm in the same class as someone with the rare talent of healing. I don't remember her name, but I have to find a way to get close to her. He felt as if he had discovered a hidden treasure. Adele didn't remember the young woman's name, but he knew he needed to find a way to approach her. He wondered if he should take that chance, but before making any decision, someone called him, interrupting his thoughts. "Cadet Adele, Cadet Fran asked for your help earlier. Now that the test is over, it would be good if you helped her walk." Adele didn't want to lose sight of the pink-haired girl, but he had no choice. That would have to wait. Minutes later, Adele poked Fran's forehead. She was lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, wanting him to carry her, but the boy had already checked that she was fine and wasn't going to give in. He went straight to the point. "Get up already, the test is over." Fran, however, kept trembling on the floor. She had been massacred. Seconds later, the young woman sat crying, feeling the shame of her own failure in front of Adele. But he didn't care. Soon she became furious with the protagonist and shouted, trying to regain her wounded pride, "Don't pretend you don't understand, you useless." Adele smiled and mocked. "Well, I saw you looking weaker than a slave." That made Fran's face flush with anger. For a moment, she even forgot the pain running through her body. Then, Idea clapped her hands, interrupting the tension. "Very well. Time to clean up. Everyone, gather around. I had some expectations, but the results were as expected. Still, good job on the first lesson. It's important to go through situations like this to understand where you are, where you err." Samuel snorted, clearly frustrated. Idea continued her little sermon. "And also what your limits are. Knowing this will allow you to support each other and work perfectly as a team during combat." Adele reflected with his thoughts racing. At the Imperial School of Humans, students are divided by ability, but here at Saitan, the distribution is random. So synergy is essential. Instructor Idea probably wants to emphasize that. Soon she continued. "As for the only one who passed, Cadet Adele." With a frighteningly excited face, she cast a direct look at him. "I'm looking forward to seeing your progress." Adele responded simply but firmly. "Thank you. I will do my best to learn everything." In the background, the other cadets' gazes were sharp, filled with tension. At the end of the class, Idea said, "Return to your rooms for the next lesson." Adele couldn't help but think, staring at the instructor. That was a compliment, right? But why did she seem so hostile? Right behind the protagonist, Samuel was watching him with fiery eyes. Adele felt that threatening aura growing around him and could only hold back his anxiety. He couldn't help but think, he's always looking for a chance to fight. Amid all this, an important thought crossed Adele's mind. Is it possible for me to build my own faction in this place? Then, the students returned to their rooms. After Instructor Idea's class, the next lessons proceeded normally. The next teacher introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I am the instructor responsible for theoretical education." Thus, he began the explanation. "In theoretical class, we study the history of the underworld kingdom and the weaknesses of humans. The 7 mystics originate from the first Dark King, and our body structure is very similar to humans." Adele sighed, thoughtful. If they get hit there, it will hurt the same way, huh? Interesting." While the teacher spoke, the whole class seemed almost asleep. The instructor then announced, "In the next class, we will have a test on today's content. If you want to avoid remedial classes, memorize everything." Adele slammed the book shut and collapsed on the desk. "Is this serious? It's just like when I used to go to school. Ha! Today is only the first day, and I already feel defeated." Looking around, he saw his classmates interacting. With teary eyes, he thought, no friends again, just like before. Then he saw the girl with the healing power sitting alone. Adele stood up determined. Maybe I should talk to her this time. He approached slowly. When he caught her attention, the girl looked at him silently. Adele smiled gently and introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. The other students began to watch the two. The pink-haired girl, visibly nervous, barely managed to respond. She only managed to say the pleasure was hers too, but stammered a lot even in those few words. Adele noticed. When two half-breeds do anything, everyone notices. She seems uncomfortable. Better leave the rest of the conversation for another time. He then said goodbye, promising to continue the conversation later. She nodded shyly. Adele walked to the classroom door, reflecting, maybe I'll go to the bathroom to feed my loneliness with mana or something. At that moment, Samuel appeared at the classroom door, trying to enter. Adele recognized that this was the worst moment for an encounter, and, as expected, Samuel was already irritated. But without creating conflict, Adele smiled and said, "I was just about to leave. Go ahead, I'll come later." As Samuel passed by him, he muttered with contempt, "What a disgusting low-class creature." Tired of the hostility, Adele didn't let it slide and retorted boldly, "Your family must be amazing, huh?" Samuel froze, turned furious, and Adele added, "I mean, to have raised trash that walks and talks like you?" Samuel stared at Adele with clenched teeth and pure hatred. Veins bulged on his jaw. He shouted, threatening, "I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces!" Adele calmly analyzed him. Unlike Baltan, this one shows pure hatred and hostility. If he gets in the way of my plans, maybe it's better to eliminate him right now. Both were ready to fight. Samuel thought, if I use magic, no one will care if I blow off one of his arms. But suddenly the tense aura disappeared. A professor wearing glasses suddenly appeared in the room. He entered unnoticed, appearing between the two behind his desk. Calmly, the man announced, "We are about to start class. Sit down, both of you." Adele and Samuel were shocked. No one knew how or when that man had appeared. Samuel realized his power had completely vanished. No mana hovered over his body. Adele, confused, reflected, even if I accept that he appeared out of nowhere, both Samuel's and my talents were blocked. Without reaction, dagger still in hand, Adele wondered, who is this instructor after all? Adjusting his glasses, the professor announced, "Now I should introduce myself. Please return to your seats quickly." Even irritated, Samuel turned and went to his desk. Adele did the same, following the new professor's guidance. But Adele couldn't avoid the thought. He ignored everything so easily. That's kind of disturbing. As they went to their places, the pink-haired girl cast a fixed glance at Adele. The professor then introduced himself. His name was Robolt. "From now on, I will be the one teaching magic to you." Adele, remembering that Robolt had blocked all his magic, thought, that makes sense. So he is the magic instructor. If he's an instructor here in Saitan, he must be extremely skilled. That's promising. Adele soon thought, in any fantasy world, the first thing that comes to mind is magic. Pointing to his own theory, Adele commented, "In my novel, magic wasn't categorized as talent or trait. It was something completely different, maybe closer to a skill. Depending on the perspective, it could even be considered academic." With enthusiasm, Robolt continued his explanation. "To learn magic, there is something you need to understand first. Attributes. The central elements are earth, water, wind, and fire. 4 basic elements. If we add darkness and light, we have the 6 fundamental attributes." Adele reflected, "Attributes. Most people have only 1. But maybe I have 2. The Bears family definitely has the darkness attribute. But as for the Arson family, I'm not sure." Robolt proceeded. "That's why, in today's lesson, we will identify each cadet's mana attribute." Showing a black orb with purple tones, he asked, "Place your hand on this orb. The color change will reveal your attribute. Now form a line and come one by one." The first cadet approached hesitantly. Adele thought, "I'll stay back here and watch the others for now." Even though scared, the student was instructed, "Please place your hand on the orb." As soon as he touched the orb, the color changed to an intense red. Robolt then revealed to everyone, "This cadet has the fire attribute." Adele already knew that and added mentally, "Green means the wind attribute." The professor continued with the tests. "Next cadet, please place your hand on the orb." One of the students had the earth attribute. When Adele finally stepped into the line, he commented lightly, "The instructor says the cadet's attributes very quickly." Soon the instructor called, "Next, step forward, please." Finally, it was Adele's turn. The protagonist was beginning to gain fame at the academy. Robolt knew his name, which Adele found curious. "How did he know that? I never introduced myself." Robolt asked him to place his hand on the orb. As he approached, the orb shone with a dark blackish tone mixed with gray. Adele didn't recognize that color, and the professor was surprised. "That's extremely rare. Half is black, and the other half is gray." Adele, confused, asked, "What does that mean?" Robolt answered, "Black usually indicates the darkness attribute, common in high-ranking shadow entities. But this gray tone is new to me." Adele was even more surprised. "So you don't know either, instructor?" Adjusting his glasses with a sparkle in his eyes, the professor said, "Actually, I do know. I'm just surprised by its rarity." And then he revealed, "Gray represents chaos, the attribute of magic that defies natural order." Adele was amazed. "There is magic like that?" But the professor regretted, "Sorry, I fear I don't know more than that." Adele didn't insist, but remained thoughtful. "It's the first time I hear of such an attribute. I don't think it even appeared in my novel. Magic that defies natural order. Maybe that phrase is the key. For now, I'll focus on the darkness attribute since that one I know." The day outside the academy was pleasant, but Adele remained restless, reflecting. Magic that defies natural order. Suddenly, someone sneaked up. Adele sensed something and turned quickly. It was Fran, surprised to have been noticed. "How did you detect my stealth technique?" Adele, confused, had no idea what she was talking about. Fran composed herself. "But that's not the problem here." Then she confronted him. "What were you thinking?" Adele was even more confused. What do you mean? Fran was already showing irritation. Don't play dumb. Pointing to Samuel, she said, You provoked that guy. Adele answered firmly, I just can't accept being bullied. Fran was surprised by the answer. Don't you realize what you did? Adele wasn't worried at all. Well, external forces can't enter Saitan anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? But Fran shook her head. You really don't get it? This isn't just about shadow beings against shadow beings. That boy's family is… She stopped, sighed, and gave up continuing. Anyway, I'll go back now. Just be careful from now on. Adele was curious. What was she going to say? Was she warning me because Samuel's family is known for brutal vengeance? It doesn't seem like that, but he quickly dismissed it. Whatever, it's the last class of the day. Better focus on it. Suddenly, someone slammed the table brutally. With an authoritative presence, the new instructor shouted, Weaklings, under normal circumstances, none of you would deserve to be here. Aries, the fencing instructor, had arrived. He continued in his authoritative tone. Despite facing a dummy with only 5% of its power, all groups except the top 8 were annihilated. Am I wrong? Adele understood the game. He's hitting us in our pride from the very first class. Is he provoking us on purpose? Aries went on. That's why I will now be responsible for teaching you fencing, so that even if you get eliminated, you can at least take an enemy's arm with you. For that, well, you'll see soon enough. Then Aries took everyone to the training track and ordered them to run. As the cadets ran non-stop, Aries shouted, The foundation of fencing is physical strength. A technique with endurance becomes 2 or 3 times more powerful. The activity was exhausting, and many were on the verge of collapse. I'm going to collapse any moment now. What, aren't we already at lap 50? Noticing something wrong, Aries called 2 cadets, Fran and Samuel. He then shouted, Who said you could use mana to run, huh? Both, bent over on the ground, apologized, but the response was brutal. You will start over. From the beginning. Almost crying, the 2 returned to the starting line. Adele found all this comical. Seriously, these rich kids always try to cheat. Back in my time, I defeated knights right after possessing a body and fled to the dark world. I caused pure chaos. Finally, the training ended. Everyone, stop! You did well today. Cadets who completed 50 laps, head to your dormitories. Everyone lined up except Fran and Samuel, who remained sprawled on the ground, exhausted and completely drained. Aries warned severely, Those who didn't finish on time will have extra classes. Adele looked at the 2 utterly destroyed and thought, Phew, today was no joke. Let's head to the dorms. With classes over, Adele walked through the academy, thoughtful. I'm exhausted. I want to get inside and rest as soon as possible. Where is the boys' dorm entrance? Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. Startled, the boy stepped back. He hadn't sensed any presence and had no idea who it was. Still shaken by the unexpected event, Adele saw Renee. She seemed downcast. Her gaze was tense and a whirlwind of thoughts filled Adele's mind. And most importantly, why is she here? A little nervous, Adele asked Miss Renee if she was heading to the dormitory. Without prolonging the conversation, Renee confirmed with a simple nod. Trying to start a conversation, Adele asked how the young woman's first day of school had been. While Adele tried to understand Renee, 2 girls in the background watched them murmuring something. So, the protagonist commented, trying to understand Renee, Did someone in your class annoy you? It seemed like a perfect scene to be misunderstood. Renee did not hesitate and replied, You are unprepared. Adele was confused, so Renee added, Your training is weak. Let's do a warm-up exercise together. You'll help me, right? At that moment, Adele turned pale as if his soul had left his body. Even unwilling, he dragged his body behind Renee, facing the girl's enthusiasm and thinking, Oh, she really never gets tired, huh? Renee, walking ahead, looked back and announced, There's a cadet training area nearby. There's still time, so let's hurry. Adele agreed, with all the enthusiasm in the world. Well, not really. Even though it wasn't what he expected, the protagonist thought, Still, training with a descendant of one of the 7 deadly sins, even if it's tough, will be beneficial. They soon arrived at the school gym, a very organized place. Observing the environment, Renee commented, This place is quite spacious. Adele noticed several students training hard and thought, There's a lot of equipment and everyone is really pushing themselves. This will definitely help improve endurance. Renee pointed to a bar crowded with people and said, Adele, shall we start here? Taking the lead, the protagonist asked if he could try first. He approached the bar and squatted down. Renee watched and presumed, Looks pretty heavy. But Adele, who was already about to lift the weight, told his lady not to worry, that he could handle it easily. In his mind, Adele reinforced, I've been training for years. This is nothing. He started to exert force. In a short time, he was sweating cold and turning as red as his hair. Seeing her bodyguard suffering, Renee ordered, still with arms crossed, Too weak. Stop before you hurt yourself. Frustrated, on all fours and panting, Adele thought, I guess Adele's body, after being locked up for so long, still can't handle this. At that moment, Renee positioned herself in front of the loaded bar and prepared. In an instant, She lifted the bar above her head as if it were a child's play. Still on the ground, trying to recover, Adele complimented her. "Wow, that was amazing, my lady." And that made him face the harsh reality. "I really can't compare to her even in brute strength. I'm going to have to work very hard." The day was beginning to darken, and Adele and Renee were still training in the gym. Adele approached the girl who was still lifting weights and pointed out, "Miss, it's been 2 hours. Shall we finish and go back?" She agreed and lowered the bar, still loaded with heavy weights. While holding the young woman's jacket, Adele said, "I'll escort you to the dormitory entrance." Renee took the jacket from Adele's hands. At that moment, he pondered while looking at her. Even putting today aside, she's been training a lot lately. "I'm curious about my condition. Maybe I should take a quick look while she changes." While Renee finished changing, Adele opened his status screen. The protagonist was still a half-blood, with a disposition toward chaos and the rare talent of position swap. His traits remained the same: curiosity, immersion, intention to take lives, darkness, mana control, and the dreaded eyes of arrogance. What caught his attention most, however, was the mana. It had increased from 1,297 to 1,321. Even with the nightly energy control training, progress was slow, a gain of only 24 points. But soon he reflected, well, this is the slowest growth period. Should I get an elixir or something? Finally, Renee finished dressing and called Adele, who was distracted analyzing the stats. He didn't respond immediately, and Renee asked what he was doing. This time, Adele listened and quickly disguised, "Nothing, let's go." Both left the gym and walked across the campus. Minutes later, Adele and Renee were at the entrance of the female dormitory. Adele said goodbye to Renee. "Well then, have a good rest, miss." Renee wished the same. As soon as she entered, Adele thought, "Phew, finally over. I'm about to faint. Time to go to the Bali dorm and rest." He went up the stairs with a map in hand, murmuring, "Stairs up and to the right. Let's see, my room number on the acceptance letter was 407. On the 4th floor, he finally found his door and thought, I wonder who my roommate will be. I hope it's someone skilled and with a good personality. If needed, I can bring him to my side. Preparing to open the door, he said, trying to cheer himself up. My first male friend in the underworld kingdom? This is pretty exciting. Upon opening the door, Adele came face to face with a young man sitting on the bed sucking a lollipop. They stared at each other for long seconds. And for better or worse, Adele's roommate was none other than Samuel, his #1 enemy at the academy. Both were shocked, and Samuel's lollipop fell from his mouth. They both said in unison, "What the hell are you doing here?" Adele entered the room, sat down, and started drumming frantically on a table, thinking, damn, I'm seriously screwed. Samuel bit his lollipop angrily and wondered, of all people, I had to share a room with him. They stared at each other again and their faces exploded with rage. Samuel cursed him as a filthy half-blood. Adele thought, should I get rid of him? Trying to stay calm, Adele let out a long sigh. Samuel got up from the bed and shouted, "You want to fight now? Is that it?" Adele turned around and answered, "Are you crazy? You want to fight here? I'm just leaving." Before leaving, Adele stared at Samuel and told him to enjoy his rest. Samuel just grumbled that he was one unlucky bastard. They really weren't born to live together. Adele walked frustrated through the academy halls. Just when I thought I could relax, that jerk becomes my roommate. I'll take a walk and come back after he's asleep. He's not even a child of wrath, so why is he so full of rage? Ha, I don't get it. Come to think of it, Samuel is a child of gluttony. Could he have something similar to my disposition as chaos? Walking through a forest, Adele reflected, I hadn't thought much about it until Instructor Robolt mentioned it. What does chaos really mean? Is it a mana attribute? Should I ask the info paper? No, if it knew, it would have explained when it taught me about recorded skills. It would have given me knowledge about chaos, too. Better not waste money for nothing. Adele sighed loudly. It's so frustrating not knowing anything. I better find a place to train my mana technique. At that moment, he heard a noise coming from a tree. Adele turned and spotted a bird. He wondered if it was a sparrow. Looking closer, Adele realized, wait, they have birds here too. That's kind of cute. The protagonist stared at the animal and commented, so even in Saitan, outside creatures roam around. He turned to go back to the room, finding it interesting, but then noticed the bird was still staring at him, and its eyes had turned red. It was already night. The academy lights were on. Silently, Adele entered the room. Luckily, Samuel was already asleep. Then Adele threw himself on his bed and sighed deeply. I'm so tired. I'll pass out quickly. Still, before sleeping, I should at least train a little mana. But before he could start anything, he completely passed out, sleeping deeply with his mouth slightly open. Suddenly, the shadow of a boy was cast over Adele's sleeping body. Samuel stood beside his bed, staring at him intensely. His green eyes shone in the darkness of the room. He stood there, watching Adele for long minutes without moving a muscle. Then he thought to himself, even his sleeping face looks stupid and annoying. And he insulted my family. Even if I was wrong, I'm not the one who's going to apologize first. Finally, Samuel turned and went back to his own bed, his thoughts boiling in his mind. I already have so much to do. Do I really need to waste energy on someone as insignificant as him? But at that moment, Samuel remembered what had happened earlier in class, Adele's performance facing instructor Idea. That presence the protagonist showed in the room. Seeing that made his heart tighten, as if it were being crushed. Sitting on his bed, Samuel kept staring at Adele, disturbed. That was a pain I felt before, but why? Suddenly, Samuel's body began to shake violently. He writhed in pain, sweating cold, while a dense green aura covered his entire body. Internally, the boy struggled to stay sane. Damn, is gluttony's fury starting again? I'm hungry beyond bearable. It feels like my organs are drying up inside. Meanwhile, Samuel pressed his own stomach, murmuring that it was unbearable. On the bed, Adele shifted and turned his face toward Samuel. The young glutton started clutching his belly, mentally affirming, I'm hungry, and I still have to face that smug face until morning? Seriously, I want to punch him. Right after Adele hugged his pillow and, still asleep, mumbled the name of the shadow entity. Thus the night passed and the day finally dawned at the academy. Adele woke up drowsy, rubbing his eyes and murmuring, What time is it? Is it already morning? He saw the sun shining through the window and then noticed something different. He walked to the window, his gaze fixed on a bird perched on a nearby tree, and commented, Is it the same bird from yesterday? It came again this morning. He thought for a few moments. In Saitan, where they are so strict about external invasions, how would they allow a living being in who isn't a cadet? Then he opened the window while reflecting. Someone must be trying to spy on me. Could it be Instructor Aries, the one who's most suspicious of me? With a quick mana scan, Adele realized the bird wasn't an illusion. It was definitely a living creature, so he supposed. Could I tame it with food? Adele extended his hand toward the bird, calling it. Soon after, he looked toward Samuel's bed, realizing it was already empty, and thought he might be late. Come to think of it, Samuel probably already went to eat. Better hurry before breakfast is over. However, Adele hesitated for a moment and wondered, but where exactly is the dining hall? Later, classes began. Idea was the first to teach in Adele's classroom. She greeted the students with her authoritative and firm voice, saying, Good morning, everyone. Adele sat at his desk, pale and almost skeletal in appearance. The boy thought, exhausted, I got lost looking for the dining hall and ended up missing breakfast. I'm worried if I'll be able to concentrate in class today. Suddenly, Idea caught everyone's attention in the room. I have an important announcement to make. Is everyone here? This immediately drew Adele's attention. What kind of announcement could it be? In a serious tone, Idea revealed, Today, during the opening class, we will choose the class president. Adele and the other students were surprised. Class president just like that? One student raised their hand and asked, How will the president be chosen? Idea replied, At first I was going to let you vote among candidates, but I changed my mind. The class president I will appoint is... At that moment, before Idea could finish her announcement, one of the students was enveloped by a faint purple aura. It was Fran. The young woman stood up excitedly, interrupting the class and affirming, A wise decision, instructor. She really believed she would be chosen as class president. Adele just mentally confirmed what he already suspected. He also assumed the president would be young, just like in the novel. Adele also thought about Samuel, but due to his personality, he probably wouldn't serve as president. All radiant with an intense glow around her, Fran declared, We will lead the class together from now on. Everyone serve me as your queen, Adele thought, observing the girl. Well, I guess Fran is indeed the most suitable. Her intelligence is a bit limited, but her charisma and support skills are top-notch. The room began to fill with whispers. And Adele, he seemed quite capable, but another student disagreed. A half-blood as president? Please. Further back, others commented, And Samuel? But someone dismissed him, saying he was kind of scary. Adele couldn't help but reflect upon hearing his name mentioned. Was my performance in the first class really that impressive? It's nice to hear my name being talked about. Looking at Fran, everyone started to think it was obvious she would be chosen. It seemed Fran really was the right choice. Fran then spoke directly to Idea. Don't be shy, instructor. You can announce it now. But to everyone's surprise, Idea cleared up the misunderstanding. The class president is not Cadet Fran. The young woman was incredulous. How was that possible? Idea then announced without interruption. The Class A president is Pixie Adele. The protagonist was shocked. Why him? None of this made sense. He stared at Idea with doubts. Appointing a half-blood like me as class president, what were they thinking? Soon the instructor called him. President Adele, please do your best to lead the class. Adele stood up and firmly responded that he would. Idea continued. I have to teach another class, so I'll leave a few announcements and go. To prepare for the semester's midterm exams, classes will now focus on practical training. Meanwhile, Samuel clearly did not like what he heard. She proceeded, The training will be done in trios, so form your teams by the end of the day. Adele thought, midterms and training. If it's practical training in Saitan, then very likely, it will involve eliminating humans, because taking lives is essential in combat. Before leaving, Idea stated, That's all for today's opening class. But then Idea remembered something and called Cadet Fran. The young woman looked at her and heard Idea's warning in a stern tone. "If you speak to me informally again, you will have private supplementary lessons." Fran was extremely shocked, but Adele just smiled quietly, thinking she put Fran in her place. While leaving the room, Idea addressed Adele. And class president, please submit your team list in the last class. And everyone, do your best in today's lesson. Adele pondered. Putting team formation aside, where will we train? Will we use those dolls instructor Idea made yesterday? No, if that were the case, we wouldn't need to form teams. At this point in the original story, it's not yet time for the attack on the human world. Anyway, the priority now is to form a solid team. Then he looked at a pink-haired young woman, a half-blood like him, and concluded, well, I kind of already chose mine. In the academy corridors, an instructor walked with an imposing presence. It was Aries. His expression radiated fury, drawing the attention of other instructors nearby. Meanwhile, Idea was in her office, handling administrative matters. Aries burst in abruptly, shouting for her. She greeted him calmly, but the man exploded with rage like a bomb. "What were you thinking?" Idea remained impassive and simply commented, "It's good to see this serious side of yours again, senior." But Aries shouted again, "That's not why I came here. Why did you appoint that boy as class president?" With serenity, Idea pointed out, "That only happened this morning. You must have eyes and ears all over Saitan, senior." Still, Aries continued, "Giving him the role of class president, you can't ignore what that implies." Losing a bit of patience, Idea stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Of course I know. It's only temporary, but it gives him command of Class A as a unit." Aries couldn't believe it. He almost lunged at Idea but held back. He slammed the table hard and shouted again, "And you still went through with it? You're out of your mind!" He then ordered, gritting his teeth and staring deeply into her eyes. "It's not too late yet. Immediately replace the class president with someone else. If not..." The woman showed no reaction, just looked up, staring at Aries without averting her gaze, silently waiting for him to finish his threat. The instructors faced each other, determined to defend their points. Instructor Idea, crossing her arms, firmly rejected the suggestion to replace the class president. Grinding his teeth, Aries scratched his head, feeling like he was going crazy. Idea had reasons to select Adele as president. "Sir, I like that student. He is at a high skill level and is not arrogant like the children of the 7 deadly sins captains. He is supported by the Bears family, so his identity is guaranteed." Aries confronted the instructor's words, stating that merely confirming someone's identity did not make them trustworthy. Idea sighed, seeing she wouldn't be able to convince the instructor. Knowing it was a waste of time, she decided to ignore him. "I will take care of my class alone. Don't interfere, sir. I may be a rookie instructor, but I trust my eyes to find talent." Furious, Aries shouted at Instructor Idea, but she left him alone in that room. Aries frowned with a dark expression. He told himself he needed to take over that class, as someone so dangerous couldn't be under Idea's responsibility. What caught his attention most was the aura of that being who had inflicted an unforgettable wound on him. He felt that the aura of that man and Adele's were similar. The chance of Adele being that guy was small, but Aries didn't want to let a suspicion go uninvestigated. Still wanting to find out who Adele was, the instructor walked to a window and whistled. In moments, a bird flew toward him, the same bird the protagonist had seen in recent days. To Aries, nothing particularly strange had happened, so he extended his hand once again, sending the bird to continue watching Adele. Aries didn't want to lose sight of him for even a second. In Instructor Idea's classroom, several students were talking after she left. The protagonist noticed that everyone there was already forming teams. Still, he, the class president, hadn't received an invitation from anyone. Suddenly, he heard an invitation behind him. "Do you want to form a team with me?" The protagonist thought the invitation was for him, but when he turned around, he realized the young man was speaking to Samuel, who replied without much interest. "I don't care much, as long as you don't slow me down." Grinding his teeth, Adele couldn't believe that even someone like Samuel had found a team, but he hadn't. Seeing he had no choice, he stood up, determined to make the first move. In a corner of the room, a shy girl was worried because no one approached her since she was a half-breed. While trying to gather courage to invite someone, a person approached. The pink-haired girl, looking up, faced a student with an extremely dark, overwhelming aura. Frightened, she almost stepped back. Trembling, she sobbed. Adele was confused by her reaction. He was just scanning her mana, but she was surprised. The protagonist managed to check that her mana levels were good, and since she had healing abilities, she would be a perfect teammate. Doing the best he could, the protagonist introduced himself. "I'm Adele, we met briefly before. Have you found a team yet?" Looking downcast, the girl revealed she was alone. For Adele, who wanted her on his team, that was perfect. Having introduced himself first, he asked the girl's name. Though reserved, she revealed her name, Luna. Adele used his sweetest tone. "Your name is lovely. How about joining my team? Being on the same team as the class president will benefit you." Luna clasped her hands, trying to refuse the offer but couldn't find the right words. The protagonist approached Luna, unaware he was scaring her. With his sharp gaze, he tried to convince her with a smile that made him even more intimidating. Luna, there isn't much time until the last period. We're both half-bloods, so we should get along. Stammering and trembling, the girl was convinced and accepted the offer, leaving Adele excited. Hearing how much Adele liked the idea, Fran jumped on him with a raised eyebrow. What exactly is excellent? While Adele wondered when the girl had appeared, Fran sat down, crossing her legs while smiling. Ho ho ho, it seems you still don't have a team formed. Very well. I will accept both of you on my team as long as you serve me. Suddenly, shy Luna found herself in the middle of an argument. Adele said they had already formed a team, but Fran responded that she had heard everything. Fran acted like a tremendous dictator. I don't recognize your position as class president. The true leader here is me, ho 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 ho. Seeing the girl irritated because he didn't respond, Adele wondered if he should reject her, but he realized she probably didn't have a team either, so he decided to be humble and let her join his group. Since Fran wanted to be the leader, Adele imposed a condition. She would have to consult him before making any decision. Still, since she was the daughter of one of the 7 deadly sins, Adele would keep a close eye on her. With Fran becoming the leader, Adele's plan, to boost her pride and use her at the same time, was underway. After a week in which nothing interesting happened, the protagonist looked at his stats and realized he would soon need to get an elixir or something similar. Although he had managed to understand the mana attribute, the chaos attribute was still something he didn't comprehend. At least he had some hope of learning more about it in that week's magic classes. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a vibration on his desk. Krita's loneliness was becoming unstable. That was another thing he needed to deal with. At least he could feel relieved since Samuel was quiet. Things seemed to be starting to improve. As that day's class began, Idea cheerfully wished everyone a good morning. Seeing how excited the teacher was, the protagonist wondered if something good had happened. As he suspected, the teacher announced, "Today's class will be a little special. We will do practical training outside." Although eager for the practical training, the protagonist wondered why they would do it outside the academy. The teacher confirmed his expectation. "We will leave Saitan Academy and travel. We're going to a place called Orgon." The protagonist was surprised to hear the name of the place. Orgon was where humans who failed to return to their realm during the war were imprisoned. The teacher, leaving the room, told everyone to follow her. They would be traveling on a dimensional train. Several people who didn't know Orgon got excited. They thought they were going on a fun holiday trip. However, with a smile on his face, Adele already anticipated the shock they would experience upon arrival. There was something more important than the training in Orgon, a special opportunity that the protagonist of this story would discover. For Nam Woo Yun, the true Adele, this was the chance to get that thing first. However, a problem arose. The protagonist wondered how he could find what he wanted and at the same time avoid everyone's eyes, since the guard's strength was impressive. Fran, seeing Adele's rigid expression, approached and patted him on the shoulder a few times. The protagonist quickly made an excuse. "It's our first external training. I think I'm a little nervous." Surprised, Fran mocked, "So you can get nervous even with that dark appearance." Cheerfully, she reassured him, "You have your team leader with you. Don't worry and just follow me." Seeing the girl remain enthusiastic, the protagonist became curious whether she would keep that confidence once they arrived in Orgon. Thanks to Fran, Adele felt more at ease during the train ride. Going to Orgon was a unique opportunity. He vowed to himself that he would not waste it. As the train crossed the dark terrain, the conductor communicated with the passenger cars. "Passengers, we are arriving at Orgon. Please be careful when disembarking." As soon as they got off, the students faced a huge fortress surrounded by tall walls amidst sharp rocks. In the air, a dark energy hung, making visibility difficult and terrifying. Idea, at the front of the group of students, asked everyone to follow her closely. With cages holding skeletons scattered around the area, everyone felt the intense atmosphere. Ahead of the protagonist, 2 students were talking. "I have a bad feeling about this," the other replied, questioning. "Are we really going to train here?" The instructor heard the student's doubt and answered, "Yes, this is your training ground, Orgon. But don't worry, there shouldn't be any battles here." Seeing the teacher's habit of smiling even knowing what was coming, the protagonist frowned. 3 guards dressed in black cloaks appeared at the prison door, stopping the group. "Are you from Saitan?" While the teacher took care of the entry permission, the protagonist analyzed the 3. He felt tremendous pressure emanating from them, at least at the same level as the instructors. After verification, the leader of the guards showed the way, also instructed by the teacher. The students walked through a stone corridor lit by torches. On the dark floor, various venomous insects crawled without them noticing. Throughout the journey, the students looked around as they heard screams begging for help, making the environment even darker. Finally, even the proud Fran felt fear. "What place is this?" Other students began to feel an unbearable stench, as if something would jump out of the shadows at any moment. The protagonist observed how everyone began to react, except Samuel, who, being strange, didn't even seem disturbed. Suddenly, everyone stopped when they encountered a glow. The nightlight finally entered the multi-story prison, located in a pit surrounded by cages. Everyone faced the true nature of Orgon. All around, humans behind bars had a cloudy, dark look, void of hope. Instructor Idea finally introduced the place. As you can see, this is a place of incarceration for humans who attacked our kingdom. Each one carries the worst possible crimes, even against those who did not participate in the war. As a human was brought by a guard, the teacher asked if they were curious about how they would train. Asking them to pay attention, Idea released a dark aura in front of the man who was placed on his knees. The man trembled before that energy, before that woman. Idea walked up to him, leaving him confused as she held his chin. With a manic look, Idea created a small sphere of energy and instructed the man, "Now swallow this silently, it will be over soon." She forced the sphere into the man's mouth, leaving some students disgusted, although others, like Samuel, really enjoyed the sight. As soon as the man swallowed the energy, a transformation began to occur. A great instability formed in his head, which began to inflate like a gas balloon, until surpassing the point it could support. In moments, the students were splattered with the liquid that sprayed in all directions. Even without being hit, the protagonist stepped back to avoid the explosion. The teacher then explained the training. "All you need to do is repeat what I did, in your own way." Simple, right? All around, the students couldn't hold what was in their stomachs, dirtying the stone floor. Even after witnessing that cruel scene, the protagonist was barely affected, probably because he was synchronized with the body's owner, the true Adele. He told himself, "No matter how much things get worse, my goal will not change. I will survive until the end, fix this damned world, and fulfill Adele's wish." Having explained the mission, the instructor addressed Adele. "Class president, do you have any last words?" Being summoned, the protagonist walked to a cell, drawing a dagger. There was a man immobilized, handcuffed to the wall, who was startled to see the boy. Before the man, the protagonist asked, "Any last words before the end?" The human, enraged, shouted, venting all his hatred, "My only regret is not having eliminated even more damned ones like you. We humans will wipe out every one of you to the last." Before the man could finish speaking, the protagonist made his move, silencing him forever. A small smile appeared on Adele's lips. He was truly satisfied to have done that after hearing the man's words. Leaving the cell, the protagonist asked the instructor if that was enough. Idea couldn't help but applaud and praise him. "Perfect!" Then the instructor guided the other students, including Fran, as the class president did, enter a cell and start the training. Seeing Luna's frightened look, the teacher asked all the half-bloods to form a line. Watching them being separated, the protagonist felt a little confused. He was surprised to realize there were more half-bloods besides him and Luna, who seemed extremely unwell. The instructor then revealed the reason for the separation. "You cadets have specific prisoners for your training." A group of men was placed on their knees in front of the group. The protagonist frowned upon realizing what was specific about those men. They were all half-bloods. Facing the group, trembling with fear, the teacher instructed the students, "You need to prove that you are different from these traitors." One of the students behind Luna gritted his teeth. He furiously advanced, attacking one of the targets. "Do you know how much we have suffered because of you?" The protagonist saw how quickly the training had begun, and how the screams spread even more through the corridors. Furious, Samuel, who had advanced, summoned a dark energy, forming a thorny monster to devour his target. On one side, Luna, scared, closed her eyes while crying, holding her own head. Unlike her, Samuel, who didn't even need to use magic to complete the mission, seemed to go beyond what was necessary. The protagonist noticed how much that scared Luna. The girl was completely broken. If Instructor Idea noticed such behavior, it would be terrible for her. While observing Luna, the instructor heard someone else calling her. Fran wanted to know if she could just use her ability to pass the test. Since it was Fran, the instructor agreed that it would still count. Approaching one of the humans, Fran raised her hand, casting a control spell. "You are now linked to me. Eliminate the one next to you." Under the girl's command, the controlled one attacked the person beside him, ignoring their screams and pleas. Fran remained silent until everything was over. Then she glanced sideways at the teacher. "Done?" The instructor nodded. "You passed, but we need to fix this compassion over time." Everything that had happened did not go unnoticed by the protagonist. To him, Fran didn't seem to lack hatred toward humans, but still had a softer heart than expected. Seeing that almost all the students had finished, Idea looked at the only one who had not completed the mission yet, Luna. The young girl trembled, thinking about what she would have to do. Severely, the teacher provoked her. "Prove who you are." The protagonist imagined what could happen if Luna failed to complete this training. The girl, with empty eyes, trembled. Nervous, scared, anguished. All she wanted, all she begged for, was to get out of there. Luna fell to her knees pathetically. She, who because of a man not even worthy of being called a father, had gone to the academy seeking revenge for her mother who had lived miserably, could not act. Her anger towards herself was so great that her nails scratched the ground. Breaking Luna from her fear, the protagonist approached. Are you okay? Luna was confused when she saw Adele, but the young man said nothing more than asking her to wait a moment. Rolling up his sleeves, Adele declared, I'm going to help Miss Luna with her training. Luna was startled by Adele's actions. He drew his dagger once again, asking if they could start. Adele handed the dagger to Luna while holding her hands. You might be scared, but you need to do this. Please just relax your hands for a moment. The protagonist instructed the girl on how to hold that blade. Placing her in front of the one she was supposed to complete her mission against, Adele guided, If you just walk forward holding the dagger like this, you'll be fine. Luna closed her eyes, overwhelmed by extreme terror, and followed Adele's command. A little while later, she opened her eyes again. Adele was running his fingers through her hair while praising her. You did very well. The protagonist knew the situation could be seen in a very bad light. It was quite obvious what would happen to a half-blood who couldn't attack a human. In the best case, they would be expelled. In the worst, she wouldn't even leave Oregon. With arms crossed, the instructor confronted Adele. I don't know what you were thinking, but class president, you don't expect her to pass with just that, right? With a smile on his face, the protagonist countered the teacher's words. No, Cadet Luna passed. You clearly said we only needed to eliminate one human with our skills. Cadet Luna is the only healer in all of Saitan. I helped her because I recognized the value of her talent. With a perplexed look, the teacher couldn't believe Adele's words. So, according to your logic, you're saying you wouldn't help a cadet without talent? The protagonist showed no mercy in his response. Of course, if they don't have talent, I'll leave them behind. In silence, Idea smiled, satisfied with the answer that revealed the young man's personality before her. She then turned away, shrugging. You really do whatever you want, don't you? But I'll remember these words. Going to check on the other students, Idea left the pair behind. After the teacher left, the protagonist felt more relieved. He had avoided a crisis by giving an answer that pleased the instructor. If Ares had been responsible for the training, Luna wouldn't have escaped. With the teacher far away, the protagonist could speak to the girl. Miss Luna, it seems you're safe now. Luna was extremely tired. As soon as she heard Adele's words, she felt so relieved that she fainted. Holding the girl who almost fell to the ground, the protagonist allowed her to rest now that she was okay. He leaned her against one of the walls so she could rest. Then he smiled mischievously. The real game was about to begin. Knowing the inside and outside of Oregon and with plenty of time on his hands, he started his plan. The young man sneaked through the corridors of Oregon, hiding whenever he spotted a guard. As expected, the security was extremely strict. To find an opportunity, he would need to go to the underground. Needing to remain unseen, the protagonist executed the technique that enveloped him in shadows, making him one with the darkness. Seeing the energy surrounding his body, he was satisfied. His technique was much better now compared to the last time. He was confident that, within the darkness, he could sneak more easily. His goal now was the tunnel entrance to the underground. As soon as he left his hiding spot to pass behind a guard, the protagonist stopped. Seeing the energy the guard exuded, a fear arose in his heart. Have I been found? The guard looked around with his red eyes, but then returned to his original path, ignoring what he had sensed. Seeing the power of the sensitivity of Oregon's guards, Adele sighed, relieved not to have been discovered. The need to move quickly increased. Sometime later, the protagonist found a very familiar grate. It was the only empty cell on the first floor, the cell that guarded the passage to the underground. Using the movement technique, position swap, the protagonist teleported a few meters ahead, passing through the iron bars. However, as soon as he appeared inside the cell, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Stepping on a pressure mechanism, he fell into a pit that seemed endless. While falling, he tried to imagine what he should do. Remembering how deep the protagonist of his story had descended, he began to count the falling time. Calculating the distance to the bottom, he drew his dagger and threw it, making it fall faster than himself. As soon as he heard the sound of the dagger piercing something, the protagonist used the position swap technique once again. Thanks to that, he landed on solid ground. In front of him was a long corridor, with a small river of dark water running alongside it, like a sewer. He had reached the underground waterway. Being in the sewer, Adele already expected to face monsters. Soon the first poison-type slimes appeared. They were powerful enough to eliminate everything they touched with their poison. To defeat them, the protagonist needed to hit their cores with ranged attacks. Therefore, he immediately summoned the Fangs of Darkness, causing a shadow to appear, creating new daggers. The daggers were thrown by the power of shadows, hitting the slimes crawling toward Adele. The protagonist easily defeated the monsters because he knew their weak points and was thus able to continue his journey. Reaching the edge of the corridor, he came across the river, into which he had to dive to access what was below. As soon as he plunged into the water, a voice appeared in his mind. Do not go further! The great evil has already been eliminated. The protagonist was confused. He had never written about something called the Great Evil. That place was where a being of darkness had led a rebellion centuries ago. Hearing about the great evil made the protagonist imagine that a being had been created that even the Dark King could not defeat, and had to be sealed. As he continued swimming, the protagonist began to see a light. Soon, he would discover the truth. As he passed under the wall, Adele surfaced, coming out of the water. Raising his head, he wondered if what he sought was there. He came across a chained body, sealed by giant nails. In that skeleton, there was a preserved heart, and the protagonist believed that this was the opportunity he was looking for. As he reached out to grab the item, he smiled excitedly. However, a strong energy pulsed, vibrating through his body. The heart, which until then was dark and lifeless, began to beat in a strong reddish tone. With overflowing energy, the skeleton scared the protagonist by insanely starting to move. A golden glow appeared in the eye sockets of the skeleton as its heart began to beat. Filled with energy, the skeleton was lifted into the air, with a strong golden cross of energy emerging on its back. The protagonist couldn't believe that something so absurd was happening. That cross symbol was the same as the tattoo of the Asen family that Adele had on his neck. This meant that the traitor of the Dark Kingdom was connected to the Asen family. The skeleton, taken over by energy, addressed the protagonist. "Child of Asen, listen to my voice carefully." The protagonist decided to pay attention to the skeleton and listen to what it had to say. The skeleton communicated with Adele through a transmission of thoughts. "If you can hear my mind, it means you carry the same burden as I do. Blood of chaos, born from me. Do not be consumed by chaos. Chaos is the force that distorts the order of the world. If you lose yourself and focus only on that meaning, you will meet the same fate I met." As it spoke, the skeleton began to dissolve, turning into dust and ashes, while the golden energy that kept it alive for that last message dissipated. The heart returned to its original state and fell to the ground, lifeless. The protagonist walked over to it, finally able to pick it up safely. As soon as he held it, Adele felt a powerful energy overflow into his body. That energy was formed by a will that infinitely longed for destruction. As soon as he felt it, the heart disintegrated. To the protagonist, it seemed like a kind of desire inherited from the ancestors of Asen. Opening the statistics window, the protagonist viewed his information. There had been a change in his abilities. Psychokinesis had been acquired, making him scream with joy. Placing the dagger in the palm of his hand, Adele tested the ability, making the object float. However, after a few moments, the dagger fell to the ground, losing the power of psychokinesis. Retrieving the object, the protagonist checked that he had not failed due to lack of mana, but probably because of his low proficiency. He would need to train to master such an ability. Finding a clue about the chaos attribute, in addition to acquiring psychokinesis, made the protagonist excited. He had gained a huge and unexpected advantage. Since there seemed to be nothing around, the protagonist thought he should return before being seen. As soon as he returned, Fran confronted him. "What have you been doing, wandering around alone?" The protagonist gave a lame excuse. Just went for a walk." Furious, Fran did not accept the answer. "Do you think it's reasonable to just say you went for a walk?" Saying goodbye, the protagonist blamed the terrible vision of that corridor, saying he wanted to avoid it. Seeing him walk away in the middle of the conversation, Fran became even angrier. But Adele was already focusing on something else. Luna had disappeared from his sight. As soon as he thought of her, the young girl approached Adele, calling him. Seeing her, the protagonist joked, "Miss Luna, did you sleep well?" With a smile, the girl nodded. The protagonist felt a bit relieved. "You were sleeping so deeply that someone could have taken you." Shyly, Luna thanked Adele for helping her. With a smile, the protagonist told her not to worry. Despite the kind words, he knew that now Luna owed him a favor. Someday he would find a good opportunity to use it. While Luna and Adele talked, the instructor idea caught everyone's attention, ordering them to gather. With a smile, she nodded at the training results. "Fortunately, no one gave up during this training. You finally have decent looks in your eyes. Take what you did today as something that will polish each of you. Now, let's return to Saitan." All the students were excited to finally be able to leave, especially the protagonist, who would escape before being caught. Time passed quickly. A week had gone by since the return from the school trip, and nothing had changed. The cadets seemed to have lost some of their fear after what they faced in Oregon. Adele had been diligently training the newly acquired psychokinesis, while also preparing for the midterm exams that the instructors kept mentioning. In the novel he wrote, the first-year students of Saitan invaded the royal school during such exams. That meant the midterms involved invading the human world. Looking around, he wondered how many cadets would survive. As he looked around, Adele's eyes met Luna's, but the girl quickly looked away. The protagonist wondered if something had happened, as Luna's expression made him worried. He became even more tense when the girl leaned down, laying on her desk. Without Luna expecting it, someone poked her shoulder. She jumped from her chair, startled. Beside her was Adele with a smile on his face. Seeing the scared expression on Luna, the protagonist teased her. "You weren't answering me, so I thought I'd scare you." Speaking seriously, the protagonist asked if something was wrong, since she didn't seem well. However, Luna quickly shook her hands to deny. No, nothing happened. With a suspicious look, Adele insisted, really? As the girl affirmed for the second time that she was fine, the protagonist did not insist. On the contrary, he invited her to have lunch together. Faced with the invitation, Luna looked confused. Seeing that she didn't accept immediately, Adele asked if she had other plans. But Luna quickly recovered and smiled, replying enthusiastically, let's eat together. Arranging to have lunch together, the protagonist said he would wait for her in front of the cafeteria at lunchtime. Although Luna was temperamental, the protagonist was easy to read. Seeing that she was no longer scared of his presence, Adele imagined he had gained some points with her during the trip to Oregon. The cafeteria building had an exquisite ceiling, showcasing the Academy's power. The protagonist stopped in front of the stairs leading to the building, waiting for Luna. He waited for several minutes until lunchtime was almost over and began to wonder where she was. Since he also wasn't used to eating alone, the protagonist decided to return to the dormitory, as he had no other choice. However, just as he was about to leave, he spotted two girls, Renee and Diana, walking toward him while talking. The protagonist was extremely frightened to see the two together. Realizing they hadn't noticed his presence yet, he decided to flee immediately, using position swapping. Renee looked around, feeling that something was wrong. Diana noticed her friend's attentive gaze and asked if there was a problem. After observing for a moment, Renee sighed. I thought I saw my escort. Could I have been mistaken? The protagonist was just a few meters from them, hiding behind a bush, wondering why those two, an extremely problematic combination, were there. He had heard some things in Oregon, which made him fear they would discover his origin as a descendant of the Asen family. If that happened, it would be the end for him. The Asen family had played a decisive role in the defeat of the Dark Kingdom. Worse, he had eliminated both the Dark King and his wife. Determined to avoid Renee, the protagonist tried to leave immediately. Luckily, the two girls didn't care to look for him and headed toward the cafeteria. Moving away from the building, the protagonist sighed, reminding himself to be more careful. Looking around, he realized that the place he had gone to when fleeing was much better than he thought. Facing the unknown scenery behind the cafeteria, he wondered if a place like that really existed there. Seeing some different buildings, he wondered if it wouldn't be better to train there instead of in his crowded room. Suddenly, Adele heard a girl's scream. Recognizing that voice, he ran around the building. The protagonist came across Luna, who was being grabbed by the arm by an enraged student. Around Luna, there were several students confronting her. Upon seeing Adele, Luna was surprised and relieved. Seeing who surrounded the girl, the protagonist quickly understood the situation. Even while smiling at the group, Adele looked like an evil being. What do you think you were doing to my classmate? You'd better all go back to your classrooms. A burly young man gritted his teeth furiously when he saw Adele. Trying to intimidate him with his size, he stepped forward to confront the protagonist. Acting like this just because you're also a half-blood in her class? You're a disgusting monster. The young man pushed his finger against Adele's chest while complaining. First of all, does it make sense for a half-blood to be the class representative? Even if it's you, there's no way you can handle the three of us at once. As soon as he heard the challenge, the protagonist released an evil energy that enveloped the student in front of him, lifting him up by the power of his aura alone. The other two students with the big guy were so scared they didn't dare to defend their comrade. The protagonist mocked the two internally. Unbelievable. They completely froze in front of just a little malignant intent, and yet still dared to attack me. Under the grip of that dark energy, the bold big guy fell, coughing all the air out of his lungs. After dealing with the first of the three, another student caught Adele's attention. It was a young man with a spider tattoo on his cheek who showed no fear. On the contrary, he was carefully analyzing him. Seeing Luna's worried look, the protagonist made a decision. Retracting his malignant intent, he stated, I have no intention to fight, so stop. The third young man finally ran toward his fallen friend and dared to confront Adele with words. What do you think you're doing? Being confronted made the protagonist irritated. His evil gaze crushed the courage of that boy. You really shouldn't speak when you're not allowed. It's still lunchtime. I wouldn't want to see your insides spread on a plate. With the fallen student being helped up by the other two, the group dragged themselves away. But not before the young man with the spider tattoo cast one last defiant look at Adele. Seeing the different composure of that cadet, the protagonist realized he was facing another gem, just like Luna. In his mind, he stored the information that he should look for that young man. When Luna walked up to Adele, he asked if she was okay. Once again, Luna thanked Adele for helping her. Feeling relieved, the protagonist guided her. Class will start soon, let's go in. They said we're finally going to learn real magic. I'm excited. A smile appeared in Luna's eyes, feeling she had found someone she could trust. As they arrived at the classroom, they met a new instructor whom they greeted. The teacher knocked on the blackboard, getting everyone's attention. Today we're going to learn magic used in real-life scenarios. We'll learn invisibility and silence. The protagonist was surprised and happy that they were finally learning what would be Adele's strong point in his role. The teacher began his lesson. How do we deal with someone stronger on a battlefield? The answer is, by attacking stealthily. For all of you, this is not just an option but a necessity. No cadet in this room can defeat a human hero head-on. Hearing the teacher say these truths, Samuel snorted, irritated. The teacher then decided to demonstrate the invisibility magic. As his body became increasingly transparent, he instructed, warm up the tattoo slowly. Feel the mana surrounding you and release it gradually. Even if your mana purity is low, try to spread it in a thin layer. Eventually, it will cover your entire body. If it doesn't cover fully, the invisibility will fail. The protagonist listened carefully to the teacher's instruction, who, while demonstrating the use of the skill, disappeared before all the students, leaving not even a trace of his presence. While many were surprised, the protagonist focused on practical use. It was because of that skill that no one had noticed when the teacher appeared during the fight between him and Samuel. Snapping his fingers, the teacher dispelled the magic, reappearing and instructing, "The goal of today's lesson is to surround your bodies with mana." He then guided the students step by step, followed also by the protagonist. "Close your eyes and start slowly. Handling mana quickly is difficult, so take it easy." Everyone tried to follow the instructions. Some strained, gritting their teeth, while others simply tried to concentrate on feeling the mana. Even seeing everyone's effort, the teacher imagined it would take about half a day before someone succeeded. However, the teacher was impressed with Fran, who had a large amount of mana and great control, typical of one of the 7 deadly sins houses. He was even more surprised by Samuel. The young man's body was the first to begin becoming translucent, an incredible talent. The teacher smiled as he adjusted his glasses. Normally, it would take a week of practice to reach the level the two were at. This showed what a prodigy's talent was. Suddenly, the teacher remembered another cadet who had drawn as much attention as Fran and Samuel. The cadet with the chaos attribute, against whom Professor Aries was extremely cautious. Looking toward the chair where Adele should have been sitting, the teacher was surprised to see only transparent mana overflowing. He gritted his teeth, incredulous that the young man had deceived his eyes even while right before his vision. Smiling amid the invisibility, the protagonist commented, "This is so easy." After the class ended, the protagonist left the room. Thanks to Adele's talent, the invisibility magic was easy to master. Now, the question was to combine it with the chaos attribute. For that, he wanted to return to the dormitory and run some tests. Although the use of that skill was focused on stealth attacks, it wouldn't work against enemies tremendously stronger, so he needed to find other ways to strengthen himself. Just as the protagonist planned to go to the dormitory, the teacher called him excitedly. Confused, the protagonist asked if something was wrong. The teacher got straight to the point. "Did you learn magic for the first time here at Saitan?" The protagonist nodded in response. "Yes, my first time was here, but I've always been able to use my innate talents." The teacher scratched his head, smiling as he understood why he was so good with invisibility. Suddenly, the protagonist received a proposal to visit the teacher's laboratory. Surprised, he asked the reason for the invitation. The teacher was honest. "Cadet Adele, not only do you possess exceptional talent for magic, but you also have the rare chaos attribute, something that overflows with value for research." The protagonist understood what the teacher wanted, but his skills were good only for stealth attacks. Besides, Adele had nothing remarkable. He declined the offer momentarily, stating he had something to do. The teacher was a little disappointed but quickly cheered up upon hearing Adele's promise. "I will come back another time." While the teacher waited for him, the protagonist left him behind, feeling he needed to maintain the image of a genius student. A few minutes later, the protagonist crossed the academy campus and arrived at the dormitory. Sitting on his bed, he saw no sign of Samuel anywhere, a sign that he would be free to start his training. There was something he wanted to resolve before the midterm exams, and for that, he needed to learn a technique beyond invisibility. There was a human spy hidden in the Dark Kingdom. Since such a person represented a risk, the protagonist planned to eliminate them. However, to do that, he would need to master his trump card. While thinking about what he should do, the protagonist let the mana flow out of his body like a light vapor sweating through his skin. With the mana surrounding his body, he began his training with a goal in mind. "I not only need to hide my presence, but to make it exist and not exist at the same time, to become something that does not exist as a being." When the aura covered Adele's entire body, he became translucent. However, with the concentration the protagonist reached, he stopped even seeing his own body. Then a reverberation happened in his mind. With a shock shaking his body, he wondered desperately, "What is happening all of a sudden?" Adele was panting heavily, his hands moving toward his neck, the lack of air hitting him to the point of driving him crazy. His body felt strange, but he managed to calm his mind. He tried to release the stealth technique, but to his surprise, he couldn't leave that translucent state. He struggled, trying to get out of that state, but the effect didn't seem to want to deactivate. When Adele began to panic, he felt something change in his body. The protagonist fell to his knees on the ground. gasping heavily. Sweat dripped from his face, a result of his accelerated heartbeat. Time, senses, everything was becoming blurry. Adele shivered just remembering how terrible it had been. Sitting on the ground as his mana was running out, the stealth state barely deactivated. It had become difficult to control. He felt that if his mana hadn't run out, he might have lost his own mind. He began to understand why they always warned about the power of chaos. Still, he imagined that if he got used to such power, it could become a trump card. A new technique combining the chaos attribute with stealth. In Adele's mind, he could call it absolute stealth. Suddenly, Adele felt someone kick him. He fell, rolling on the ground because of the surprise attack. Samuel was furious, shouting at him, but no voice seemed to come out of the young man's mouth. Adele couldn't understand what Samuel was saying until he finally realized what was happening. Adele couldn't even hear his own voice, which left Samuel standing in front of him, confused by the lack of response. Hearing nothing, Adele realized he had lost his hearing. The morning dew rested softly on the leaf, sparkling under the sun rays filtering through the dense forest canopy. The forest around the dormitories seemed very calm, making it the perfect place for Arson Adele to train the new stealth technique. With a gentle aura surrounding his body, Adele opened his mouth. This time he was satisfied because luckily he hadn't lost his hearing. He could hear his own voice. However, he couldn't see. He walked through the small forest, stretching his hands in front of his body so as not to bump into anything, since he had lost at least one of his senses. Not noticing a tree in front of him, Adele kissed it with his whole body. While checking if his nose was okay, he remembered that after a week testing stealth, this wasn't the first time he had lost one of his senses, whether hearing, taste, touch, or even sight, as was the current case. At least they returned after about 2 hours. The crucial problem, however, was not knowing which sense he would lose. Since absolute stealth only lasted 3 seconds, this caused a big headache. Sighing, Adele imagined this could be a completely useless ability. The risks were high, so it would be best to seal it and use it only when absolutely safe. Lying down on the soft grass, waiting for his sight to return, Adele remembered how he had tried to combine chaos with other traits but never succeeded, which made focusing on fencing and mana enhancement a more sensible choice. Seeing that he would be stuck for 2 hours, as usual, Adele felt calm at least for not being late for class since he had started his training much earlier. A few hours later, Aries crossed his arms, watching his students. They were running exhaustingly in an endless training session. Amid the exercise, Adele wondered when they would start learning fencing. After a few hours, Aries shouted, "All right, stop the physical training and line up." Adele raised his hand, signaling the students to stop, just as the teacher had instructed. Feeling Aries' fury when seeing him command the classmates, Adele realized the teacher was unhappy that he had become the class representative. Aries coughed, clearing his throat before speaking. He then announced something everyone expected. "From now on, we will reduce physical training and start fencing classes." Adele smiled, as did the other students, finally reaching this part of the course. Aries took his longsword, preparing for a demonstration. Unexpectedly, he pointed the sword at Adele. "Class representative, step forward." Adele obeyed, stepping closer. Placing the sword on his shoulder, Aries asked if he could channel mana into his own weapon. Faced with the question, Adele confirmed he could. Hearing this, Aries instructed, "Use mana and come at me. I, the instructor, will not use mana." When Adele asked if the instructor would only use the sword, he imagined that Aries was planning some kind of humiliation. Aries confirmed how the demonstration would go, giving Adele freedom. The young man drew his dagger, understanding how he should proceed. Letting mana flow through his body, the only thing he should use in the battle without any traits, he prepared to see what Aries was capable of. With a slight smile, Adele launched an attack against the trainer. The dagger passed in front of Aries' face, who moved to the side, dodging with a furrowed brow. Adele launched sequential attacks, but none of his moves managed to hit the instructor. At one point, Aries placed the sword in front of his body, blocking Adele's dagger. Then he moved for the first time, swinging the sword and forcing the student to retreat. Having dodged the attack, Adele landed on his knees. The protagonist stared at the teacher, who arrogantly placed the sword on his shoulder. Adele frowned because, as expected, he found no openings. For the human world level, he saw the teacher as a high-level expert. In the dark realm, sword skills and mana capacity didn't matter. Titles like Swordmaster or Expert didn't mean much. Just being able to infuse mana into the sword was already not easy, and Adele didn't like being underestimated. So he decided to push a little further. Immediately, he charged once again against the instructor. His target was a vital point, the teacher's neck. The dagger once again passed in front of Aries, who simply leaned backward. However, Adele turned his hand after the attack, changing the blade's angle. He made a reverse movement, pulling the dagger toward Aries. Aries' arrogant look didn't change. "Your attack is still not perfect." Adele's dagger hit Aries, but it didn't even manage to penetrate him. The protagonist was shocked and, in the next moment, found himself thrown to the ground. Large pieces of stone were thrown into the air, along with a curtain of dust. Adele coughed heavily after the attack that sank him into a crater. In the next instant, he looked up and saw Ares raising his sword with an intimidating look and aura. The protagonist gritted his teeth, seeing that he would be done for if that attack hit him. Not only Adele was surprised, but many other students were also scared of what would happen next. Ares seemed resolute in attacking. His sword descended upon Adele, dragging a large amount of energy. The strike launched by Ares once again sent pieces of the arena flying in all directions. Even Samuel was apprehensive, trying to find out what had happened behind the curtain of dust. Unexpectedly, surrounded by aura, Adele had managed to step back. Thanks to pushing the sword away with telekinesis, Adele escaped the attack. If he had been a little slower, he wouldn't have survived to tell the story. In silence, Ares pointed his sword at Adele. The protagonist stood up, growling, "Were you trying to take my life?" Putting the sword aside and removing the dagger that had been stuck in his chest, Ares replied, "Of course not." Throwing Adele's dagger on the ground near him, the instructor ordered him to return to his place. After Adele joined the other students, Ares spoke again. "Since you fought for yourself, what did you feel, representative?" The protagonist was straightforward. "This is how the weak fight." Curious, Ares asked why he said that. Adele then revealed his thoughts. "You said I could use mana, but you restricted yourself. The only way a weaker opponent can defeat a stronger one is sacrificing lunch to guarantee dinner, and that's what you demonstrated." Adele knew the instructor could have dodged the attack of his dagger, but he didn't. He took it on purpose, as if everything had been planned. Unexpectedly, even to Fran, Ares affirmed that Adele was correct. With a severe look, he assured, "The human world is full of powerful enemies. There's no way to defeat them all without being hit. Make them lower their guard, expose their weaknesses, and attack when they least expect it." Ares' voice and teaching were harsh. There was no room for noble fencing in his class. There, he would only teach fencing that helped them win. Hearing the instructor's teaching, Adele basically understood that they should ensure victory even if it cost them their lives. Ares then changed the terms. "Calling this fencing is very generous. Instead, let's call what we do here sword techniques class." Knowing that the midterm exams were near, there was a reason why the Royal Academy instructors had reacted so quickly. A spy from the human world must have already leaked the incident, as well as the exam contents. Even in the novel's story, only the cadets from Saitan suffered, while those from the Royal Academy were fine. Adele felt that Ares thought he was the spy. Therefore, the protagonist wanted to find the real infiltrator before the instructor did. After the instruction, the professor ordered everyone to return to their groups. Thinking this was a good opportunity to clear his name, Adele stood in front of the professor while the others retreated. Curious, Ares asked why he wasn't going back with the others, if perhaps he was upset. Smiling, Adele said it wasn't that. Turning his back to Adele, the instructor ordered him to go with the others. This made Adele extremely furious, staring at the instructor's back with a threatening look. Sometime later, Adele had returned to the academy building. He had discovered that Ares would not help him, not because he believed he was the spy, but because of the cruelty and threatening aura he had shown. However, Adele could not help but be relentless. He thought such brutality was necessary to stabilize his authority and influence over the 7 deadly sins. Adele did not care about the instructor, and his fury showed that if Ares continued to cross a line he shouldn't, he would face the consequences. While Adele furiously thought about the instructor, Luna, who approached him, was startled by the sinister expression on his face. Wondering since when she had been there, Adele greeted the young woman. "Looks like I scared you again, Lady Luna." Despite stammering, Luna said she was fine. When Adele asked what she wanted, Luna timidly reminded him, "We were supposed to have lunch together yesterday, so I was wondering if you'd be free today." Remembering the matter, Adele stood up, inviting Luna to have lunch, which made her blush excitedly. This time, the two managed to go together to the cafeteria. There, Adele took a loaded plate with meat and sauce, mashed potatoes, mushrooms, and spices. When he and Luna sat down, he couldn't help but comment, "It's been a long time since I had a meal like this." Luna was impressed by the amount of food he had chosen. Besides the main dish, there were 2 others on the table. Worried that Adele might waste the food, Luna warned him that the Lord of Gluttony could punish him. Smiling, the protagonist replied that they just needed to eat everything. While the pair prepared to eat, some other students entered the cafeteria, the group Adele had faced to defend Luna a few days ago. As soon as he saw them, Adele raised his hand to greet them, but the group leader fled, frightened. The only one who showed no fear was the same student with the spider tattoo on his face. He averted his gaze, staring firmly at Adele. Returning to the subject, Adele asked Luna what was up with those 3. However, Luna couldn't explain why they bothered her. The only hypothesis the girl could imagine, self-deprecatingly, was that they harassed her because of her weak physical ability. Adele realized he himself might be the reason since Luna only had healing skills. Despite the problems she faced, Luna reassured Adele, saying she had never been hurt or anything like that, only cursed, insulted, or forced to pay tolls. The girl treated it as something minor, but Adele cursed those three for it. To protect her, Adele asked Luna to walk close to him from then on, but Luna refused. "That won't be necessary. I just need to prove I'm different from the traitors." The girl's desire, however, only became another reason for Adele to insist that she walk by his side. Changing the subject, Adele asked who one of the cadets was in particular. Leaving Luna confused, he explained he was talking about the cadet with the spider tattoo on his cheek. Thinking a bit, Luna revealed the young man's name was Kyle. The name caught Adele's attention because it sounded very familiar. Unable to remember clearly, he tried to imagine if in the original work there was someone with that description. Curious, Adele asked if Kyle was a half-blood, something Luna found unbelievable. "He's pureblood, but he's a bit scary. Looks more like a disguised half-blood." Luna's comment made Adele even more curious. "You mean he has the look of someone staring at insects?" The question was strange, but Luna confirmed Adele's suspicion. The protagonist frowned because that was the same look they had given humans during the visit to Oregon, which made Kyle even more suspicious. Wanting to find out more, Adele considered asking the paper just to be sure, but decided not to. Instead, he wanted to check directly, since he already had plenty of information about the spy. Leaving Luna surprised, Adele stood up without even eating. He approached the table where Kyle and the others were sitting and directly greeted his suspect. Shocked, the other students around Kyle stood up. While Kyle tried to ignore him, the protagonist revealed what he wanted. "There's a certain girl in the first year at the Royal Academy. They say she's a half-blood and that her only familiar is her older brother." As Kyle ignored his words, one of his classmates who had stood up grew furious at being ignored. Kyle, already beginning to release a dark energy, heard Adele's provoking words. "Did you know that this girl's name is apparently Ray?" Upon hearing that name, Kyle gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Adele from the corner of his eye. Irritated, the ignored cadet grabbed Adele's shoulder. "You better leave, got it?" Adele returned the gesture, grabbing his tie. Pulling the cadet, Kyle threw him against the table, making him hit his face. Letting the cadet fall to the floor, the protagonist looked at Kyle, certain he had gotten the name right. Kyle stood up expressionlessly, his face somber, hid any emotion. Struggling to ignore Adele's provocations, he turned and left the dining hall. However, that only reinforced Adele's certainty. He had found who he was looking for, the spy. In the bathroom, the water mixed with the red that dripped from the wounds of the cadet attacked by Adele. He furiously punched the mirror, raging, "Damn it, another bastard half-blood!" Raging, he turned to Kyle. "Hey, you're going to take revenge, right?" Without hearing an answer, he approached even closer, exalted. "You're not going to say anything? You said we shouldn't trust half-bloods. You started this, now you're backing down?" He was about to attack Kyle when the latter anticipated him, pressing his face against the wall. The marks from the single blow were imprinted on the cadet's face, but Kyle had no intention of stopping. He vented all his anger, striking repeatedly. As soon as he unleashed his fury, staining the broken wall red, Kyle cursed. "Insect, you really don't give up, do you?" The third member of the group, who until then had only been watching, was shocked by Kyle's reaction. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" But grinding his teeth, Kyle warned, "Get out of here before you lose your chance." Left alone in the bathroom, Kyle faced his own reflection in the mirror. He washed the sweat from his face and sighed. Using magic to fix his disguise, he wondered how Adele had discovered him. After casting the spell, he confirmed his disguise still worked perfectly. He trusted the high-class mage who had performed the magic, so there was no way he had been exposed. Confused, Kyle wondered if there could be another spy from the human world. However, he knew how the Barrett family had guaranteed Adele's identity. Pressing his hands against the sink, Kyle wondered who this Adele was and how he knew about his sister. The fury inside Kyle reached its peak. With a sinister aura overflowing from his body, he reached a conclusion. "I must eliminate him before my identity is revealed." That dark night, the outdoors, as well as the academy's corridors, were quiet. In a room, however, someone was organizing daggers and shuriken tips on a cloth on the floor. Analyzing his items, Kyle wanted to prepare as much as possible, but just to be safe, he would deliver all the information he had gathered and then proceed with his plan. Taking the communication orb, Kyle wrote that his identity might have been discovered by a cadet named Adele. While he wrote the letter to send through the orb, the door to his hideout was hurriedly opened. Frowning, Kyle looked at who was at the door. Sweating from the effort so far, Adele sighed for not being late. Furious, Kyle asked Adele how he had found that place. The protagonist ignored the question, putting a smile on his face and entering the storage room. "Good evening," Kyle shouted upon hearing the greeting. "The night would be good if you hadn't shown up." Immediately, he threw his pen like a dart at Adele. The protagonist moved to the side, dodging while teasing, "How malicious of you." However, unexpectedly, the pen that passed by him exploded into a ball of energy that shot a beam of light at him. Kyle was already prepared. Extending his hand, he created several electric spheres that surrounded him, overflowing with the energy in his body. Adele was surprised to see that, but not scared. "A second circle magic thundershock?" Looks like you no longer intend to hide your identity. Seeing Kyle use circle magic spells, Adele taunted, "Are you a half-blood? Then your appearance must be fake too." Kyle did not deny it, already knowing Adele had discovered everything about him. Smiling, Adele teased, "Did I find out?" Questioning how Adele knew about his sister, Kyle commanded the shock spheres to launch lightning bolts at him. While running, surprised that Kyle was more concerned about his sister, Adele confirmed that the young man was not working for the humans. Adele had remembered that the sister of the one attacking him had a condition where a massive amount of mana accumulated in her heart, more than a human could handle. That's why he had joined forces with the humans to cure the disease that until then had no cure. Throwing his own electric spheres at Adele, Kyle shouted, "Answer me now!" Dodging in every way, even crouching to do so, Adele wondered if he should provoke Kyle even more, since he hadn't discovered if he knew one last thing. Smiling, Adele formulated how he would act. With his hand on his chest, he played a character. "Who knows? How do I know about her? I never met your sister personally. Ah, but that trembling and sad smile of hers was really beautiful. So beautiful that I wanted to break it." While provoking, Adele made the most cynical expression possible, making Kyle even angrier, even more disturbed by the words that mentioned his sister. The lightning fury overflowed in Kyle, who screamed to the skies in a frenzy of hatred. Smiling, Adele continued his provocation. "You should talk more like a spiny one, like the Cerberus bastards." Kyle could no longer hear Adele's provocations. Gathering his hands, he began to create an electricity sphere, the largest he had created so far. "I will make you reveal everything you know before I finish you." Adele managed to make Kyle fall into his trap. Facing the attack, he taunted, "Try to make me talk if you can." Provoked, Kyle threw the electricity sphere at Adele. Immediately, the protagonist advanced, targeting the energy sphere and using the position swap skill. Switching places with the electric sphere, he dodged the attack with extreme ease. Kyle was shocked, not believing what he had seen. "Was that really a teleport? I saw it with my own eyes and I can't believe it." Faced with Kyle's surprise, the protagonist just smiled. He wouldn't reveal everything, so he said Kyle had come close in his guess. Curious, he asked, "Are you done investigating me yet?" Faced with the question, Kyle asked if Adele had always known about his identity. Smiling slightly, Adele answered with another question, implying maybe he did. Kyle seemed to realize that as things stood, he didn't have a chance. So he decided to change the situation, releasing all the lightning energy from his body. "If that's the case, I'm going all out." Unleashing his true power, Kyle created dozens of lightning spheres, even making Adele amazed. Facing Adele, Kyle had used a third circle magic, the multiple conjuration spell. Looking around, the protagonist saw at least 20 electric spheres, which made things much easier than expected. Kyle gritted his teeth, inflamed by hatred. He was tired of waiting, and bombarded Adele with the spheres he had created with his spells. Once again, Adele used his position swap magic, securing a new target. He immediately advanced toward Kyle, fleeing the spot where the combined attack would land. However, Kyle laughed upon seeing the scene. "I was already expecting you to do that." It was at that moment that Adele used the spell's second activation, swapping places with the secured target, Kyle himself. Kyle was shocked not to see Adele in front of him anymore, and to feel his opponent behind him. He looked back, still surprised, trying to understand how it had happened. At that instant, a wave of shadows emerged at the gate. Still surrounded by shadows, Kyle tried to comprehend what was going on. Adele just said goodbye. "Take a good nap." The protagonist struck Kyle on the nape, making him faint. Thus, Kyle lost consciousness, unable to attack anymore. The protagonist sighed, relieved to have finally captured the spy. The night was not over yet, and in the dark, Adele checked everything Kyle had prepared. Having immobilized Kyle, the protagonist wondered if he should eliminate him. However, he changed his mind. First, he needed to get all the information Kyle had, because if he eliminated him, he would turn Ray, Kyle's sister, into his enemy. Kyle was one story, but Ray was an even bigger one. Adele knew that around this time, Ray must have become the contractor of a worm with the help of the story's real protagonist, thus curing her disease. She would obtain the worm's heart and gain control over the massive amount of mana. Adele was worried that if Ray used all her power to seek revenge for her brother, not even he would come out unscathed. Besides, the orb Kyle had served only to send information. He did not receive messages, so without updates, Kyle shouldn't know that Ray was no longer suffering. Still, Adele could not let Kyle go freely. He wanted to find a way to tame the boy. While Adele was still immersed in thoughts, Kyle began to regain consciousness. Immediately, Adele's malicious look showed he had thought of a way. Waking up still in pain, Kyle gritted his teeth and hastily raised his head, remembering the situation he was in. Kyle faced Adele's smile. "Oh, you woke up?" Kyle looked at his own hands, frowning when he saw he wasn't tied up. Furious, he growled, "What are you planning?" The protagonist feigned innocence at the question, claiming he wasn't planning anything. Kyle grew irritated for not understanding what was going on. "Why did you wait for me to wake up? Why didn't you finish me off right away?" Surprised by the question, Adele revealed he had indeed waited for him to wake up. Smiling while showing a box with a small, sleeping worm, Adele revealed, "But I wasn't idle while I waited, you know?" Recognizing the worm inside the box, Kyle was shocked. He jumped back, distancing himself, showing Adele he had recognized the item. Frightened, Kyle asked if Adele could also control parasitic poisons. Showing the little one inside the box, Adele confirmed Kyle's suspicion. "This parasite is called twin poison. Even the slightest stimulation can kill its host. It works perfectly when inside two people." Afraid, Kyle asked what Adele had done with it. Realizing that Adele had said the poison only worked inside two people, Kyle understood what he had planned. The protagonist confirmed Kyle's suspicion and stated, "The other worm is inside Ray." While Kyle trembled, Adele stated, "Ray's body was truly fascinating. Her sensitivity to mana was high. Her heart couldn't handle the mana, so inserting the parasite into her was even easier." Kyle trembled, thinking there was no solution to remove the worm. However, surprise appeared on his face when he heard Adele's words. Even though her condition is rare, it's not something that can't be treated. Bringing hope to Kyle, the protagonist stated, "She can be cured, at least by me." Kyle dismissed the hope as false and growled, "How can a kid like you do something that even the best human mages can't?" Faced with the accusation, Adele concluded aloud, "Looks like you didn't research me enough." Pointing to the worm inside the box, the protagonist stated that parasites from the Bareth family devour the host's mana. Surprise appeared again in Kyle's eyes. His sister's heart couldn't handle the overflowing mana, but the parasite could devour that extra mana. Adele had used this information to lure Kyle. Acting as Adele expected made things even easier. Kyle, sitting on the floor, began to think about Adele's words, realizing that if it was true, the parasite was actually helping his sister. Since nothing is free, Kyle knew Adele wanted something. "You wouldn't say all this unless you wanted something from me." Adele confirmed he wanted something, but before saying what, he released an evil energy. Intimidating Kyle with his smile and energy, the protagonist revealed, "I actually don't like your attitude. Don't forget, your life and your sister's are in my hands." Gritting his teeth, Kyle lowered his head, nodding. The small change in attitude pleased Adele. He then stood up, revealing he wanted two things. The protagonist instructed Kyle to send false information to the Royal Academy using the device, saying that the Saitan Academy was planning to attack the third-year hero candidates at the academy. Knowing the school planned to attack another class, Kyle said he couldn't accept that. However, Adele reassured him, "I know you're worried about that since Ray is at the Royal Academy." Adele tried to calm Kyle, stating that if he cooperated, Ray's safety would be guaranteed. Kyle clenched his hand furiously until he agreed. "All right, I'll send the false information as you said." Kyle then waited for the second demand and was shocked to hear, "Leave this place." Shocked, Kyle asked if Adele was really asking him to leave the Saitan Academy. The protagonist confirmed his request, stating there was something he needed Kyle to do outside. "I want you to regularly gather and report any news or rumors about hidden kingdoms in the Dark Realm to me." Kyle agreed to the demand, stating he would comply. Adele's happy smile was extremely malicious. Things were going more smoothly than he expected using just a few lies. When the false information was exposed, Kyle would be discarded anyway. Therefore, Adele intended to use the spy's specialties to gain some advantage. At that moment, something Adele did not expect came from Kyle's mouth. "I have a condition for that." Adele couldn't believe this guy wanted to demand something in his current position. Still, he decided to listen. Determined, Kyle growled, "Write an oath to the Lord of Darkness. If you don't do that, whether you take my life or my sister's, I don't care." The request for an oath surprised the protagonist, who never expected something like that. A Dark Lord's oath was used when an important contract was sealed. If the contract was broken under the name of the Dark Lord, he would take the life of the betraying party. Although it was risky, Adele knew this would put a leash on Kyle. Forcing Adele to make a decision, Kyle shouted, asking if he would accept or not. Planning to put a trick or two in the contract to break it easily if needed, Adele agreed to the demand. However, the protagonist remembered something and questioned, "Only master-level mages can create this type of contract item. Do you have one?" Kyle revealed that he did not, which irritated Adele. "Then why were you so confident asking for this?" Kyle, however, wanted Adele to get such a contract since he would be able to make it. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing he would eventually have to make a contract himself, since obviously students wouldn't have such things. But a thought crossed his mind. The instructor Robalt might possess a Dark Lord's contract. With that in mind, he told Kyle he would try to get the contract by the end of the next day. Extending his hand, the protagonist offered a deal. "Let's meet here again tomorrow at dusk." Agreeing, Kyle shook his hand. Seeing how he had obtained a useful puppet, Adele smiled satisfied. However, his smile disappeared upon realizing this was not enough. Even while throwing false information to confuse the humans, it was still unclear if they could complete the partial test mission. Against the Imperial Academy, even if they tried their best, The chance of success approached zero. That's why Adele was trying to draw as many cards as possible. The next morning, Professor Robolt was interrupted while conducting some studies. He was surprised to see who was visiting his office. At the door, Adele smiled, greeting the professor, "Good morning." Robolt was surprised to see Adele and quickly stood up. "You really came as we agreed." The protagonist nodded, affirming they had promised. Inviting the young man to sit, Robolt asked if he would like some tea. Smiling, Adele accepted the offer. On the candlelit boards, various magical formulas were written. Seeing the formulas, Adele realized the instructor was not only interested in books, but also in rituals, as expected from the magic laboratory instructor. Robolt served tea to Adele and took the opportunity to serve himself as well, thanking the young man for his presence. Thanking the professor for his hospitality, Adele curiously asked if Robolt needed anything he could do. The professor adjusted his square glasses, revealing there was an important matter. Discovering there really was something, Adele decided to test the professor. With a smile, he asked, "Aren't you worried I might leak the matter?" The professor waved his hands, stating the matter was just something difficult to share. Taking advantage of the professor's words, Adele suggested, "If you want, I could sign a Dark Lord's contract for you." The professor became excited by the offer, stating he could easily tell if the boy signed a contract. Robolt extended his hand, and through crimson energy, a contract sheet appeared. He handed the easily created sheet to Adele, who was surprised by the ease. The text was already written. Adele shall not disclose Robolt's research materials and will assist in the research until significant results are achieved. Adele will receive payment. Faced with the contract already drafted, the protagonist asked the professor if he had prepared it in advance. Caught, the professor smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. Holding the contract, the protagonist asked to review the terms a bit. If during the research it is judged that the work is beyond my abilities, I should stop helping, and all payment will be returned. Thinking it would be fair for both, the professor asked what compensation he would like to receive. The protagonist was quick to respond, "I would like a contract and some mana potions. 3 bottles of high-grade mana potions should be enough." The professor frowned, rereading the terms. Adele had asked for such mana potions because they would fully restore his mana when consumed, which was essential for him. Agreeing to the terms, since potions were cheaper than elixirs, the professor passed the contract for Adele to sign. Taking the contract, Adele asked if he only needed to sign his name. Before signing, Adele revealed he was curious to know why the professor had specifically chosen him, since there were still more talented cadets. Robolt revealed he had invited some second and third year students, but none would be useful for the research, and Samuel, from the first year, had categorically refused, saying it would be annoying. Understanding the reason for being chosen, Adele signed the contract. Thus, he returned the contract with the signature of a pseudonym that did not carry the name Arsene, since he used another surname at the academy to disguise himself. As soon as Adele tried to hand the contract to the professor, the contract caught fire with a deeply red flame. The flame became energy that flowed into the protagonist's heart. With the contract ready, the professor stood. "It's done, let's start immediately." Robolt pulled a specific book from his shelf, and to Adele's surprise, the bookshelf moved, revealing a secret passage. The existence of such a place in Saitan Academy surprised Adele, who wondered if the directors and other instructors knew about it. The protagonist followed the professor, arriving at a secret laboratory in the basement. Robolt presented the book that had become the content of his research. It was specially placed on a lectern. While Adele observed the book, Robolt revealed they believed it was an ancient item. Curious, Adele touched the book, which looked like an old manuscript. However, when opening the first page of the book, he discovered there was nothing written on it. Before Adele could question him about the item, Robolt replied, "As you can see, most of it is blank, but there is something written on the last page." Curious, the protagonist asked the professor where he had found the book. Robolt revealed that by coincidence, he had found it in an abandoned house. Adele was surprised, and the professor explained, "I had business in the western desert, and it was there, standing in the middle of the sand. It was hard to believe there was an abandoned house in the desert. Robolt said there was an oasis nearby, so there was a chance it was an old village." Adele was confused and intrigued. "So, besides the abandoned house in the book, everything else was wiped off the map?" Shrugging, the professor said that was the only conclusion he could reach. Curious, the protagonist asked if he could see the phrase at the end of the book. Excited to show it, Robolt put on some gloves. "Of course you can!" Handling the book, Robolt revealed he had asked for help precisely because of that matter. As soon as the professor showed the final page, Adele was surprised. There really was something written there, but neither he nor the professor could understand it. Since Adele also couldn't read it, Robolt asked if he now understood why other veteran students had failed with the request. Worried, Adele asked the professor if he had made any progress, but Robolt revealed he was stuck. Adele asked if there were any clues near the place where the book was found, but the professor had already visited several nearby villages, and no one knew about the ruins or the book. Adele began to sweat, trying to figure out what was in the book. Without clues, it was difficult. He was worried he might have to return home empty-handed. Touching the book, Adele tried to find some clue in the text. As soon as Adele touched the text with his fingers, something incredible happened. A large amount of energy overflowed from the book, as well as from his necklace. Adele's surprise grew even greater. The words in the book began to move, making the book vibrate along with the energy surrounding it. Adele thought he was seeing things when the words began to move. As the letters shifted, Adele managed to read the first sentences. Defied the rule, curses remain. Everything is disappearing. The wise refuse to believe until time stops. Although he could read the text, Adele had no idea what it meant. But seeing the necklace react, he imagined the text had some connection to the Dark Lord. Robolt, who had seen nothing happen, asked Adele if something was wrong, since he had given a strange look. Surprising the professor, Adele revealed he had interpreted the phrase. The protagonist told what he had managed to read from the text, although he admitted not understanding its meaning. Robolt was incredulous, comparing the phrase Adele said with the syllables in the text. They matched perfectly and must have some relation to the attribute of chaos. Since this was a rare attribute, it was definitely worth researching. Robolt realized he had only discovered this thanks to the student beside him. Clearing his throat and hiding his excitement, the professor said he would need to study a bit more, although this was already a great discovery. Since he would need to research other books and similar relics in the area where he found the book, Robolt ended the request he made to Adele. Cadet, this is more than enough for your cooperation. Before Adele left, the professor said he would pay him for the help right then. The protagonist was surprised and asked if the professor would give him the item at that moment. Robolt confirmed and asked him to wait a little. For Adele, it was understandable to receive the contract, but he thought it would take longer to get the potions. While the professor searched for the mana potions, Adele thought about something. Professor Robolt was conducting research on other ancient texts and relics. Removing his necklace, Adele saw 3 of the stones glow with an intense red color. The stones shone thanks to the influence of the book, but he didn't know what would happen if they all shone. Not knowing how to use the necklace, the protagonist wondered if he should give it to the professor so he could make good use of it, but he quickly discarded that idea. Since the item was linked to the Dark Lord, he wanted to keep it for himself. Even if he and Robolt got along well, Adele still did not fully trust the instructor. The professor managed to find the potions and place them in a bag along with the contract for easier transport. Receiving the bag, the protagonist thanked him, but Robolt insisted even more on his thanks. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to read the ancient text. I hope we can continue working together. Hearing the professor's wish, the protagonist smiled. I will be happy to help. Before the young man left, Robolt reminded him not to speak about the research to anyone. However, with a mischievous smile, Adele replied, Well, that depends on you, instructor. Robolt was shocked by the malice in Adele's gaze. Are you telling me you're going to break the contract? With a superior posture, the protagonist asked, Aren't you conducting this research without the director's permission? Adele had discovered the professor's secret. If he were following the Academy's approved procedures, there would be no reason to make a secret contract. The protagonist smiled slightly, reminding Robolt, If this research matter is exposed, you might even be fired. While Robolt trembled, the protagonist extended a friendly hand. Since we're in this together, I'll help you until the end. Unexpectedly, Robolt saw the young man smile amicably, asking for just 1 mana potion in exchange for his silence. Robolt took some potions, saying they were the only ones he had, and handed them to Adele. Thanking for the extra items, Adele said goodbye. Before the young man left, the instructor stopped him, curiously asking what he would use the contract for. Smiling, Adele answered without hesitation, to contain a toy. The day passed quickly, and soon night fell. When Adele arrived at the warehouse, Kyle was already waiting for him. With arms crossed, Kyle asked to skip the formalities and jokes, going straight to the main point. Did you bring the oath contract? Taking the contract, Adele asked if they should use it immediately. With the contract in hand, Kyle was surprised, as he didn't think Adele would get it so quickly. This left the protagonist confused. You were the one who suggested the contract. What are you talking about? There's no turning back now. If you try to break the promise, you better be prepared. Smiling, Adele asked Kyle to review the contract's content and sign it. Kyle nodded and began reading the contract. The content was simple. Adele shall not pose any threat to Kyle or his younger sister Ray. Furthermore, Adele shall prevent Ray's illness from recurring. Kyle must prioritize Adele's orders above all else. In return, Adele shall not assign Kyle any task that puts his life at risk. Satisfied with the content, Kyle agreed, and soon the contract transformed into a crimson energy that touched his heart. With the contract complete, Adele put his hand inside his jacket to retrieve something. Taking a small paper, he handed Kyle his first instruction. On that paper was the false information Kyle would send to the human world. The sphere opened, revealing dimensional energy. Kyle would only need to insert the paper through the opening, and the transmission would start immediately. Seeing how the machine worked, Adele was fascinated. In the end, the machine used astronomical mana and was capable of opening a portal large enough for one person. Kyle revealed that the machine recharged itself so it could only be used again after a month. For Adele, this was something that might come in handy at some point. After sending the false information, Kyle stated that when they discovered he was being used and no longer useful, the machine would become useless. Adele corrected him. "You're not being used. This is a mutual agreement, isn't it?" Sighing, Kyle told him to think whatever he wanted. Remembering his other command, the protagonist asked Kyle to leave the academy by the end of the day. Go gather information about the Dark Realm, like hidden kingdoms, stories of dark clans, lost histories, relics, and such. Adele instructed Kyle to search for the location of a nearby hidden kingdom, inform the Seven Sins family, and send letters every 2 weeks with discoveries. Kyle immediately agreed to the command, perhaps because he was a spy used to following orders. Kyle then extended his hand to Adele. The protagonist was surprised to see Kyle offer a handshake and also extended his own. "Then I look forward to working with you in the future." However, Kyle slapped Adele's hand and scolded him. "Cut the working with me in the future stuff. Just hand over the money. I need funds if I'm going to travel looking for information." The protagonist felt embarrassed after making that mistake, but he didn't have that much money. Leaving Kyle irritated to the bone, Adele turned around intending to ask Crete for help. Adele made a small fold of paper to give to Kyle. "If you give this to them and say I sent you, even the Bareth family will help you. Just don't open this under any circumstances, never." Folding the note, Kyle nodded, saying he would leave the academy as soon as he submitted his withdrawal form. The protagonist was surprised that Kyle was already prepared to leave. Leaving the warehouse first, Kyle snorted in response. There's nothing more disgusting than being surrounded by worms. In the following days, Adele encountered calm classes. Since the day he signed the contract with Kyle, the young man had disappeared from the academy. When news of his withdrawal spread, Adele's name was briefly mentioned because of what happened at the academy. Luna also suspected him, but Adele could not blame her since all the commotion had happened during lunch. The real problem worrying Adele were the instructors, especially Ares, the fencing instructor, who was convinced something was wrong. Still, he could not confront Adele. Only a few days remained until the midterm exam, so if Ares did something and replaced the class representative, chaos would be obvious. In one of his classes, the lively and somewhat crazy instructor idea had important news for everyone. Everyone. The midterm exam will start in 3 days. There will be 4 subjects tested: weapon techniques, human understanding, magic, and practical training. Smiling mischievously and eagerly, the teacher revealed the most important topic for the exam, the one that made many students worried. We will invade the human school, the Royal Academy. The days passed swiftly, and soon Adele saw the day of the invasion drawing near. The dark beings would invade the Royal Academy, and the humans would try to stop them. In the chaos, many villains would be revealed, and the confrontation between the powers would begin. Enthusiastically, Fran stood up, stating with conviction, "First place belongs to me." Many people cheered her on, full of trust in her. Seeing how much everyone wanted to attack the humans, the protagonist realized that the brainwashing was already at an advanced level. Some, however, were just looking forward to the event to get their revenge. Adele realized that fighting against the humans who had attacked their families gave everyone courage. At least it was a better attitude than trembling in fear. The protagonist still held out hope that the story would not follow that script and that Class A would not be completely annihilated. Had already changed several events so far, such as forcing Kyle to release false information to the Royal Academy and preventing Luna from being expelled. He knew that destroying the Royal Academy was impossible, but he hoped, at least, to prevent the entire class from perishing. The protagonist hoped to gain high recognition as a class representative for this, as well as Ares' trust. Confident, he set a goal for the mid-semester exams, to survive and get a high score. To do this, he would give his all, as if his life depended on it. Unexpectedly, Adele came across Renee, who greeted him. Even knowing she was annoyed, he replied with a smile, "It's been ages, milady. I think it's been a month since we last met." Exuding a sinister aura, Renee commented on the reason, "Because you've been avoiding me." Despite understanding why she would call him out before the event and why she was angry, Adele didn't understand why Diana was with Renee. Diana, who had not introduced herself to him before, did so for the first time. However, he didn't even know what to do to avoid the young woman. Seeing his silence, Diana joked, "You know, that hurts my feelings." Waking up from his thoughts, the young man bowed to the girl sitting on a wooden box. "I am Pixie Adele. It is an honor to meet such a noble lineage." Annoyed, Renee told him to skip the greetings and say why he had avoided her for so long and was only now asking for a duel. Adele, who wanted to train, claimed to feel guilty. He pretended to cry and said, "As your bodyguard, I failed to watch over you, and it has truly tormented me." Renee, annoyed, blushed and told him to stop acting like an idiot, but that only gave him more ammunition for his act. "You really don't understand me. You are so cold." Seeing that Renee remained impassive and even more irritated, Adele realized he needed to use another method. Picking up a dark potion, he handed it to Renee. "I am telling the truth. I even brought you a gift, milady." The potion caught Diana's attention, who stood up to look at it, holding the potion. The protagonist claimed it had been difficult to obtain. Diana hurriedly tried to convince her friend, who continued to look at Adele with annoyance. Pushing her own friend away, Renee, however, claimed she did not need a potion. It just showed that she was truly angry. Adele then thought of another method to convince her. "Actually, I was being repressed by other cadets for being a half-blood. That's why I kept my distance, so as not to cause problems for you." "Lady Renee." Adele knelt before Renee, apologizing sincerely, especially if his actions had caused her pain. Internally, he begged fate for his deception to work. With her arms crossed, Diana supported Adele. "You really care about Renee. You are a good bodyguard." Unexpectedly, Renee showed a smile. Quickly recovering, she stated that she did not accept his apologies. Hiding her feelings, she looked away, avoiding facing him, while claiming that she had not been hurt. Diana took the opportunity to tease her. "Good for Our Lady. It seems things have ended well." Annoyed with Diana, Renee refused to talk to her. However, this only gave Diana reason to provoke her even more. "Renee is so uptight. You need to improve that part of yourself." After moving away from Diana, Renee drew her sword and asked if Adele wanted a training session. However, before they could fight, Diana appeared, wanting to give a suggestion. She approached Renee and advised in a whisper, "Renee, show your new skill to your guard." Adele heard the whisper and was surprised to discover that Renee had obtained something while they were apart, releasing an energy that went from blue to black. Renee ordered, "Watch carefully." The shadowy energy around her intensified, as did her serious gaze. The aura became more and more intense, surprising the protagonist. Suddenly, a small sparkle appeared at the tip of Renee's sword, gathering that aura. Seeing the mana concentrate, Adele realized something. Renee's sword had been enveloped with dark energy, giving shape to the sword's unique skill. The Jayumchil Adele knew well something similar to the sword's energy, a level that only human knights of expert class could reach. Normally, dark beings would form mana in their weapons or bodies to use skills. It was necessary to refine the mana to a level as thin as a sheet of paper. Adele was impressed that Renee was able to demonstrate such a skill, but it was expected from a daughter of the Seven Sins. Little by little, the layer of shadows around the sword dissipated. After finishing observing the technique, Adele commented that she still had not completely mastered it. Renee agreed, stating that she needed to be fully focused to maintain it. After seeing Renee's technique, Adele took his dagger, asking if they could finally duel. The protagonist was not sure of the strength of Renee's Jayumchil technique, so he decided to test it first. Adele charged against the sword, and using the dagger they clashed, causing sparks of light to explode. A dark look enveloped Renee, making her recoil for a second, and the next moment she brandished her sword horizontally, forcing Adele to lean back to dodge. As soon as he avoided the blow, the protagonist backed away. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he could see Renee's movements, which made him confident enough to fight her. The next moment, Renee used the Jayumchil technique for the next clash. The blade Adele was carrying immediately broke into 1,000 pieces. Seeing the girl use the technique once again, Adele was surprised that she could activate such a sword in the blink of an eye. Putting away what was left of the dagger, he praised, "That's incredible. Does Jayumchil really possess that power?" Diana interrupted the two's conversation, laughing mockingly. "A noble lady stronger than her guard? You don't see that every day." "Renee is really incredible, isn't she?" Faced with the compliment, Renee remained silent. Diana, cheerful, tried to provoke her. "What's this, are you blushing? You're not like that, Renee." However, Renee just looked away, avoiding her. The mood suddenly changed when Diana's eyes were painted in a fiery magenta. As she commented, "The more I look at it, the stranger it seems." She was referring to Adele. Something common, but at the same time unusual. What could it be? I'm truly curious. Faced with the penetrating and ethereal gaze, Adele swallowed hard. Diana crossed her arms, staring at Adele. He knew she was using one of her powers, observation, which allowed her to see even the most minute hairs on someone's body. Adele wondered how he should respond to the interest that the future Queen of Darkness was showing in him. He felt it would be better to keep his distance so as not to make her an enemy. After observing him, Diana unexpectedly gave a malicious smile. This scared Adele, as people would normally be afraid or tense when faced with the malicious intent he exuded. Confused, Renee questioned her friend about the reason for her curiosity. Diana quickly found an excuse. I just thought Renee's swordsmanship became even more intriguing. Showing interest, Adele asked Renee how she had manifested the Jeomchil. Thinking for a moment while holding the sword, Renee replied, "You need to get the hang of it. It's like you're filling the sword from the inside out." Despite nodding, Adele internally called her a genius. Thus, he recommended that they end the duel, as they needed to study. Before Renee left, Adele stopped her, asking if her preparations were going well. She answered with just one word, perfectly. Adele observed the confidence in Renee's eyes. The test time didn't coincide with the moment in which the protagonist's group in the original work acquires the Eye of Arrogance. This made Adele believe that Renee would be able to survive. The most worrying thing was whether the students of Class A would survive or not. Wishing the young woman good luck, Adele said goodbye, but not before Diana looked at him with a maliciously interested look, whispering, "See you later." Feeling a chill, Adele realized that he had become a target again. As time passed, the day of the invasion arrived. While feeding a bird and cursing Ares for not doing it himself, he asked the animal to eat quickly so he could leave. Adele looked completely exhausted. Even though he had studied all night for the human understanding test, he still couldn't grasp the subject. However, he couldn't even understand how he, a writer, couldn't understand humans. When he arrived in class to wait for the test time, Adele could remember even less of what he had studied. Seeing Adele's tired look, Luna asked, worried, if he wasn't overdoing it. He reassured her and asked if she was prepared. Despite being nervous, she stated that she would not fail the theoretical test. Adele asked the same question to Fran, who was close to them. Fran answered confidently, "Why worry about theoretical classes? As long as I do well in practical classes, it's fine." Adele told himself that he would need to teach Fran some discipline at some point so that she would increase her chances of survival. The teacher then interrupted everyone's conversation, telling them to put away their books. Upon handing out the tests, he announced, "Anyone caught cheating will be expelled." Perhaps because of his traits of interest and immersion, Adel found himself doing better than expected. However, there was one last question. What do you think about humans? It was a descriptive question that wasn't worth any points. The protagonist tried to think like the real Adele, whose family had been eliminated by humans. Therefore, the answer was obvious. The protagonist, a writer, found it difficult to write anything clearly, since he had created both species in the story. Despite feeling bad, he just wrote the answer that the Saitan wanted. After time was up, the teacher announced that they would proceed to the second test. Ares was already waiting to be the examiner of the sword technique. He announced that he would test them in a duel, so they needed to use their true abilities, whether magical or with swords. Luna was worried, as she could not avoid the test. Even though she was scared, Adele found it absurd to test in a real combat situation. Even Fran trembled, with fear upon seeing the first student participate in the test. He fell. Quickly after the confrontation against the instructor annoyed, Ares scoffed, "Pathetic! Is that really all you've got?" No one had lasted more than a few seconds. They were all flying like flies in the wind. Ares was only using his fists, and yet they couldn't even scratch him. Ares then called Samuel to take the test. Samuel gave it his all, releasing chaotic dark energy. Innumerable ghosts, like carnivorous plants, emerged from his energy, charging against the instructor. The teacher realized that he would need to use a little more force and drew his sword. With a smile, he stated, "I will respond appropriately to your attack." Adele was surprised, as the teacher was using Jeomchil, just like Renee. However, the color of his ability was red due to the fire attribute. The instructor cut numerous times, destroying Samuel's attack. The young man gnashed his teeth, annoyed. But as expected from instructor Ares, even facing a strong attack, he held his ground and won easily. Samuel didn't give up, and shouting, he released all his energy. Ares praised how impressive the boy was for recovering so quickly and spared no effort. He completely destroyed Samuel's energy, charging against him in the blink of an eye. Putting his sword aside, he broke the young man's fighting spirit with a single punch. Emptying everything he had in his stomach, Samuel fell to his knees. Before him, Ares asked if he would continue. Unexpectedly, the young man gnashed his teeth, once again releasing his energy while trembling. A shadow appeared this time from behind Ares. Before the teacher realized it, he was bitten on the shoulder, destroying the shadow. Ares praised Samuel for launching a surprise attack. Upon hearing the praise, Samuel finally collapsed completely, and someone ran to rescue him at the instructor's command. This time, Ares did not hide his fury and called the next examinee. Adele. Ares waited for Adele to enter the arena and, while still showing his Jeomchil, told him to begin. Adele observed the teacher's aura. Even if he didn't want to take his life, it seemed that Ares still intended to rip at least something from him. Pointing the sword at Adele, he ordered, "Come at me with everything you've got." However, Adele asked him to wait a moment. Confused, Ares asked if he needed to prepare more. In response, Adele stated he wanted to see something. Annoyed at the request, Ares asked what he wanted to see. Adele's request was unexpected. "I'd like to see you coat your blade with sword energy from the very beginning." Aries warned that sword energy wasn't something he could imitate just by watching. However, Adele corrected him. "If you show me just once, I think I can do it." Irritated by the arrogance, Aries accepted the request just to prove him wrong. Soon, a glow appeared on the sword as the whole world became dark and crimson like fire. The mana had been compressed and coated the sword. After the demonstration, Aries asked if he had understood. Picking up a dagger, Adele thanked him for showing the skill. The protagonist smiled, and soon a dark energy appeared on his dagger. Laughing annoyedly, Aries was forced to admit that the young man had talent. However, Adele soon saw the energy that covered the sword dissipate. The skill hadn't lasted long, only 5 seconds. Despite this, he thought it would be worth it to try to use it again and once again coated the dagger. Excitedly, Aries encouraged him to attack. Watching the fight, Samuel was being healed by Luna. He could see the explosion of energy in the confrontation between Adele and Aries when their weapons met. Changing the angle of the dagger, Adele ran for a second attack. With a malicious look, he found an opening. However, Aries quickly closed it, blocking the dagger's blow. The teacher commented in surprise upon seeing the dagger. "You're only covering it when you attack? That's a good performance." Adele thanked him for the compliment, but the instructor soon threw him away by swinging the sword forcefully. Adele then reached out and, aiming at the sword Aries was holding, used the position swap skill. The next instant, he appeared before Aries, aiming the dagger at him. Aries leaned back, dodging the sudden attack. At the same time, he lifted his leg, launching a kick at Adele, placing his hands in front of his body. Adele blocked the attack but was thrown away. Now that Aries was without a sword, Adele felt it was his chance to win. Immediately, he conjured the Fangs of Darkness, creating 3 phantom swords. The attacks fell on the instructor, who didn't even defend himself. Aries gnashed his teeth furiously, telling himself that it was nothing. Roaring, he released an overwhelming energy like a dome that covered him. Blocking the attacks, Aries had a huge body, but incredible reflexes and a protective aura made Adele's blades useless. The next instant, he saw such a monster charge against him with a closed fist and a terrifying look. The second before he was hit, Adele shouted, "I surrender!" Aries stopped his attack, confused. He shouted at Adele so everyone could hear, "I said running away is not allowed." Adele quickly explained the reason for his surrender. "The arms I used to block your last attack are injured, and I no longer have mana to continue fighting." He was wisely trying to avoid getting hurt before the practical exam, while at the same time irritating the instructor. Aries turned away irritably, accepted the surrender, and told Adele to return to his place. As soon as Adele thanked him, he shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense! Who's next?" Many were surprised by Adele, thinking that he had even tied with the instructor, but quickly dismissed such a thought. Despite this, everything went as Adele planned. He drew the attention of the other students with flashy attacks, while Aries seemed to not be doing much. He had the intention of being the core of the class during the practical test, since if everything went as in the original story, the whole class would be eliminated. He wanted to avoid that. Suddenly, Samuel ran up to Adele, annoyed, questioning, "What was that?" Praising Samuel for recovering quickly, Adele asked what he was talking about. Samuel, annoyed, asked why. Thinking he was asking about the surrender, Adele gave the same answer he had given the instructor. However, Samuel, trembling with rage, changed the question. "I'm asking why you're so strong." Smiling, Adele stated that maybe he was just born that way. Samuel didn't like the answer, which made Adele ask what else he could say. This left Samuel even more confused about why someone like Adele was strong. Starting to get irritated, Adele decided to provoke him. "Aren't you also someone who came from a good family and uses a power like a glutton?" This time, Adele's words angered Samuel to the point of making him release his energy. Adele just stared at him, wondering if Samuel would attack or not. But in the end, Samuel just turned his back, cursing as he walked away. Seeing how Samuel had appeared out of nowhere and almost caused a fight, Adele became worried that he wouldn't follow his orders during the practical test. Next, it was Fran's turn to approach. Crossing her arms, she questioned why Adele was acting that way. Adele stated that Samuel had tried to pick a fight, but Fran corrected him. "That's not the problem. It's true that Samuel treats you badly, but I don't understand why you keep provoking his family." The protagonist replied, comparing the provocation to the way Samuel's family even looked down on him for being a half-blood. Seeing how Adele seemed not to know about Samuel's family, Fran sighed and revealed, "Samuel is the head of the House of Greed." Discovering that a freshman student had already become a patriarch left Adele confused. Fran continued the story. As one could imagine, the entire lineage before Samuel had been annihilated. Finally, Adele was able to understand why Samuel got so angry when his family was mentioned. Fran revealed that during the Great War, even Samuel's relatives had been eliminated, leaving him as the sole survivor and entrusting him with the position of patriarch. The protagonist knew that, originally, Adele also came from a family that had been eradicated, but thanks to his possession, he couldn't feel the hatred and resentment that Adele felt. Unlike him, Samuel had to see and endure the miserable tragedy with his own eyes. The protagonist always thought of such things only as a backdrop for stories, but here, The characters had a real life. In the end, he told Fran that he would be more careful. Smiling, she nodded and said goodbye. As they parted, Adele wished her luck on the exam, which made Fran laugh at seeing him worried. Confidently, she announced, "This is child's play for me. Just sit back and watch carefully." Seeing the teacher call for Fran, Adele observed her, discovering that she also had a serious side. However, he soon saw her being reprimanded by the instructor, and while watching her suffer in the battle and ask to be spared, he decided to prepare for the next test. The third test would be about the art of stealth and magical theory. Since stealth was Adele's specialty, this was not a problem. The magical theory covered subjects he already knew, so it wasn't difficult either. Thus, he paid attention to the test to finish it, until the teacher announced the time limit. Adele lay on the table, sighing. Having finished all the tests, he hoped to at least get close to a perfect score on the magic test. The protagonist started to worry again about the practical test. It didn't matter how good someone was on the written test. Losing your life in practice meant losing everything. He hoped he'd be fine, as just thinking about it gave him a stomachache. While resting, Adele felt a shadow cover him. Looking up, he saw Fran ask if he had done well on the theoretical exam. Affirming that he had, Adele asked how she had done. Confidently, she told him to guess. By Fran's expression, Adele realized that she thought she had aced the magic test, her specialty. He preferred to let her feel that way so she wouldn't bother him for the rest of the day, but he couldn't resist teasing her. "Not that it matters. Since you probably failed miserably on the weapons test, what are you boasting about?" Fran, who was smiling excitedly, thought she had misheard and kept the smile until she jumped irritably on top of Adele, shouting, "What did you just say, you bastard?" Because he was so worried about the practical exam, Adele spoke without thinking and was punished by Fran. While she was fighting with him, a young man entered the room. "Hello, Class A?" Adele was surprised to see Baltan. Baltan unexpectedly headed to his table, commenting, "It looks like you're doing well." Wondering why Baltan was suddenly there, Adele greeted him. Baltan was happy to be recognized, but the next moment he displayed an extremely wild fire aura, smiling maliciously. "It looks like you've become stronger since the last time I saw you." Without holding back his own aura, Adele smiled, thanking him for the compliment. Sighing, Baltan revealed that he wanted to test himself against Adele, but he had other commitments that prevented him. Fran entered the conversation, commenting, "You're the son of envy, aren't you? I remember seeing you at the entrance exam. This is our first meeting since then." Excitedly, Baltan replied, "And you must be Fran, right?" A light mood arose between the two, who recognized each other. Stating that he needed to go somewhere else, Baltan asked if she would like to go with him. Fran was annoyed to hear someone trying to boss her around, but Baltan corrected himself, stating that there would be a meeting between the representatives of all classes, with even the director present, and that she also needed to be there. Fran, however, corrected him, revealing that she was not the class representative. Leaving Baltan confused, Fran arrogantly stated that the class representative was her subordinate, and pointed to Adele. Baltan was surprised by the news, but this only inflamed his fighting spirit. "You're the class representative? I really want to test myself against you." Stating that they couldn't be late, Adele got up and told him to lead the way. Annoyed that they weren't fighting, Baltan went ahead while Fran corrected him. "Since I'm the master of the class representative, he's the one who should follow me." Amused by the two, Baltan authorized Fran's presence, who happily told Adele to follow her. They walked through the academy corridors, and Adele asked the exact reason for the meeting. Baltan revealed that they would talk about regional assignments, asking if he had forgotten about the invasion of the human kingdom. Adele then understood the reason for the meeting, to decide where each one would attack. Upon seeing him understand, Baltan praised him for being the class representative. Thus, he opened the door to the room, entering to meet with the other representatives. In the room were the representative of Class C, Diana and Renee, who wondered why Adele was at the meeting. Also present were Guar, representative of Class D, and Aaron, representative of Class B. Baltan was the representative of Class E, and upon their arrival, he informed the director that everyone was already gathered. Director Lugian crossed her arms, calling Adele, representative of Class A, to join the table. Renee was surprised to hear the director, as was Aaron, who was lying on the table. Under everyone's gaze, Adele smiled, thanking him for the invitation. Diana commented to Renee, "It seems your guard is really impressive." Renee remained silent, annoyed. Adele noticed the irritation and remembered that he had never told her that he had been chosen as a representative, deciding to explain it later so as not to have problems, although he was already being avoided. As soon as everyone was gathered, the director asked them to sit down. However, someone seemed not to like Adele and walked up to him. How funny! A half-blood as a representative, and the idiot behind him, who lost her position despite carrying the name of the 7 deadly sins. Guar, the big student, stared at Adele with contempt. "To think I would have a meeting with pathetic people." Lying on the table, Aaron didn't disagree. "Well, you're not exactly wrong." While Fran was so angry that she was shaking, Adele wondered what that atmosphere was. That looked more like a trap than a meeting. With a furious look, Guar tried to order, "You better get out of my sight, you filthy half-blood." Feeling surrounded by enemies, Adele couldn't help but smile maliciously. Adele remained silent, facing the big guy. Having followed Baltan, he felt the situation was ridiculous. Even the director seemed to allow it. Adele wondered if everything had been planned on purpose to test if he was qualified. This made him believe that he would need to show a little of his strength. While he remained silent, Guar shouted, "Are you deaf?" Thinking that words wouldn't help, Guar grabbed Adele's head. At the same instant, the protagonist pushed his hand away, drew a dagger, and launched a charge. Guar immediately hardened his body, withstanding the attack. But several dark holes had already appeared, conjuring phantom blades. Guar shouted irritably, "You half-blood bastard!" Furiously, he swung his stone arms, blocking the phantom daggers. However, using a feint, Adele managed to get close to him. Guar didn't stop shouting, and with a closed fist, threw a punch at Adele. This was exactly what the protagonist was hoping for. Adele dodged the punch, hitting Guar's arm with his dagger. The big guy screamed miserably as he was hit. Renee, who was watching the fight, was left speechless upon seeing the sword coating that Adele had used. The next instant, Adele held Guar by the chin. Not letting him dodge, the protagonist launched another dagger attack. When the sharp tip was close to the target, a voice interrupted him. "That's enough. Stop and take your seat." Hearing the director's words, Adele released Guar, who fell to the ground trembling with fear. Putting away the dagger, he asked if she was satisfied. With a somewhat interested smile, she confirmed, "That's enough." Following the director's instruction, the protagonist left Guar behind and sat down next to Aaron. Impressed, Baltan praised Adele's strength, while Fran boasted, "As expected of my subordinate." While Renee frowned upon seeing Adele perform another technique she didn't recognize, Diana praised her for having such a guard. Putting the matter aside, the director started the meeting. She revealed the simple reason for convening it, to assign, by student, the regions of the human world that would be invaded. Upon hearing the summary, Adele stated he was curious to know where the starting point for the regional division would be. Stating that it would be easier to show than to explain with words, the director created a magic cube. From it, a map appeared before everyone. Renee, surprised, asked what that was. The director stated that it wasn't a common map, and Adele completed, "This is the continental map of the human world." Pointing to a place, the Imperial Academy, the director stated, "Actually, I expected Class A to attack this place, but it seems I underestimated their representative." Thus, she surprised Adele by stating that she would give them a slightly more difficult mission. Adele felt immense pressure. Attacking the Imperial Academy should already be difficult. He couldn't believe that the director wanted to give him an even more complex mission. The director revealed that, according to information from an infiltrator, one of the freshmen would be leaving the campus for a training session, attacking a domain. Adele understood what she wanted. Since a class of freshmen was leaving the academy, she thought they would be an easy target. However, Adele saw a problem with this mission. Thus, the director asked, "How about, instead of the Imperial Academy, Class A becomes responsible for attacking a city?" Fran immediately stood up, excited. "Yes! Pathetic small fish are not worth our time! Class A will attack the capital!" Adele, however, thought deeply. Although the spy couldn't pinpoint the exact time, the original protagonist's group should have already surpassed even the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. The truth was that, during the competition that would happen after the exams, their true strength would be revealed. As one of the original protagonist's companions was in the class they planned to attack, Adele imagined that all classes, with the exception of Baltan's and Diana's, would be annihilated if they faced them. Faced with so much information, Adele tried to imagine which would be the best region to attack, prioritizing the results. Making a decision, he stated, "Class A will attack one of the human freshman classes." Furious, Fran couldn't believe he wasn't choosing the capital as the target. Next to him, Guar gnashed his teeth, calling him a coward for choosing a safer option. Seeing how Guar dared to raise his voice against him, Adele stated with a sinister look, "I shouldn't have spared you earlier. Then you wouldn't even be able to look me in the face." Guar stood up furiously, but the director prevented him from doing anything. Curious, she questioned Adele about his choice, revealing that she imagined he wanted to invade the capital. Adele knew that they had no knowledge that they would face someone so strong. This was the reason he didn't want to take risks, but he also planned to seek an elixir. Normally, one of the original protagonist's allies would consume it, but he planned to obtain it no matter what. Thinking about the director's question, Adele replied, "The reason lies in my special ability." Revealing that he was specialized in stealth, he stated that there was no reason to cause a commotion in a human city. The capital has busy districts. Attacking someone in that scenario would be reckless. Of course, if we eliminated all witnesses, there would be no problem. The director liked Adele's answer. It showed that he had a good understanding of the geography of the human world and his own strengths. She decided not to stop him and stated that she would assign them to attack a class of freshman students. Wanting to leave before the director changed her mind, Adele stood up. Then I'm leaving since I need to tell the news to my classmates. He also called Fran to leave. After they left, the rest remained in the room. Aaron broke the silence, getting up and looking at Renee. Impressive. He said he was a guard for Ares' cause, didn't he? To think you would choose someone like him. Renee ignored the comment, thinking about what Adele had demonstrated, the blade coding, something that until recently he couldn't even manifest. She tried to imagine how he had achieved such a feat. A sad look appeared on Renee's face as she commented to herself, he was always skilled at hiding things. What is this? This pain in my chest? Baltan leaned back in his chair, commenting out loud. In the entrance exam, he was only a little stronger than average. His growth is extraordinary. Baltan clearly declared that he wanted to fight Adele even more. The director had gone to the window and, looking at the weather and assimilating what she saw, began to understand why instructor Ares had warned her about Adele. He had even defeated one of the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. She knew that practically everyone would want to prove themselves by choosing the most difficult region. But instead, he acted with caution. Faced with a young man with strength and good judgment, the director couldn't help but smile at the extraordinary. He is a promising seedling too much to be discarded just based on Ares' warning. If raised correctly, he can become a hound as extraordinary as the one from the arson house. But if he cannot be domesticated, I will have no choice but to treat him the same way as the 6 human houses. While the director wove malicious thoughts, the protagonist worriedly tried to prepare as much as possible for the next day's practical class. The day of the invasion arrived, and the students gathered at the school. Dressed in battle uniforms, they waited anxiously. One young man commented to his friend that he heard they would be attacking human heroes, and the other replied, I heard our target is my family's sworn enemy. I'm looking forward to it. Excited, they raised their fists confidently. Let's show these humans the true power of Class A. Adele listened to everyone attentively. He had sent false information that they would attack the third-year dormitory, and thus, he expected the human instructors to be stationed near that dormitory. This would mean that only a single instructor would be with the freshmen. Hoping his expectations were correct, Adele imagined they would face a specific instructor, a 5th circle mage. Adele's goal was simple, to hunt down this man and eliminate him. Dealing with the original protagonist's allies would already be difficult, so eliminating this new threat was crucial for Adele to get the elixirs. Instructor Ares, in a loud voice, got everyone's attention. The director has something to say. Quiet down. From a higher post, the director watched the students with a serious look. Everyone listened to the director's speech. Cadets, the war begins now. You will face the humans who hunted your parents, family, and friends. Among the cadets in Saitan, none failed to carry such pain. You faced it with your own eyes, just like Samuel, who carried the family tragedy. Many cadets absorbed the director's words. She continued, lives of people precious to you were taken. You, who had no power to fight, embraced the bodies of your loved ones, sobbing, while those vile humans mocked you. Remembering such desolate things, the director shouted, but now it is our turn to hunt the humans. With such words of inspiration, the cadets raised their hands, celebrating. Adele could see the pure evil that boosted the cadets' morale. The next instant, she extended her hand, using magic that granted a blessing to each cadet. Under Adele's eyes, the director was a true monster for granting such power to so many people. He preferred not to have her as an enemy. Under the director's command, the instructor stepped forward, ordering the cadets to board the train in an organized manner. As soon as they boarded, the sound system announced that they were heading to the dimensional station. Instructor Idea told the cadets that they would arrive at the station in 1 hour, so they should rest in the meantime. Adele imagined that it must cost an astronomical amount to send so many students through the dimensional station. He remembered that later in the story, more gates connecting the worlds would appear, and both would merge into a single dimension. While Adele was immersed in memories, someone handed him a snack. Luna gave Adele dried venison, something really tasty. Eating the meat, Adele returned to what truly mattered, himself. Opening the current status window, he checked his information. To him, the amount of mana seemed pathetic. Even having practiced the cultivation technique even while sleeping, he saw himself in great need of obtaining the elixirs. Curious, Luna asked what Adele was thinking about, and he, who was reflecting on the ability of telekinesis, decided to use it on the young woman. Luna felt a power envelop her, making her levitate. She hurriedly screamed in fright, "Why am I suddenly floating?" Having managed to lift Luna only a few centimeters, Adele imagined that the skill would still be useful in combat. He planned to develop telekinesis, as it would eventually become something capable of controlling nature and transcending its power, as if it were possible to hold the entire planet with the creation of gravity control. Having finished his inspections, Adele came across a problem. These were the knights of the 6 houses. He could encounter those who had already tried to attack him. In the original story, Feltz had reported that Adele had disappeared into an abyss, but in reality, he had fallen into the realm of darkness, carrying the identity of the traitor of the arson house. That's why Feltz must have believed that Adele had been eliminated, just as Director Lucian must have thought the same. Deciding to be cautious, he reminded himself to use the mask to hide his identity. After all this time, 1 hour had passed, and the train approached the station. The cadets got off in an orderly fashion. There, a large prism with countless crystals was already waiting for them. Surprised, Adele observed the magical crystals. Just one of the many in the device could be sold for a sufficient amount of gold to live comfortably for a year. He thought it was a shame such a waste, since if they waited a little longer, the expenses would be much lower. Instructor Idea called the students, asking if they knew where they were. Showing some boxes, she stated that each one would receive an item before leaving. A mask was given to Adele by one of the assistants. He was extremely satisfied to get the two-faced mask, as he had been wondering how to get one. Putting on one of the masks, the instructor explained that it was enchanted with a perception reduction magic, which would help hide their identities while they could still recognize each other. Looking directly at the instructor, Adele couldn't see her face because of the mask. She then asked him to try it on, asking the same of the other cadets. Adele and the others put on the mask and immediately could see the instructor as if she wasn't wearing anything. Idea asked Adele's opinion, who replied, "The functionality is better than I imagined." Satisfied with the answer, Idea gave him some other things. Receiving some bars, Adele discovered they were rations. Receiving 5, he could eat 1 a day and be completely satisfied. With a feeling of nostalgia, the instructor revealed, "I used to eat them all the time during battles." Provocatively, she whispered to Adele, "The taste is like dirt mixed with insects." Having provoked him, she reminded everyone, "Only 1 a day, understood?" Moving on to the part where they would cross the portal, the instructor stopped to explain the test procedure, revealing that the instructors would not accompany them. Surprised, the cadets began to wonder who would command them. The instructor reminded everyone that this was a cadet exam, so the targets were in line with their level. It wouldn't be a test if the instructors accompanied them. Idea also reminded them that they needed to stay behind to prepare the gate so they could return. Standing next to Adele, she revealed, "From this moment on, all authority is being delegated to the class representative. All cadets must obey the leader's orders." Instructor Idea placed something on Adele's shirt. The brooch was the Enzer flower, the symbol of the Saitan Academy, meaning he was the group's leader. The instructor also handed him a map, revealing that the director had said that only he would be able to read it. Having handed over everything she needed, she wished him that it would all be useful. The next second, the instructor activated the portal, which lit up darkly behind her. With the instructor's good luck wish, the dimensional energy was released by the crystals, rising to the heavens. Putting on the mask, Adele completed his preparation. For everyone else, they were going to an unknown world, but for him, it was the filthy world he already knew and swore to return to no matter what. The group entered the portal, passing through it as if it were a thin layer of space. They found themselves in a dark, infinite, and lightless world. Many of the students started to feel sick, having difficulty adapting to the spatial dimension. Even Adele felt that he couldn't last much longer. Catching a glimpse of a light ahead, Adele wondered if that was the way out. Stating to everyone that the exit was right ahead, he asked them to hurry and get out of there. Suddenly, the portal they had originally passed through began to shrink. Noticing that it was about to close, Adele shouted, "Run, quickly!" So they wouldn't be sucked back in. The cadets ran towards the exit, the portal to the human world. As they ran, Adele reached back, holding Luna's hand and pulling her with him. One after another, the cadets crossed the portal, arriving at a grassy field. Adele was the last to pass after getting Luna to cross. The cadets gathered, looking at the world they had arrived at the blue sky and the distant mountains. In the middle of that sky, under a floating island, was the Sky Island, where the Imperial Academy was located. Seeing the academy in person for the first time, Adele felt that it was even more magnificent. He could understand why that place was called the pinnacle of human magic and technology. The cadets were surprised to see the floating school, feeling that Saitan Academy was like a sandcastle in comparison. Even Fran was confused and asked, "What is that?" Adele spoke up. "As you can see, it's a school. Unlike Saitan, this one exists to teach humans." Fran couldn't believe her own eyes, and worried, Luna asked if they could even get into the human school. Adele replied, "No, we can't. In fact, we won't. This place is covered by a powerful barrier, so strong that not even dragons can destroy it." Upon hearing Adele, Fran was even more shocked. Then he clapped his hands, asking everyone to gather. He then opened the map and revealed, "If we head in the opposite direction of the Imperial Academy, we will reach our destination. Let's leave immediately." After almost an hour of walking, they arrived at a forest. They entered it, attentive to their surroundings. From the moment they entered, however, Adele felt that someone was watching them. He wondered if it was an enemy, but discovered that it was just Samuel. He gnashed his teeth, wondering why Samuel had bothered to follow him. Even in such a situation, he could still annoy him. However, Samuel was important to Adele's plan. The amount of magic he possessed was undeniable. Putting the confrontation aside, Adele turned to him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist extended his hand. Samuel was surprised and agitated, questioned, "What are you doing?" With a smile, Adele didn't mince words. "I know very well that you hate me, and to be honest, I don't like you either." Making a face, Samuel asked why he was saying that. Adele was direct. "This time we need to work together." Annoyed, Samuel questioned why he would cooperate. Darkly, Adele replied, "Because if we don't cooperate, everyone here will be eliminated because of us." He reminded him that humans were not weak enough to be defeated unless they worked together. "I know you understand this better than anyone." Samuel silently stared at the hand extended in his direction. Irritated, he gave in, although he ignored the handshake. "Fine, just this once." Adele praised his choice. Now that he had settled things with Samuel, all that was left was to find the secret hideout. As they continued to advance, a cadet ran up to Adele, stating that there was something strange ahead. In front of the group, a large wooden door appeared under a marble arch. They had found the location that corresponded to the mana flow. The door floated above the ground, surprising the young cadets. Approaching it, Adele revealed that it was the secret entrance created by humans and that, from there, they could enter. Confidently, a cadet approached the gate, offering to open it. He grabbed the ring handle, certain that it would be nothing, but as soon as he pulled it, a big shock hit him. The cadet fell to the ground, something Adele had already expected. The entrance had been designed so that only instructors from the Imperial Academy could open it. Samuel was startled when, the next instant, Adele looked directly at him. Gasping, he heard Adele state that he would be the one to open the door. Adele revealed the reason. "You need to inject mana into the handle to force it to open." Annoyed, Samuel told Adele to go ahead and try. Allowing Samuel to go to the door, Adele saw the young man release a large amount of a dark green energy. All the mana was absorbed by the wooden door, which, before everyone's eyes, shone with a blinding light and opened. As soon as the door opened, Adele announced, "Let's go in." Seeing no traps ahead, he imagined they were safe. Upon crossing the gate, the group was teleported to a canyon under the sunset. Fran was surprised. The place was more spacious than she expected. It also had an atmosphere similar to that of their secret hideouts. Adele replied that it was natural, since secret hideouts were places where entire classes of students passed through to go to their trials. Samuel had a question to ask. If this place was made for tests, shouldn't it be full of traps and monsters? Adele agreed with him, stating that he was correct. The confirmation left Samuel even more confused. So wouldn't it be better to just wait for them outside and ambush them when they're exhausted? Samuel's question was sharp, but Adele had an answer. "You're right. If we wanted to ambush them, the best time would be after the trial ends, when they are tired and their guards are down. But there are a few reasons why I suggested we go in." Confident, Adele stated that he knew how to avoid the traps, so while the humans fell into them, they would remain well. The second reason for choosing to enter the trial location was that they could leave even before the humans arrived. Samuel was confused. "If we're leaving, is there any reason to even go in?" In the face of Samuel's question, Adele smiled, realizing that he had not understood the key to the matter. Adele revealed that that place was not only similar in atmosphere to their secret hideouts, but had been designed by humans as a way to simulate a conquest of the realm of darkness. Explaining this, Adele concluded, "This artificial secret hideout functions as a safe in the world of darkness. In other words, there are treasures here." Continuing to walk, Adele stated that they would soon reach their destination. Minutes later, they found themselves in front of 6 caves, the 6-way path. If you enjoyed today's recap and want more manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.